What's up, y'all? Welcome to this epic video. We have 8 hours of iOS development, SwiftUI, MVVM, source control, and a lot more. I packed this course with all the knowledge I've learned throughout my years in iOS development, and this course used to be paid. It was $400, but now I'm releasing it for free for you guys. Throughout this course, we're going to be building a fitness app from scratch and using source control. This will help prepare you for some real-world experience that you might see on the job. Whether you're a beginner or already have experience with iOS, this course offers something for all levels. If you're interested in the source code, the link is in the description, and you can feel free to check that out. It's on the Patreon. Throughout the course, if you run into any issues, make sure you guys comment down below, and I'll get to it when I get a chance. And if you're watching this and you see an issue that you already tackled, feel free to comment. That's always great and helpful, because somebody in the future might have the same issue, and the quick fix will be right there in the comments. All right, guys, I hope you guys enjoy this massive banger. We have 8 hours of Swift. But enough of me talking. Let's get to coding. What's up, guys? I hope you're ready to get started with the course. Before we get into Xcode, SwiftUI, and programming, we have to do a little bit of developer work, and it's going to revolve around like getting set up with Git, source tree, and just a few tools that we need to make the development process a lot smoother and easier. Because, of course, you can always just run in there and just start coding, and I do that myself sometimes. But if you're trying to get a job or build something sustainable that people will be using in the future, then having certain things in place will be helpful, and just knowing how things work will also be super helpful for you and wherever you go in your career. So let's get started with that. So the first thing we need to make sure we have is Git, which you may have heard of, like GitHub, which uses Git. And what Git is, it basically provides version control so that you can track all the changes you make in your project. And you pretty much have like a working copy, and you don't have to worry about creating a copy. Because think about it, like if you had a project and you had to make a copy just to save the previous version, you'd have to do that every time. That'd be very time consuming and take up a lot of space, and you'd have random stuff to worry about that doesn't revolve around coding. So Git takes care of that for us. And it's also really good if you're working on a team for like source control. All right, so in order to download Git, we need HomeView. And HomeView is a great tool to have, especially as an iOS developer. And most of you guys probably already have it in your system. But in case you don't, here's the link to download it, and you just paste that in there. And it's going to ask for your password. You enter that, and you hit enter, and then it will begin the downloading process. I'm using a fresh build. Basically, on this account, I don't have anything pretty much. So I'm going to go through and do this with you guys from scratch. And you got to just let HomeView do its thing. And we'll see here, we'll have next steps. Run these 2 commands in your terminal to add HomeView to your path. So we're going to copy that and paste that in there. And I believe if we say brew tap, there we go. We have brew. So we can go here. Now we can copy this and paste that in there. And this will give us Git. And this downloads, and it's successful. Let's see if we do Git status or Git -- help, I believe. This should show up once you have it successfully in your system. The next thing we'll need is source tree, which is the Git GUI or GUI, graphic user interface, that we're going to be using. And from my experience, it's one of the more popular ones, and I enjoy it. Like it makes the process so much easier, because if you weren't using this, you would be working solely on command line. And not that it's impossible or hard, it's just more tedious, and this just makes it a lot easier. And as a developer, you want to make your life easier so you can be more productive and do more with your time. So you just go here and you download this. I think I already have it downloaded on my system. Cool. Then once you, yeah, I think I have it downloaded. So you can create an account. Set up your global author details for Git and Merkle. This will be one of these steps, which you should do. I'm going to put my name and I'm going to put my email. Feel free to shoot me an email if you have any issues. Then we want to hit done. Cool. So this is what it should look like. I like the dark mode version. So I'm going to switch to that. Shout out to anybody who likes the light mode version of things. I mean, it's preference, right? It's preference. Okay, so now we're here. And this is where you will add your repositories that were connected to Git. But I want to set up our account first. We need to connect to GitHub. So we go to accounts and you want to add. And here you would add whatever hosting service you're using for your project. The most common one is GitHub. I use GitHub myself. But in the industry, companies use like any of these. They could be using any of these. I've seen companies use GitLab, Bitbucket, and it really just depends. And it won't. And they're all fairly similar. It's just different companies that host them. But we're gonna connect to GitHub, and we'll do OAuth, and we hit connect account. And what happens is this pops up on the right or on my other screen, basically. And now we have to sign into GitHub. And we say send SMS. And now I have to verify on my device. And you want to say open. And now the connection happens and you can hit save. All right, we close this. And we can do some testing here. Let's see, we can try to clone one of my public repos. Let's do FitCat. So to clone, we could clone, this is a public repo. So you can copy the HTTPS. And you would say clone from URL. And this is what you would typically do if you were grabbing the, like, let's say you're at a job. If you're gonna grab the code base of whatever team you're working on or whatever project, you would go to whatever platform they're using to host the project. Most likely you're gonna use SSH, but you could also use HTTP. Actually, you'll probably use SSH because it's gonna be a private. And then you copy the URL in here, and in your folder, you would figure out where you want this stored. I'll put this in my documents and you hit clone. Let's see. Project. Open, clone. A remote repository needs to match the what's supported by your account. Please hit repair. Cool. So now it shows up, and then if you go here to project, you should be able to open it up. Give Xcode a second. And boom, it says we're on the main branch. It says there is an issue with your SSH configuration. The SSH configuration for your GitHub account is incomplete. Please edit this account to generate a new SSH key. Show accounts, edit. And this is the cool thing about SourceTree is it'll generate a SSH key for you, because I'll link an article down below that shows you how to do that in terminal by yourself. And it's not that it's a super complex or crazy process. It's just a little tedious, but SourceTree will take care of that for us. So I'll hit generate key and allow SourceTree to modify your configuration. You can leave this empty, to be honest. Leave this empty. It doesn't matter. And you hit save, and boom, the SSH is set up. So now we shouldn't see any SSH errors or warnings. Cool. And this is working. So now we're going to go through and create the project for the course and get it set up with GitHub, SourceTree, and all that. So we're going to create a new project. Make it an app. The name is fitness app. The identifier, you can just put com, Jason Dubon, and it'll handle it for us. I'm just put Jason. Don't include tests. All right, and then we hit next. And you'll get an option here that says create Git repository on Mac. And this will create a GitHub repo automatically for us, but that'll be only on locally on the machine. And it won't be on GitHub yet. Because what we have to do now is we have to open up GitHub. And what I like to do is I create a new repository. Name it whatever you want to name it. So fitness 101. This is what I'm going with. Don't well, you could put you can add a description, fitness app course by Jason. You don't have to add that. You make it public or private. This is up to you. It'll work for both. Create. And now you get this. And this is what you would use. This is what you would use right here if you didn't hit that check mark on your on the Xcode when it asked to create a Git repo for you automatically, because it basically handled this portion. Well, it basically handled the Git init, to be honest. That's what it handled. Because if we go here to our terminal, we have to cd into your documents, and then hit ls, and you'll see fitness app, and then we can cd into the fitness app, and you can type in git status, and it says on branch main, nothing to commit, which is good. There's nothing to commit, but we can still push the repo up. And we can do that. And when I say push the repo, I mean push it to GitHub, because we want to push it here to this repo, because currently this is empty. So I'm going to paste those commands in here, and it's going to ask us this. And this is an issue or an error because GitHub doesn't support username and password anymore. So what we need to do is change this to SSH. Now copy this, paste that in here, and we still get this issue. So let's go to source tree, and let's see. Let's add an existing local repository, and you select just the project, the project folder. So we added the local repository, but this is just locally on our system. We still have to push this to GitHub. So to do so, you just hit push up here, and make sure you check on main. Then you hit OK. Then it's going to ask you to sign in. And the password, you enter in your password. Boom. So we run into an issue. Let's go to our repo, git add, git commit, initial commit. Cool. Git push. We go to the repo you just created. You go to repos, this one. All right, and make sure you're on SSH. Actually, let's copy this, see what happens. So git push. There we go. So we didn't even need to do the add to origin, git branch, all that stuff. We basically just needed to push to the current, to this URL, right, or the SSH right here. And now if we refresh this, this should work. Boom. And we see our project here. And if we open up Xcode and SwiftUI course, baby. And this is super small, actually, sorry. I don't know why it's like that. I guess it will by default. And we're going to close that. And if you go to your source tree, you'll see that change pops up here, which is cool. And what we can do is we'll go to main, or you go to commit right here at the top left. You hit on commit. Oh, you guys, sorry, let me see. So here on the top left, you hit commit, push. Make sure you check push at the bottom. This, make sure it pushes it to GitHub. Otherwise, it will just commit it locally. And first one. You don't want to commit message like this. This is just like the test run, just to show you guys. And now we get an issue pushing to get. All right, so looks like we haven't been able to push to GitHub, because if we refresh this, we're still at initial commit. Let's see what's up with source tree. Let's go to settings. We have set the protocol to SSH. So let's click on this, convert all to SSH. So is there something popping up? Let's close this first, and now let's try that. And if we try to push now, what happens? Yes, so now it's SSH. And this should probably fix the issue. Let's see. There we go. That was the issue. Because this was set up as HTTP. When GitHub stopped supporting HTTP support a while ago, I think in like 2020, 2019, 2021, around that time. So that was our simple fix. Now if we go to our repo, we refresh this, boom, the first one, which changes you can click on the commit itself and it shows you the changes. We now say SwiftUI, and now whenever we commit something new, it'll automatically be pushed to the main, and we're pretty much set up. We did some learning today, and this is why this part is pretty tedious. Not super bad, but it really just takes Googling, Stack Overflow, as you see here, and playing around. Like, this post is from 2016, and there's so many answers here because the problem could be so many different, the problem can be caused by so many different things. So that's why there's so many different solutions. Let me know in the comments if you're still running into issues. Right now I'm using a fresh, clean PC just so I could walk through it with you guys, because I know that, again, you could have random errors. And I'm using an M1 Mac, by the way, because if you're using an Intel Mac, things might be different there as well. And you'll see things like that as you experience more iOS development and you go more in the industry. That stuff like that just happens, and you just have to be a good developer and put on your developer hat and start problem solving and thinking about how you can arrive at a solution. But that's enough of me talking. We're doing good. We made it through the first one. This is the tough one. The first one is pretty challenging, pretty tedious. And now we're almost ready to start building out the app. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome. Before we get into SwiftUI and coding, we need a few requirements. The first thing is we need Git on our system. And if you never heard of Git, Git is used for version control. You may have heard of GitHub, which is based off Git. They're two different things, but GitHub uses Git. And what Git allows you to do is version control, which is super helpful if you're working on a team and even by yourself, to be honest, because it allows you to have a copy of each version on your system.
instead of you have to manually create a copy every time you make a change. And if you're working on a team, you might have people working on a system simultaneously, and Git helps us resolve any issues and keep track of, let's say I make a change and my coworker also makes a change and there's a conflict between them. Git helps us handle that. So that's why it's super important to know. And the links will be down below, but we need to make sure we have it downloaded, and we need to download it using Homebrew. And you guys should have Homebrew installed if you have been following with Swift and programming for a while now. Both of these links will be in the description. For Homebrew, all you have to do is copy and paste this. And for Git, same as well. And if you're setting up Git for the first time, you want to make sure you run these commands: git config -- global user.name. And then you can put your name or a username that you want. And then you can put an email. What that's going to be used for is for on your machine, when you make commits, which is what we do in Git to push our code up or upload our code to the Git system. You see here it's tracking the author is my name and the email. And that's basically what this setup is for. And I'll link this article in the description as well. Now, once we have Git and Homebrew installed, we need one more thing. And now we're going to download SourceTree, which, as you can see here, it's a Git GUI, which stands for Graphic User Interface or Graphical User Interface. And SourceTree is great because it provides a graphical interface for us to interact with the Git instead of using the command line or the terminal. You may see quite a few out there in the field, but I've seen that SourceTree is one of the most popular ones, and I use it myself, and it's super dope. So we're going to go here, and we're going to make sure we download it for Mac, since you need to have a Mac for this. So you click download, agree. And once it's finished downloading, you just unzip it and install it. I already have it installed on my machine, so I'm not going to do that. And now let's go to Xcode. So now I'm opening up Xcode. I'm going to create a new project, and this is going to be the project we're going to work on. So make sure you click app, and I'm going to call this fitness. I'm going to just call this fitness app. And I have my name, the bundle identifier. You can just put com.your name. We're using SwiftUI, and we're using Swift. No core data or tests yet. Then we hit next. And you see here, create Git repository on your Mac. And this is a cool feature that Xcode gives us, because it'll initialize Git inside of our project folder. So you hit create. Now we're going to open up the terminal, and we're going to hit CD. And the cool thing you could do with terminal is you can just drag a folder into here, and it'll give it, and it'll drop the directory inside. So we'll say CD into this folder. And if you now type in git status, you'll see, oh, there's a GitHub project here, which is good. Now we need to go back to the browser, and we need to go to GitHub actually, because that's where we're going to host this. So go to your GitHub account, and we need to create a new repo. Call this, someone call it fitness app. You guys don't have to worry about the description, and don't add a README, and you guys can make it public. For me, I'm going to switch it to private by the time you watch this, but I'm going to initialize it as public, and we're going to hit create repo. So I'm going to open up terminal. And one last thing before we actually copy this over is we need to actually create an SSH key for GitHub, because GitHub is going to use that to authenticate us and allow us to push and pull from our repo. And this process is a little tedious, right? And it's one of those aspects of being a developer that you kind of have to just push through and use your problem solving and Google searching skills to solve these issues, because there is like no standard or wrong or right way. This basically pertains to setting up your system, and at companies, you'll be in charge of that, and they'll expect you to know how to resolve the issue, because in their eyes, it's just like a Git issue. Like, you basically just need to do some research. And in our case, what we need to do is create a SSH key. And this article right here is really helpful. And this is the one I used like a year or two ago when I was setting this up on my PC. And you basically want to follow each of these steps. You make sure you want to do this in your terminal. And for this part, you don't have to create a paraphrase. You can leave it empty. And it's probably better to leave it empty. That way you don't have to run into any issues. And then once you do that, you want to go hit this, put this in your terminal. You want to go to settings, SSH keys, new SSH key, put this in there. And then you'll have this, and then this should show up in your GitHub. Let me know in the comments below if you run into any issues. I know this is a little tedious, but hang in there and make sure you didn't skip or mess up any steps. And once you do that, you want to click on SSH, and you want to hit copy right here. And then now you should be able to push this local repo to this GitHub. So if if copying this line in the terminal is not working for you, like if it asks for username and password, then that means it's not working because GitHub doesn't allow you to do that anymore. We need to use this line right here. So I'm going to copy git remote set URL origin, paste that in there. And I'm going to copy this one. Make sure you're using SSH. You copy this and out. Looks like I missed a space. Delete it. All right, so that's set. And now I'm going to copy these last two. And boom. Now it's committed. And we'll see here we have Hello World. We should have the Hello World project. Yep. Boom. So our app is set up. And and one last thing. Hang in there. I know this is tedious and annoying, but this is part of being a developer. We can't always code. There's more that goes into it. The last part is now we got to bring in source tree. So what I like to do, so now we click here on local, and this will show the local repositories on your machine. And for you guys, you probably should be empty. You want to click on new and add existing local repository. You want to click on that, and now we got to look for the project folder. And for us, it's fitness app. And now you click on this, and you should see this, right? And you're like, what is this screen? I'm going to switch it to dark mode. It looks better that way. And now you're about to see. So we could close down our browser and let's make a change. Instead of hello world, let's say SwiftUI course fitness app. And let's hit Command B and let's run it. Oh, you see it's working in the preview. So what I'll do is I'm going to close this. And now if we go back to source tree, you see here it says uncommitted changes. And if we go to commit up here to the top, you'll see now it's showing you the changes you made. And now you can really see why source tree and a tool like this is very powerful, because you made a change and now it's reflected here. And let's say instead of making this small change, I made a whole bunch of I implemented a whole new screen into the app. Well, all the changes I made, they would be right here. And I would just have to check it. And now it's going to be staged, and it's staged to be pushed, aka committed to the repo. And for your commit message, you kind of want to convey what you did. And also your job, they may have standards on how they do commits. Like there might be a ticket number or some sort of set standard that they use to create commits. So for example, let's say the ticket here was, say it was app. This is the ticket number. And then I can describe what I did. So I can say home screen text fix, something like that. And then what I like to do is I like to just push these immediately, check push changes to immediately push. And what this will do is it'll immediately push, like it'll commit and push these at the same time, which just saves you an extra step, because after you commit, you'd have to push it and it just handles that for you. So we're going to hit commit. You see here home screen text fix. All right. And if we go back to our Xcode, it's working. Now something cool, if we go back to GitHub, let's go to the fitness app repo, and our commit is right here. We just did that. And now you see why source tree is really cool. And I could go in here and we could see the files, see the changes here, SwiftUI course, fix app. All right, and that's the first video. We did a lot of setup, so shout out to you for making it this far. We're going to get into some coding next, and it's going to be a lot easier. Just when we focusing on UI stuff, we'll be working with Git and using source control, but it won't be as Git intensive. So I'll see you guys there, and let me know in the comments if you ran into any issues or have any bugs. See you on the next one.
What's up, y'all? So you might be wondering, you might be asking yourself, why source control, right? Like, why are we doing this? Why does it matter? Why is it important? And that's a valid question, to be honest. When I was first starting up as a developer, I knew about source control, but it's something that's like you just forget about. And unless you actively try to practice and use it in your own projects, you kind of just brush it off. But when working on a teams or in a job or just building something, I found that using source control is beyond helpful and resourceful. Of course, if you're going into a job, it's something you need to learn, and there's no better time to learn it than now. And it's useful beyond a job, right? Like it's not just something that you learn just for work. Like for example, one of my recent projects, I wanted to change from core data to Swift data. And because of source control, all I did was create a branch, and I had a version of my app in core data and a version of the app in Swift data, just in case something happened and like it broke and I needed to go back to core data, or in case I want to just flip and compare how I feel about both of them. And that's the power, to be honest, of source control. That's one of the biggest powers. There's a lot more, of course, but stuff like that, because I remember like early in my journey, it was something related to persistence actually. Like I had core data in the app, and then I brought in Realm, and that was so early development. I didn't know what I wanted to do with in terms of persistence. So all I did was comment out all the Realm code, which is not the best practice. When with source control, you could probably just, you create a branch, leave it in there. And then if you want to reference it, you could just go back to that branch. But shout out to you for getting through the source control version. I know it can be a little tedious getting set up. Sometimes you have to do a lot of troubleshooting. You just have to Google a bunch and you find the solution. And if you have any issues, feel free to reach out on the Discord. You can hit in the comment section. Wherever you find me, just reach out and I'll get back to you. But see you on the next section. Peace.
All right, so I kind of lied. Well, not really, but what I want to do right now is I want to bring up source tree. And typically when you're developing, you don't, well, at least on a team, you don't want to have just one branch with all the code that everyone is pushing to. You kind of want to have a branch that's the most up to date and the one that's like the main branch that you're using to release your app. You want to have other branches that are for like bug fixes. So let's say you have a bug that you're fixing. You take the main and you create a branch from it. And then once you fix your bug, you send it back to main. And why do we do it like that? It's because on a team, there's going to be multiple changes and multiple engineers developing on a project, right? And in order to keep a version control and not have my code overriding somebody else's code, we take a branch from the main. Sometimes you might hear it as master or the release develop branch, whichever is the most up-to-date branch. You grab that and you create your own branch where you're going to implement your changes. And once you're done, you are going to send a pull request to the main one. And that's when your manager or your lead engineer is going to review it to make sure you're actually solving the problem, and also to make sure that the code is clean. And this is when you would have code review, and to make sure that you aren't overriding or changing something that's been implemented recently by maybe another coworker. You're going to select on the main branch, and you're going to hit branch. And we'll call this first branch. And you just hit create branch. And now you see we have two branches. We have the main branch and the first branch. So now that we did that, let's actually get into some coding. So we're still working on first branch. We're going to create a new file, SwiftUI view. And let's create a tab view first. So fitness app, and I'll just say fitness tab view. So we're just going to call this fitness tab view, and that'll be the tab view for the project. And in our tab view, you want to have a state wrapper for the selected tab. And if you're unfamiliar with @state, it's basically just telling the view that be mindful of the state of this variable, because changes to this variable update the UI and the state of the UI. So the view knows to listen to changes to this selected tab. And now here in the body, we're going to create a tab view. And you'll use this one with selection. We say binding selected tab. You hit enter on content. And now we need to create our tabs. And I'm going to create a new file. Call this HomeView. And here we'll say HomeView. And you want to add a tag to it. And for tag, you can usually use an int or a string. Those are the most common. I like to use a string. That way it allows you to be like descriptive in what selected tab you're using. Or sometimes you'll see an integer like 0, 1, 2, 3. Underneath this tag, you can add a tab item. Just hit enter. And you can put an image. And we can use a system image .house. Or not dot, but quotation mark house. And you'll see the house here at the bottom. And we're using SF symbols. If you guys hit plus right here, it'll pop something like this up on your screen. And these are just symbols that Apple gives to us to use in our app. And you can use them as long as you want. But yeah, this sets up our tab view. And you can add, let's create another view. Create another view, call this historic. And this is going to be used for the charts. Historic data view. And for this one, you call it historic data view dot tag. Call this historic. And tab item. For this, we use chart dot. We can use one of these. I think I like this one, the chart upline uptrend. And we need to call image first. And now we have 2 tabs here. And the last thing I want to do in the tab is in this init, we actually can put in some code to change the color of the tabs when it's selected. For that, you need to say let appearance equal UI tab bar appearance. And we need to say appearance dot configure with opaque background appearance. So you want to say appearance stacked layout appearance. And then you want to say selected. And the last one is icon color. And this lets you change the icon color of the selected tab. Go with dot green. And you don't see any updated yet because we haven't assigned this appearance to anything. So we're going to say UI, then we call UI tab bar. I'm going to say dot appearance dot scroll edge appearance. And we want to set this equal to the appearance. And one thing we didn't do is we can add a text here as well underneath the image in case you want. And we'll do that for this project. We're going to call this charts. And to change the color of the text, we call appearance again. You want to call stacked layout appearance dot selected again. But this time you want to call title text attributes. And now we have to use an array. And you want to call ns attribute string dot key dot foreground color. And this is actually a dictionary. And you want to set it equal to UI color dot label. Or you could go with green, but that may be rough on the eyes, or just not have any text at all. I'll leave that up to you, whatever you decide looks best. Now let's go to our home view and let's try to update some of our UI. First thing I want to add is a scroll view. We're going to have a scroll view in here. And one thing I'd like to always do is hide the indicator. I don't think it looks good. In our scroll view, we're going to have a VStack and we're going to have some text. Call this a welcome font dot large title. We'll add some padding on it. And underneath the welcome, we're going to have like the progress bars for your calorie, step count, and stand count. So for that, we're going to create an H stack. And in the H stack, we're going to have a V stack. And in the V stack, the first thing we want to display are the calories. And we're going to use mock data for now while we set up the UI. 123 calories. I'm going to set the font to call out for this one and make this one bold. We'll also make this bold and we'll make this foreground color dot red. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this and embed this in a VStack. And in this VStack, we want to do leading and we actually want to bring in spacing of 8. And we're going to copy and paste this because we also have the calorie or the active time. Basically the time spent doing activities. We'll call that active. And that is using minutes. So we'll say 52 minutes. And for active, we use green. And then we have stand time, which for that one, we use blue. And for this, we have hours. So we'll say 8 hours. And you're starting to see why we had leading. The one thing we missed is to add some padding at the bottom. We can do that to these top 2. Ooh, and that looks nice. The next thing we need is, so in this H stack is the horizontal stack where we have these calorie, active, and stand. And then we also are going to have the progress circles. So I'm going to add a spacer here. And this spacer, it literally pushes it all the way to as far as it can go. Meaning, so in this H stack, if I put a spacer and then put a V stack or a Z stack or another H stack, whatever I put here, even if I put a view, whatever I put here is going to be pushed all the way to the right side of the screen because I have the spacer before it. And then if I put a spacer after it, it's going to get pushed back to the left side. And now it ends up in the middle. But you'll see if I remove this spacer or if I comment it out, now we're all the way on the left side of the screen. And I'm adding spacers here to get it in the middle because we're going to add the progress circle in a second. And we're actually going to add some spacers there to get it so that our views are kind of like 1/4 and 3/4 of the way on the screen. That makes the UI look a lot nicer. And after this spacer, we need to create our progress circle. And for our progress circles, we're going to have a Z stack of the 3 circles. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one circle in this view, and then I'm going to take it out, put it in its own view so that our code is less messy. Because if you just, it's important to, especially something like that, that's like reusable, it's important to kind of take it out, and it prevents your views from getting very messy. And when you're reusing something, it's always important to consider refactoring it into its own view. And this goes back to like the drive principles. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. That's do not repeat yourself. So if you see yourself doing something repeatedly, think about extracting it to its own view so you don't have to write all that code again, and you can just call a view, or maybe it's like a class or an object. So let's create the progress circle. So we need a Z stack, and we'll literally have a circle, and we call dot stroke on the circle, and we're gonna call this one, and we're gonna do a color. So the first circle let's do is red, and the line width, this line width needs to be the size of the progress circle you want. So I'm gonna do 20. Then we need to create another circle, and this other circle is gonna represent the progress. And one thing I want to note is I want to actually add an opacity here. Do dot trim from 2, and this is going to be the one that tracks our progress. So this circle goes from 0 to wherever we are on our progress. So let's say we're at 0.3, and you see that effect. And to fix that, we need to call dot rotation, and the angle is going to be dot degrees minus 90, and we want to call stroke. You want to call stroke style, and then you want to say stroke style. And in here we only need line width, which will be 20. And now you see here we have like you see this is the progress, right? It's going from 0 to 0.3. One thing we need to add now is we can add a line cap to this stroke, and we can say dot round, and you'll see what that does in a second. Refresh the build, we get an issue. We need to actually call line cap in here, and you can say dot round. Boom, and you see that. And now we're missing the color, and you can add the color by just calling dot red here and then hit a comma, because this first argument is automatically a color. And this actually needs to be rotation effect, not rotation. And one thing I like to add to this was a shadow of 5. It kind of lifts it up a little bit. And now you see we have this progress. So now let's create a new view. We're going to call this progress circle view. Progress circle view. And we're going to go back to home view. You basically just want to Command X this out. Go to progress view and paste that in here. And we're going to bring in 2 things. So we're going to bring in bar tint. This will be a type color. And we'll just call this color. And we'll call color here. You can call color here. And we get rid of the dot. Another thing we'll have to bring in is the goal amount, which will be an int. So for calories, it'll be how many you want to burn in a day. Standing, how many minutes you want to be active. And for stand, how many hours you want to be. And I created a private variable for the width, just in case I wanted to change it in the future. Since we're using it in 2 places, this makes it easier to change it, so you're not having to look for where the width is and change it. And you want to make this of type CG float, otherwise it'll assume it's an integer. And now we need to bring in the progress, which will be a binding var. Call this progress. So type int. And what we'll do here to calculate where we need to stop is we're gonna say CG float. We're gonna apply CG float to both the integers, so the progress integer divided by the goal, and that'll give you a CG float that's between 0 and 1, which tells us where our progress is. So for calories, if you reach your goal, you'll be at 1 or above. If you haven't, you'll be less than 1. Let's fix our preview. So for the binding in your preview, you use dot constant, and we can set a value. Set our progress is 100 and our goal is 200. dot red. This should be halfway. And we get an issue. And we need to change this to a let instead of a var. And this rebuilds. Now if we go back to our home view, we can call progress circle. And for progress, we don't have anything yet. So let's go to the top and create a dummy variable. Make this an @state var. Call this calories. It's of type int. We'll say 1, 2, 3. And let's copy this for active and stand. Let's say I've stood for 8 hours and we had 50. So now we'll say dot. Actually, not dot. That's for the preview. For this, we use $sign to bind it and then calories. And our goal, we can just hard code it for now. Let's say our goal is 600. The color is .red for calories. Let's see if this loads. Boom. Now let's copy and paste it twice. And you don't see it. One thing we need to do is add a padding to all of 20. And now you see one of these, and we can change. This one will be green because it's going to be the activity. $sign active. Our goal, let's say it's 60 minutes. And we use a padding of 20 because that is the width of this. Each of these progress bars has a width of 20, these lines here. So this padding shrinks it enough that we can see it and it fits nicely. And if we do the same to this one, I believe it won't work. Yep, because we actually need to do 40. And this will be a color blue. $sign active. We'll say our goal. Actually, no, this is stand. And again, we're going to bring in HealthKit and actual data in the next section. We're just going through and stamping out the UI. And our header is coming out pretty nicely. We have the title, and now we have our progress bars. One thing we didn't do is we didn't add a spacer here. All right, so I'm going to add a padding horizontal to this. And this should be our H stack. I want to add some padding to this as well. So I'm going to copy this, paste that in here. Boom, this looks nicer. For this, I just do a padding of top and bottom. All right, so I'm going to stop here for this video. In the next section, we'll do the section below this that goes underneath here. Actually, before we wrap up, I want to make sure we commit our changes to source tree. We're going to go here to first branch. You want to stage these changes. And when you're making a commit, you want to review these and make sure these are the actual changes you wanted to make. Like in here, this is when we created our tab bar. This was the charts view. This is our home view, which sets up the progress UI. And this was our progress circle. So we'll say home header and progress circle. And we commit these. And now we go back here. And you see the main branch isn't updated, but if we switch to the first branch, it is updated. You see home header circle. You see home header and circle and progress circle. In a future video, we're going to actually do a pull request to merge this into our main, but we're not going to do that yet. The next video, we're going to be covering more UI. So I'll see you guys there. Peace. All right, so now we're going to work on the fitness activity. So let me open up the simulator to show. All right, so I opened up the simulator and we're coming along pretty nicely. We haven't set up the transition, and I don't know if we will in this course. We did this on the YouTube. To fix this alignment though, we just go up top to this VStack and we set alignment.leading, and then you can just delete this part. I just do it this way so I can get the auto completion on the alignment. I don't have to type it out. All right, so back to the simulator. So we're going to be working on the fitness activity section. So we'll need a title and then the button, and then we'll have an activity card. So let's do that. So first for the title and the button, we're going to need an H stack. In our H stack, we're going to have a text, which will be fitness activity, and we're going to have a button, the title and an action. Actually, no, wait. We want an action and a label. Print. We'll just print show more, and the label will be text show more. And I'm going to put a spacer between these to do that. And I'll do some padding horizontal. I want to make the font here title 2. Then we need to make some adjustments to the button. First, let's add some padding. I want to change the foreground color to .white and a background color. We can just specify a color we want, and we can assign a corner radius 20 to the button. And now I want to change the padding because I think the default padding is a little bit too big. So I'm going to go with 10 just to reduce how it looks. I don't want the button too big. All right, and that's that H stack. And we'll come back to handling what the button does. Now I want to create the activity card. That's what we're going to call this, where you can see your steps, your calories, and your running, your weightlifting for the week. So let's create that card first, and then we'll implement it into the home view. So let's create a folder, call this home. And let's drag this stuff into our home. So this is a part of home. All right. And in here, and we'll work on our folder structure in a second. I just want to create this home just to make it a little bit less messy. So we're going to create a SwiftUI view. And in this SwiftUI view, this is going to be our activity card. Activity card. You could say view, or you could just say activity card. So in this activity card, we're going to have to create the UI for these activity cards. So I'm going to use a Z stack. And in the Z stack, we're going to set the color. And I like using a UI color sometimes because it gives us some dynamic colors for light and dark mode. And in this case, I'm going to use System Gray 6. And you can add a corner radius of 15 to it. Now we need a V stack. And within our V stack, we need an H stack, which is going to be that top part of the activity bar. You see here we have steps and we have the person. So we need an H stack for that. Something else we need to take into account is, so this is an H stack and this is a vertical stack. So we're going to need a vertical stack for the first section, which is going to have the title and like a subtitle, and that'll go in here. So for example, the day steps, and you can have like a goal number here. Goal is 1,000, and that'll be the first part of the H stack. And then the second part is again the image. We want a spacer, and the image, I believe if you do figure.walk. Yep. And again, this is SF symbols, really cool resource. Make sure you put this in the quotations. And for this, we're going to add a foreground color of .green. And the card might be looking a little weird here on our custom view, but you'll see when we implement it in our home view that it'll actually look good. And here in this V stack, I want to do a spacing. In our V stack here, I want to do two things. I want to add an alignment of .leading and a spacing of 8. That'll give us some more spacing. And it looks like we need to adjust our H stack alignment to top. That you saw that the image shift a little bit. I think that'll look a lot nicer because otherwise it's centered. So the image would be aligned with like the center point of this V stack here. And that wouldn't look good. And then the last thing we need is underneath this H stack, we just need the amount. So it's a text, and let's say we have 6,000 steps today. And I want to change the size to, let's say title. We can make this bold. I kind of want to add some padding to it. There we go. The last thing I want to do in our activity card is add some padding right here underneath this V stack. It'll just bring everything away from the edges. And this looks good. Let's go to our home view and try to implement this. Let's see. So we're going to use a lazy V grid, but let's see if I just put this here, what it looks like. This is how it looks like if you just place it in your home view, but this is not how we're going to use it. I wanted to test it out. Not too crazy. All right, so we're going to type in lazy V grid in here, and we're going to use this one. And what is a lazy V grid? So all grids in SwiftUI are lazy by default. Grids are used to display data. And let's say you have a bunch of data. You don't want that data to be loaded all at the same time. That might be very taxing on the phone and on the device, and it might make things slow. So what the lazy V grid does is it lazily, aka it loads pieces of that data at a time just to be more efficient. That's for like the lazy part. And for the grid part, it allows us to create grids on our screen. All we need to define is the columns we want to have, and we need to define that as an array of grid items. And in this array, the number of items you have in the array will be the number of columns you want to create. In our case, we want to create 2. And one nice way to do that is you can actually call array, and you can say repeating count, and then we can have the grid item. We can call grid item, and use a spacing of 20 and count 2. Now you hit enter and let's put circle in here. You'll see what this does. So I put some circles here just so you guys can see. So we have the 2 columns that we created with this really cool method of just calling array, tell them that the items are going to be grid items and we want a spacing of 20. And this handles the sizing for us. And you saw here we had a repeating count of 2. Like if we did 3, this is what happens if you do 4. And the really cool part is you don't have to worry about the size of the items. It's taken care of for us by default. But now in this lazy V grid, I'm going to want a for each, because we're going to want to display an activity card for each activity that we are tracking in the app. So we're going to say for each data and content. Typically we would do a for each, but we haven't created our mock data yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to display the activity card really quickly. You can just copy and paste that and just to see how it's looking on the UI side of things. And you can paste a bunch. And oh, my canvas went away. So you paste a bunch and you see it's coming out nicely. The only thing that's missing is a horizontal padding here. Oh, and it looks like we need to change the size of our... Oh yeah, we didn't change the size, so this needs a caption. There we go. So this is looking really good. The last thing we need to do for our activity card is we need to make it more dynamic, because right now everything's hard-coded. And we can do that by, first we have to create a model. We'll call this activity. And in this activity, you want to have an ID. You want to have a title, string. You want to have a subtitle, string. We want an image, which will be this image that we're displaying here. And we can just use a string because we're going to be using SF symbols for all these images. So we'll just put the name of the SF symbol. We also want a tint color because we want to dynamically change what color we put on the image. And lastly, the amount that we're going to display on the screen. And once you build that out, you call a state var activity of type activity. We'll get an error with our preview. Hit fix, hit activity, 0, day, steps, goal. Say, oh, we need a string. Say our goal is 12,000, image, figure dot walk, tint color dot green. And amount is, say we have 9,000 or something. Now we just go through our activity card and assign the activity to all the hard-coded strings. So first is title. Next is activity dot subtitle. Next is activity dot, this is image. And next activity dot amount. And and one thing we can't forget is we need to change this to activity dot tint color, because this will be the color of our image. And looks like we have an issue. This needs to be a string. What is our issue? Oh, we have to get rid of all this in our lazy V grid. All right, so updated. Yeah, we have 12,000. So to implement our activity card, we need activity. So at the top of our home view, we can create some mock data really quickly. We'll call this mock activities. Be just an array. So we're gonna move all this stuff out into a view model. But for this initial UI setup, we're not going to do that yet. And we're just going to have the mock stuff here in the view. I'm going to copy this a few times. And I want to change this to like red, blue. All right, so now I've stamped out my mocked activities. And we can use that in a for loop now, or a for each. You just say mock activities. We'll say activity card equals activity. Oh, we have 2. The identifier, we can use .id. So I have the activity card here set and it's mocking this data. And it looks good. We have all the colors, green, red, blue, purple. Change this to run. These numbers look right. And this looks really good. Before we wrap up the video, we need to make sure we commit all of our changes. So you see I've already staged some of the changes. The activity card, we created it from scratch. So that's this whole new file. In our home, we created the mock. We changed this alignment to leading to shift this. We added the activity section. And this is here because if you guys remember, we moved the progress circle into a new folder. So this is displaying that basically. Section 1.3. And what we did was fitness, home screen UI, and activity card. And we just commit these and it'll be pushed. And if you check your GitHub, You should see those updated reflected. All right, so we just went through and set up our fitness activity. The next is we're going to be working on displaying the UI for the previous workouts. See y'all there. So now let's bring in recent workouts to our app. So for the recent workouts, we can copy this part and put it in here. And we would just have to change recent workouts. So you guys might remember I mentioned the drive principle, which is do not repeat yourself. And in here, we have this here twice. But the rule of thumb that I like to use is if it's more than twice, so if it's 3 times, and if it's something more complex, like this is just a text and a button, we don't really need to create a whole nother view for this unless you really want to. And actually for our use case, we're going to have to change this from a button to a navigation link, because for recent workouts, I actually want to navigate to a screen that's going to display a list of all the workouts instead of displaying them here. So we're going to need navigation link, and you want to use destination and label. The destination will be an empty view, and we can cut this and put that as our label. And then we could just remove this button. And this won't work because we're not in a navigation stack. So we're going to have to scroll all the way to the top. Hold on Command on the keyboard and click on this. And then you can click embed, and we can embed this in a navigation stack. And now if you click on this, it takes you to the navigation stack. Voila. So I'm going to create a new file. We'll call this workout card, just to keep it similar as activity card. And in our workout card, let's look at this. So all of this is an A stack. First we have the image in the A stack, then we have a V stack actually. So this is in the V stack as well. And in the V stack we have the text, and we have an H stack that gives us this. But we're going to make a little bit of changes here because I want to actually incorporate the data as well. But we're going to start off with an H stack, and the first thing is an image. Do figure.run. Make this resizable, scale to fit. Create my own width and height for this, 48 by 48. And of course you need a foreground color, green. And I create some padding in order to create that background, because you can use a gray, and a gray with an opacity 0.3. Actually 0.1. 0.1 looks good. Then you just apply corner radius. I went with a corner radius of 10. And now in our H stack, we did the image. After the image is actually a V stack. And let's create an H stack. I know I mentioned earlier that in this V stack it was just a text, but we're going to add something here. So in this V stack, we're going to have 2 H stacks. This top one and then this bottom one. So in this, let's do running. And I actually want to have the minutes up here. So we'll do 23 minutes. And we put a spacer there. And then underneath this is another H stack. And for the text, I want to have the date first. So let's say August 3. And we'll need another spacer. And down here, I want to have the calories burned. So I don't know. I think you burn a lot of calories when you run. And one thing that we're missing is I want to add a spacing. Good. And it looks like we need some padding. All right, so this looks good. We just need to change the title. I went with the font title 3. We can make it bold. So let's leave it like this for now, and we'll come back and make some changes. But we actually want to do something we did in activity card, which is we're going to create our own workout. Create our own workout struct. And I'm going to create an ID with it again. And we want a title for it of string. We need an image string. That time. Well, not time. You could say duration is a string. And we can say date is a string. Calories is a string. And we also need a tint color. The color. All right. And we'll do the same. We do at state. Var workout. Type workout. This becomes workout.image. Title. Workout.duration. Workout.date. Workout.calorie. 0. We resume the preview. Boom, this is working. Now we can try to implement this into our home view. So if you saw, I copied this over because I'm going to create some mock again. Mock workouts, strength training. And I'm just going to do some updates just to play around with the UI. And let's see, red, boom. All right, so these are my workouts. Do very similar here. We're going to copy this. And at the bottom here, paces. And instead of activity card, we want workout card. And we'll do mock workouts for workout and workout. Hit Command B. So it succeeds. Let's look at our preview. Or yeah, let's Let's see what the preview's talking about. Oh, my mistake. My mistake. We're not using a V grid here. We actually don't even need any of this. We're using a lazy V stack. Sorry. And we can just put the for each in a lazy V stack. The lazy V stack works similar to the lazy V grid, except it's not a grid, it's a stack. So everything is stacked vertically, but the data is being loaded lazily. And you see we have some spacing issues, and I believe that's because we have a padding in our workout. So let's remove this, see what that does. I think we might just need, we just need to change it to horizontal padding only. Now if we close this and we go to our home view, and one thing we didn't do is we didn't change the tint color of our workout. So workout, go back to home view. Hey, this looks pretty good. And boom, we navigate here. I'm also gonna add some top padding here, just to give us a little spacing. I want to add some bottom padding to this V stack. And let's run this on our simulator actually. Our fitness tab view. Hit Command R. All right, here's our app. Is the navigation working? Yup. All right, so this is coming out really nicely. So now we set up our home UI, and let's commit this before we forget. So open up source tree, hit commit, and you can review these files. Yep. We added the mock workout. We added the navigation stack. That's what all these changes are related to, since we embedded it in the navigation stack. And then we added the lazy V grid, and we added the H stack for recent workouts. We added the workout card, and this is, we'll say fit 1.4. And what did we do? We added recent workout UI and navigation stack. And we could just say home view navigation, and we can commit these changes. All right. Yeah, that's it for this video. In the next one, we're going to go through and start cleaning up our data, because our home view is getting pretty long and it has a lot of hard-coded strings, and we have all this stuff here. We're going to take that out and put it into a view model. So see you guys there. Now that we wrapped up a good portion of our UI for our home view, you'll see that we have a lot of stuff in our view, which is not good, because typically you want your views to be dumb, aka you don't want that much logic in them. You just want your view to display data that you pass it. And the way we have it set up now, if we were to integrate HealthKit, we would have to do that all in our home view, and it would get very messy. You would have a lot of logic, or they would call it business logic. You heard that? You may have heard that word before. In our view model, you can think of business logic as the data and the whatever processing or manipulation you do to that data. So for example, the data here, we would have to convert this day into a string like this, get the minutes, get the calories, things of that nature. Why do we care about architecture patterns such as MVVM, and why are they important? One of the main reasons is they separate certain layers of your app or code base. For example, MVVM, the main separations that happens are you have model, which ends the M, you have view, and you have view model, which is the VM. And what that pattern is doing is making sure we have some separation in our code. We have our models, which is like the data. And in our case, could be like for example, the activity. This will be a data. And this right here would be like one data point. And you have your view, which is be like the activity card, or even the home view, which is basically just displaying the UI. We give it some data. And we have a view model, which we haven't done yet. But the view model will take the data, perform any manipulations that we need to perform on it, and it'll pass it to the view. And as the user interacts with their view, we can update and manipulate our data from the view model and pass that to the view. So let's create a view model here. And I'm going to call this home view model. And I'm creating it here. And I'll take it out into its own file in a second. Just want to create it here so we can see it. So it's a class. So we'll call a class home view model. And you want to make this an observable object. And this applies, and this is actually changing for iOS 17. But for right now in this... And this way we're doing it is actually changing in iOS 17. But in our course, we're going to do it like this. And then in the future updates to the course, we'll update to the new method of... All right, so you're going to do a class called home view model as an observable object. And we need to make the object observable because we need to observe of any changes made within this home view or view model. And now we can move this mock data into here and this mock workout into here. And we'll create a state object, call this view model. and we'll call this home view model. And we make sure we add the state object wrapper to our view model. That way our view knows that it's holding an instance of the observable object or of a observable object, which in our case is this view model. And you see we have this, but now we could call view model dot activities, hit Command B or refresh your preview. And this loads up. And one thing I want to note is we don't have to do this right now, but let's say this mock data was changing. We would have to add an app public. And this is what we'll do later down when we're actually integrating HealthKit to let the view know that this can change and will change. So make sure you're listening to changes. The publish lets the class know that changes to this variable need to be published, and then the view will automatically know, and when changes happen, the view will be updated. But we don't need the publish wrapper for now, and we can move this in. And I believe we could get rid of our at state because again, that's not updated. And we pass in this. Let's see if we rebuild your preview, and it's working. So now we've created our view model. Let's take this out, and I'm going to create a new file. This time is a Swift file. We'll call this home view model. Closed it. Hit Command B here. Rebuild our preview. We have no errors. So let's talk about folder structure now, because this is getting a little big, right? And there's a few ways we can go about this. One that I like is in the home. You can create a folder for views, one for models, and one for view models. And for folder structure, there is no rule per se. Like, it's up to whatever code base you're working on or the team on how they set up their folder structure, and depending on what architecture pattern you're using as well. For example, if you're using Viper or something, you wouldn't have something like this. The only thing that's important is that if whatever folder structure you go with, you keep it similar throughout your whole code base and in the future. That way anybody onboarding onto your code base can have an easier time, because they're already going to have to read all those lines of codes, right? And having a structure can really help with the onboarding process and understanding what the code is doing. So now that we created these folders, we can move the home view in here. Our progress circle is also a view. And we can actually take out our activity, because this is a model. Put it in here. Create a Swift file. Call this activity. Command B. We don't have color, so we have to import SwiftUI. And Foundation comes with SwiftUI, so we can write over that. And we're missing workout. I believe we need to do the same for workout. Copy this, and we're going to create a new file. Call this workout. Get rid of Foundation. Hit Command B. Activity card goes in views. It's also a view. And we have the home view model. And now our folder structure is coming out really nicely. Let's go to our home view and make sure we didn't break anything. We got some errors just because we move things in folders. That's what happens with SwiftUI. Just hit Command B. Let it reindex. And our preview is running, so everything looks good to go. All right, so our home view is looking a lot cleaner now. We still have to move this data out of here. So let's do that. Let's put that in our view models. I believe we already have this data, right? In our view model, we have view model.calories, view model.active, and we have view model. Oh, and these are ints. I believe two. I like to highlight it, then do quotation marks, and then do parentheses. Then all you have to do is a backward slash here. It saves you a little bit of time. The other option is to cut it, backward slash, and then two parentheses. Let's change this alignment to leading, because it looks like the calories is off a little bit. There we go. That looks nicer. Because if you guys see without this, calories. All right, so now you might be getting some errors like this. Well, something I like to do is clean the build folder, close your home view, close all this stuff, clear all issues, and go back to your folder. And let's go back to the view. We're going to go to our home view, refresh it, and all the errors should be gone. And that's it for this video. So we're going to open up source tree, and we're going to go to our commits, highlight all of this, section 1.4. And in this section, what do we do? Created home view model and home view refactor. We're going to push these changes to GitHub, and we're going to do something different this time. Since this wraps up the home view section, I'm going to open up GitHub. We're going to go to our repo, fitness app. And now we're going to do a pull request, because when you go to the job, or if you're working on a team, you will have to do a pull request at some point. Let's say you fixed a bug or you created or delivered a feature, you're going to have to make a pull request. And typically with GitHub or whatever repo you're using, After a recent commit, it'll tell you, oh, like it'll give you a suggestion. Oh, do you want to create a pull request? And we can actually do that here. You see it's telling us you just committed a minute ago. So do you want to, or you just pushed a minute ago. Do you want to do a pull request? And now it's going to create a pull request. And why pull request? It's a weird name, right? But you're basically requesting to pull your branch into the main branch. And that's how the naming convention works. So we're creating a pull request. So first section of fitness app HomeView, create pull. So now we created the pull request, and typically when you create a pull request and you're on a team, there would then be a review, and somebody on the team, your lead, the manager, maybe even a coworker, they review your code and make sure it makes sense. And typically on a project, you might have tests that are run, and those tests would let you know, oh, if a test fails, then it means that your pull request is going to get denied, because that means there's an issue with the pull request. Since the tests weren't failing before, but now with your current pull request, it's making certain tests fail. And you guys can go through and review these changes that we made, but we already did that. And this is just for the people who are reviewing. So when you do a review, you can say code looks well, or if there's an issue, you comment on that. Good job. You probably don't do the smiley face, depending on the team. And that's me adding a comment. Now I can merge the pull request, first branch, home view, first sec, confirm merge. So now it says our pull request was successfully merged. And typically after a pull request is merged into the main, that branch will be deleted since it's not really needed anymore. We'll keep it in our project. But now if we go back to our code, we'll see that our main branch is up to date. If we go to our fitness app, we should see that our main app. So you see in our home, we have the folder structure in here, and we have the models. And now our main branch is up to date with the first branch that we were playing around with. And what we can do, to be honest, is we can switch over to the main branch, and we're going to do the rest of the course on the main branch. So we don't have to go through and do a pull request every time we finish a section. Although if that's something you guys want to do, then knock yourselves out. I'm not going to stop you. Now that we switch to the main branch, you'll see here you have this pull 5 and this 5 down. And if you read here, it says we're 5 behind. And that's because, so on GitHub, we made changes to the main branch, but in our source tree, we never fetched those changes. So we actually have to pull those changes from our repo, which is on GitHub, to update our main branch that we have locally. And when you're coding on a team, you want to pull from the main repo pretty much daily, especially if there's a lot of people making changes and things are changing every day. You want to make a pull request, because otherwise it'll bite you in the butt because you'll go through it. Maybe you'll spend a week or two coding on something. Like, oh, I'm ready to do a pull request. And you'll find out, oh, there's a bunch of merge conflicts because I wasn't pulling from the main branch daily. And it'll just waste a lot of time and cause a lot of issues. But yeah, that wraps up this video. In this video, we went through MVVM. We refactored our view model and created a view model. And we also created our first pull request. So shout out to you if this is your first one. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Over to the HealthKit section. I'm actually filming this video after completing some of these sections you guys will in the future. And if you guys do that before mocking your data, you'll realize that your simulator will crash and it won't work unless you're using a physical device. So to circumvent that, we need to mock some of our health data on the simulator. And just to show you, if I try to run my simulator right now, it's going to crash because it's going to try to find the health data and it won't have any. One of the reasons the app is crashing when we do that is because I was throwing the NS error, and the NS error will crash your app. Boom, and you guys see the crash happen. And we can close this since you guys know I might have that set up. All right, so to do this, we're just going to open up the simulator and we're going to go to health. Make sure you're using the device that you're going to run the app on. And you want to hit edit all. And we're going to select activity and workouts. Also steps and workouts as well. And we're just going to go through and mock all of them. So for workouts, let's add some workouts. So let's say we did some traditional strength training. We burned a lot of calories. We started at 7 and we ended at 8. Add that. At another workout, let's say yesterday. You could go a day long workout. All right, that looks good. Let's say, all right, we ran how many calories? Damn, you run for 2 hours. Probably burn like 1,000 calories. And 2 hours, let's say 8 miles. All right, let me add one more. Oh, I don't think I hit add for that. So 1,000 calories, 8 miles. Oh, I think I just did twice. Let's add some more workouts. Let's go back. Let's add some steps. So today, what is today? So today's the 7th. I'm gonna say, let's say we walked a lot. Damn. All right, let's add from yesterday. Yesterday was rest day, so not too much. Then, all right, walked a little bit. And this is all we're just gonna be doing. We're gonna mock as much data as we want. You can pick whatever date, whatever amount of steps you want to mock. And let's add some more workouts today for fun. Let's say we woke up at 3 a.m. You got to wake up early and grind. From 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. What did we do? We did sailing. We did some Tai Chi. I don't know how many calories you burn doing Tai Chi. Now let's see. Let's try to run our app. Let's see what this shows us. So we're still getting this error, and this error is partly due to my fault. We go to jump here, and instead of returning this error, do a URL error. Bad URL. We haven't implemented error handling in the project yet, or like legit error handling, so we'll do that later down in a different section. Now we need to do that here. Jump to definition. This bad URL. I'm gonna copy this in case we need it again. Let's look for any more NS errors. Yeah. So this is the Apple Watch stuff, which we haven't mocked yet. That's why we get an error. Let's see if there's any more. Now we can run this bad boy. Now we get 60 minutes. I think, yeah, that's what I had. I had 60 minutes. All right. I like it showing Tai Chi and running. And it looks like we need to fix some UI stuff here, right? Especially with like this line. We should limit this to one line. But now the app isn't crashing when we run this, so this is really good. So we fixed that part. A few things I want to note is, so you see here we have 7. You guys saw we had 7 of these, and one that was missing that we set up was calories. And that is missing because you guys see we don't have Apple Watch data, and it appears we're not able to mock the data the same way we are for like workouts and other things like that. And I'm looking into ways around that, but it doesn't appear like there is one. So we might not be able to mock the Apple Watch data, but we are able to do for the workout, so that's good. So we may change our implementation so that we actually do show the calorie box and just show that it's missing, or just show that it's like 0 or not applicable. And now I just want to go through and do some quick UI changes. So for this activity card, I want to make it one line. We're going to pause this, go to our folder, and we should be in our home, in our views, activity card. Be can set a line limit equal to 1. Minimum scale factor, let's do like 0.5. I'm going to copy that. And we need to go to our workout card now. And we'll do something similar here. Now let's run the app and let's see what it looks like. All right. Okay, this looks good. This looks a whole lot better. And if you guys wanted to play around some more, we could add some data here. And you'll notice that for running, we have 0 minutes, even though I added running. But I added running for yesterday. And the way we're tracking it in our app is we start with Monday. Today, I'm filming this on a Monday. So that's why there's 0 minutes here. But we can go in our health data. And again, you can just mock all you want, right? Like we can say we did kickboxing. Where is kickboxing? Equestrian sports. That's actually horse riding, I believe. Anyway, let's say we ran for a minute. We burned 1 calorie. Run that. Oh, it shows. So that's really good. And that's just something I wanted to go through with you guys. So make sure you guys set up your mock data and be careful with the NS error if you guys use that. We'll do some real error handling further down in the course. Let me know in the comments if you run into any issues, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back. All right, now let's get HealthKit integrated into our project. So to do that, the first thing we actually want to do is we need to go here to our projects, signing capabilities, and we need to add a capability. And that's for HealthKit. Once you have that, then you want to create a new file, Swift HealthManager. And why are we creating a health manager? It's just to stay within our MVVM architecture pattern. Because we could create a health manager that would be an observable object and can hold all of our data, but it would get very big and then we wouldn't really conform to MVVM anymore. So that's why we're going to create a health manager. And I actually want to create a group called managers and put that in here. So let's put it here. Let's rename this to managers. Oh, let me open my folder. Let's see. Looks like it's already in here. So it looks like there's a manager folder in here. I'm gonna just delete this. And now I can select manager. There we go. This will be a class, health manager. And we'll make this a singleton. If you're not familiar with a singleton, it basically is initialized only once in your project and you share that instance throughout your whole project. You may hear talk of the singleton being an anti-pattern or bad, but to be honest, there's workarounds to make it so that you can use it safely, and especially for a smaller project like this one, you shouldn't really have any issues. The issues arise when you're using it, like for example, if you use this in a view and everything is tightly coupled, then you can run into issues with that and you wouldn't be able to really do much for testing. But we're not really going to be covering testing in this course, and we're going to be using this in our view model, so it's going to be a little bit more extracted than it would be otherwise. All right, so you want to say let shared equal health manager, and then we can import HealthKit because we're going to need that. All right, so the first thing we're going to need to do is create a store. We'll call it health store, and we can just call HK health store. Then we're going to do some things in the initializer. Whenever this is initialized, what we need to do in here is request access first, and this is going to be asynchronous, so I'm going to use a do catch. And what we're going to do is you say do try await health store dot request this one, and this can be an empty set. And now we need a set of all the objects, and now we need a set of all the categories and health information that we're going to be fetching. And as of now, we're going to need the calories, because let's go to our home view. All right, so I comment this out and I put no there, and I'll go to my home view really quickly. And we're going to grab this data one step at a time. So first I'm going to do calories, active stand, and then I'll worry about these. So first you need calories. Then we need exercise. And let me actually instantiate these. So HK quantity, we want this one, active energy burned. This one's HK quantity type as well. This one is Apple exercise time. And for stand, we actually need something a little different. HK category type. And then we call Apple stand hour. And we're going to use this one. And you need to be careful because if you do HK quantity type identifier, there is an Apple stand time. This will give you the exact minutes that the user or the person has been standing, when what we really want is the amount of hours that they've stood or not, because that's what the Apple Watch does. So we're going to get these three. Then we can create a set from them. We'll say let health types equal, and you just create a set, calories, exercise, stand, and this actually needs to be of type set. Hit Command B. We should get no issues. And then we should have health types here. Oh, I got rid of the parentheses. We're not catching anything. So let's print error.localize description. So we got requested access. And now I'm going to do something. Let's initialize this at the top of our view model. So let HealthManager equal HealthManager.shared. And oh, this needs to be a static. Now back in our home view, we should get a request access screen when everything appears. Oh, and we get an error, and I know why. We need to go to our info plist, and we need to add a string, right? Privacy, and we need health usage, health share usage description. This one, please allow access, enjoy all features of the app. Close this, go back to home view, rebuild, due to an invalid value. Oh, it didn't save. All right, let's go back. Now it should be good. All right, loads, and it looks like we're not getting oh, there we go. It took a second. I think it's because it's on the preview. So it took a second. So now I'm going to create some functions that are going to fetch our data. And we'll have a few functions because we need the calories, the exercise, and the stand. So we're going to fetch all those. And we're going to fetch them one at a time. So let's say fetch today, calories burned. And this will need a completion because this is asynchronous. And let's return a result with a double and an error, and this completion returns void. You create the function. Now what do we need in here? So first we need to create our reference to our calories. You could copy this. Next we need a predicate. For this we use hkquery.predicate for samples with the start and end. So now we need two dates, the start and the end. The end will be right now at this very moment whenever this is being fetched. So to get our start date, I'm going to create an extension on date. So we'll say extension, date, and I actually want to create a static var, start of day. And you want to make sure that this is of type date. And we can call something very simple here. We call calendar equals calendar.current, return calendar.start of day. This is a neat function that that calendar has. It gives you the start of any date, and we just do it for today's date. And we Command B. We're failing because of this. And now we could just say dot start of day. And this is neat because in the future, or in any case, if you need, like if you have, let's say start of week, start of month, and it would just pop up here once you create it. So once we specify this, the predicate, we need to create the query. And for the query, you need to call HK statistics query, this one. The type will be calories. The predicate will be predicate. You get this completion handler. We can ignore this. This will be our results. This will be our error. And we can create a guardlet quantity equal results dot sum quantity. And the error will equal nil, else return. And in this return, since we're in a completion, we have to call completion dot failure. We'll say NS error. And now we can get the calorie count. Let calorie count equal quantity dot double value for kilocalorie. And we can just pass that into completion. Since that's a double. Oh, and we need to say success. And then we can pass it. The last thing we need to not forget to do is call health store dot execute to make sure our query is executed. Otherwise, you'll be wondering what's happening. We're like, why isn't this running? So yep. And now we're gonna do fairly similar things for the next two, which will be today's exercise time. And I'm gonna go up here. We're gonna do a lot of copy and pasting. So this is something you gotta be careful with, but it saves some time. So we do the exercise, And we'll do exercise here. And we need to call this exercise time. We need to change this from this to, should be minutes, since we calculate our exercise time based off minutes, or Apple does. And now we're going to fetch today's stand time, or we'll say stand hours, or hours stood, up to you. And we'll copy this one, paste that here. You make sure you put stand in here. Oh, and actually we can't even really copy and paste for this one because we need a different type of query. So I'm going to delete this, and we need an HK sample query. We'll use this one. The sample type will be stand. We pass in our predicate. For this, you do no, I'm just write no limit, and we should get a HK object query no limit. Nil as the descriptor. This will be results, and this will be error. I'm going to copy the guardlet, but we're going to have to make some changes. So this will be samples dot results as, and then you need to cast this as a HK quantity sample array. And now this will be an array of samples. And what I'll do is I will print samples and print samples dot map $sign. So I'm gonna do $0 dot quantity. Let's print that. For the completion, I'll pass in like a 2 or something. Success. All right, so my camera died, but I'm doing it like this because I want to show you guys what is in samples before we actually use this. So now let's use this in our home view model. So I'm actually gonna do this in the initializer of the view model. HealthManager dot fetch calories burned. We get this result. Switch on result. Print success. Failure dot localize description. And the last one I want to do is the stand time, since it's a little different. I'm gonna copy this switch. And before we run this, we're actually gonna need a device, and you need to have an Apple Watch. That's something I should have mentioned before, because otherwise Apple doesn't have a way to track your calorie or your energy time or your stand time. So make sure you get your device and then connect it to your MacBook. All right, so I have my iPhone hooked up. I'm gonna run the app. Let me screen record. All right, the app is loading up. It should ask for permission, and then looks like we need to wait until we request authorization. And what we can do is we can copy this func request HealthKit access, make this async throws, copy this as well, and we can simply just write this in here and clean up our private. And then in our health manager, we'll call that, this will be a task, try await. We should wrap this in a do catch block just to be safe. Localize description, and you paste that in there. Now we run this, and now our app shouldn't crash. One slight error that's making us crash is this actually has to be a HK category sample, not quantity sample. And that's why we have quantity here when this should really be value. All right, so we need to remove this into here once we have access. Now we run this on our device, and now it's asking me for my health data. I'm gonna hit allow, and everything shows up, and it prints these things. What are we printing? So our calories burned today. This is my calories burned. 2. I don't know what this 2 is. Oh, it's from our stand hours. I think our completion handler we have 2. But what we really are looking for is this array here. So this array is coming from this line right here. And this is an array of zeros. What does this mean? So for our stand hours, if we have a 0, that means that the user actually stood up that hour and walked. There's a minimum requirement for your Apple Watch to mark an hour as walked or stood. And if it has a 0, that means you did stand. And that's the number we're after. So a neat way to get that number is we're going to say let stand count equals samples. You can use dot filter. We'll use the curly braces, and we'll say when each value equals 0, we want to filter the array for that. And then we just want to return the count because that's how many hours we've stood. So for example, right here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So actually, before I run this, stand count. Now we should see stand count being printed. And this is an int, actually, not even a double. So we can pass an int, And we'll have to change our home. No, I think that's it. So now we run this and we should have 10. All right, so it's loading up on my end. And oh, there we go. We see 10. So that means this is working. Now I just want to create some functions that will be doing this for us. So let's create a function called fetch today calories. And I'm going to copy this, do it 3 times. Fetch today exercise time. And then fetch today stand time, stand hours. And we can cut this, put it in here. And it doesn't matter that this is asynchronous because we'll call, whenever this completes, dispatch queue, we're going to call main.async. And we're going to say hours. And we're going to want to set this information here. So we're going to have to actually publish these changes because this is going to update our UI whenever these are fetched. This will be active and this will be calories. So let's do exercise. We'll just keep it as exercise since we have calories and stand. So we want to update stand equal to hours. And this, how do we want to handle it? So we have it marked as an int. How are we using it in our home view? Let's see. So at the very top, we're using it like this. So to make our lives easier in our view, we can make these all strings. .0. All right. And then we could just do this. And we'll do the same for this one is calories. So we'll say, I'm going to copy this. This will be calories. This becomes calories. This becomes calories. Hit Command B. And now we're just missing Health Manager. Fetch exercise time. Switch over the result. I spelled exercise wrong. So we do EXER. Hit Command B. Oh, this should be. Oh, we're using calories here. That's why it was that's why they were ints. Oh. Actually, let's correct our mistake then. Let's make these all ints. And that'll be better than a double because it'll get rid of the decimal for us. So now what we do is we can say, we cut this out and we just say int. Do the same for this, cut it out, and we write int. Command B. And for this, we can just scrap everything. This is exercise now. This is also exercise. Hit Command B. And now this succeeds. If you run this in our preview, we should have 0. Yep. And now I'm going to run this on my device. So we Command R. Let me record. And it's never going to update because we're not calling this function. So we need to say fetch today calories. Fetch today exercise. fetch today's stand hours. So now we run this, and these should all be fetched. Boom, and it loads up nicely on my screen. And let me check with my Apple Watch. Yup, it matches up. I'll do a picture for reference, just so you guys can see that I am not lying. All right, and I'm going to wrap it up here for this one. The next video, we'll continue integrating HealthKit and getting all the data into our HomeView. And before we do that, let's commit to source tree, right? So we got to commit all of these. So what changes did we make? They're just like the entitlements. Our home view model, and then our home view. Created our health manager, and this will be section 2.1. HealthKit integration and health manager. Push changes. All right, and then we push this up, and we get a success. This is looking good. We can close this. I'll see you on the next one. The day. And that's why I thought of going with the dictionary. But for our use case, we'll go with an array. If you want to see how it's done with the dictionary, you can watch that video. All right, so let's do that. So first, we need to go to our health manager. And I'm going to create a mark. You could do / capital MAR mark. And we're going to title this mark fitness activity func fetch today's steps. And we're going to need a completion. So let's copy this signature. And instead of an int, we can actually return an activity because that's what we're working with. So from there, we're going to do very similar to this, actually. Pretty much identical, to be honest. The only thing, so I'm going to bring this over. And the only thing we need to change is we're going to have to, in our request HealthKit, we have to fetch the steps. So HK quantity type. And then we go to step count. And we're going to copy this and then make sure you add it to your set. Otherwise, your app is going to crash. Then we change this to steps. Get this steps, put it here. Make this steps, make this steps. And this can be count. Hit Command B. And this is going to fail because we actually need to create an activity. Let activity equal ID 0. Title is today steps. Well, actually, no, this is the title that's going on our card, on our activity card. So that will be today steps goal. We can have a set goal of 800 or something. We're gonna hard code it for now. The image is figure. I think it's figure.walk. Yeah, figure.walk. It's SF symbols. If you guys aren't familiar with, it comes with Apple. And for walking, we want green. So this needs to be a string. So we're gonna call a string. We use string interpolation, and I'm gonna cast this as an int because this steps is a double and it has a decimal point. So to get rid of that, we just cast it as a string. Cast it as an int, and then we cast it as a string with string interpolation. The build succeeds. Fetch today's steps. All right. So in our app, we also had today's calories here, which you can remove. To be honest, this is optional. You could remove it and incorporate something else. I'm gonna bring it in. And let's create our publish var called activities. And this can be an array of activity. We'll initialize it as an empty array of activities. Hit Command B. All right. And now we can call our function. We create a mark here for fitness activity. And then we say func. We call this fetch today's steps. And to do this, we'll call our health manager dot fetch today's steps result. Switch on the result. So in here we get steps. We'll need to call the dispatch queue, and we can simply say self activities. You just append it. Append. Actually, this is steps. Actually, this is an activity, so we can say activity. We append the activity. Else we can just print this. Hit Command B. This is working nicely. I'm going to go to Health Manager really quickly, and I want to copy this. And I want to go to where we fetch the calories. And I'm going to copy this again. And now I'm going to change the ID. And the ID we could get rid of, to be honest, as of now, because we were using this when if you checked on the YouTube series, we were using a dictionary, so we needed an ID for that. But if we're using the array, we most likely won't need the ID, and we'll probably refactor that out in a little bit. This is we'll call this calories burned, and you can maybe just add today, see how that looks. And for the SF symbol, we can hit the plus over here, and if you just look up flame, that's what we're working with. .red. Then we're gonna go with calories here. And actually, we want to keep the int to get rid of the decimals. So calories. Boom. And now we should be able to run this, and this should work. But again, we need to do this on a device. So make sure you get your device. Switch to your device. Then you want to hit run, and I'm recording on my end so we can see it here. It's going to build. We have to allow access to steps because that's something new we added. We do that. Oh, and one thing I forgot to do is we have to call this and uncomment this out. So you can't forget to call it, right? And now let's run that now. Oh, and we're not even going to see this either because we need to change our data. So this is going to have to be activities. And I actually want to do an if for now. So if viewModel.activities is empty. So if it's not empty, you want to make sure you hit the bang before. So make sure it's not empty. Now we run this on our device and it should load. First, you should see nothing, and then you should see, boom, both of them pop up. It looks like for the 1,000, we don't have a comma or maybe a period depending on where you're located. So we need to create an extension on double to fix that because that's happening here when we take this double and we turn it into a string. And actually for our calories as well, when we do that in our home view model. All right, so we need to create an extension. I think we have one here at the top. And we're going to move our extensions out of here. It's just while we build our health manager, I'm keeping them here. The extension we're going to need one that takes a double and formats it to a string. So formatted number string, return a string. Oh, we need to create a formatter first. And this is going to be a number formatter. And for this formatter, you want to call number style. And then you want to call dot decimal. Then you want to also call formatter dot maximum fractional digits. And we want to set that to 0. That'll mean no decimal points. And we return formatter dot string. And then we call ns number with value of self. And then we force wrap this. And if we want to be safe, we can actually just put a 0 just so our app doesn't crash. Because I think, this would break if you put this on to be honest, it shouldn't break because we're going to be using this on a double. Just in case, you never know. Better safe than sorry. So now we get rid of this and just say steps dot formatted number string. And we're going to call that here as well. So let's cut this out. Formatted number string. Hit Command B. Boom, this is looking good to go. All right, so now we need to fetch all of our workouts for the week. And the way I went about that is I created one function for that. That's going to fetch all of our workouts for the week. That way we only have to do one query to the health store. And we'll call this fetch current week workout stats. And for this part, it's going to be a little different than the other ones. We have to call hk sample type dot workout type, create our predicate. We could actually copy this predicate. But we're going to need something a little different because we're not going to use start of day anymore. Now we're getting for the start of the week. All right, I'm going to copy this, change this to week. We need to make some changes. So we need to create some components. Components equal calendar.date components from. So in here we need an array or a set. And we'll say year, or we need to do dot year for week of year, comma week of year. And then you have date, and then components weekday equals 2. And this is going to return the Monday of the current week. And I start with Monday because I don't want to fetch data from Sunday. At least the way I like it is I would like to have the data starting from Monday. This is kind of like personal preference because you could start fetching from Sunday. It's really up to you. This is what I went with. Then we say calendar dot date from component. I think I spelled component. No. And this is an optional, so we're going to cast it and we'll safely unwrap it or nil coalesce it. Now we scroll down and we could say dot start of week. Now for a query, we need to call HK sample query. We need this one. Sample type will be our workout. Predicate will be predicate. And that could be workouts, to be honest, since it's plural. We're going to do no limit, nil. This is results, an error. And for this one is going to be similar to this. We're going to get an array of samples, except we're going to change them to workouts. So I'll call this workouts instead. Command B. Oh, it looks like we didn't create our completion. I forgot. So we're going to say escaping. And what I like to do, I like to just go up here and get the rest. Saves us some typing. And we can pass an array of here. Just highlight and hit the bracket. We'll pass an array of activities. And I think we have an extra. There we go. All right. So the 6 things I'm going to be tracking are going to be running count, strength count, soccer count, basketball count, stair count, kickboxing count. And why do we have a count here? And that's because we're going to have to do a for loop through our workouts. All right, so in this for loop, we're going to be concerned with for each workout, it's going to have a workout activity type. And we're going to look for the ones that we're interested in. And you could create a switch statement on this, but it's going to be a very long switch statement. Like you can actually play around and try to make it. And Xcode will make it for you, and it'll be like 200 lines. So instead of doing that, we'll just create a bunch of if-else statements just to give us a little bit more control and not have a crazy amount of lines of code. So if this equals, we're going to do running first. We want to do a running count, running plus equals. We can actually also do, if we can let duration equal int workout dot duration divided by 60. This will give us the minutes. Otherwise, this returns. We have to look up the documentation, but I think this returns seconds, and you don't want to fetch all the seconds in a workout. So we're going to do minutes, and we're going to plus equal the duration. All right, and now I'm going to copy this a few times. So 1, 2, 3, 6. And now we need to change this. So we're doing traditional strength. We can do soccer or football, depending on where you are located. Basketball, stairs. Actually, I'm going to go with stairs, climbing, and kickboxing. Now we just make sure we bring in these variables. All right, so now we have all the duration. Like once all this for loop completes, we'll have the length of each of these. And now we need to create our array of activities. And that'll make this function get really long. So let's create a helper function for it called func generate activities from durations. And what do we want to return in this function? So let's see. In this function, let's return an array of activities. And let's pass in, let's do running. So this is an int. So running int, strength, soccer, basketball, stairs, and kickbox. Be a type int. So we're going to take all these numbers and we need to create an array of activities. So we could literally just return in here, to be honest. So I'm going to copy this activity over and let's see. So this is going to be, actually, let's get rid of these IDs. So we're going to get rid of this ID. Now I'm just going through and getting rid of the ID wherever we have it. All right, so this will be, so the first one, let's do running this week. And we'll say, I think we do figure.run, green, and then we'll call this running. Put a comma and let's copy this. Let's do it a few more times. We need 6, right? So strength training, we could do, there's a few you can go with. You can go with strength training to get like the real one. You can even do dumbbells. You can choose the color you want to go with. Make this strength. And let's fix all of these quickly since it's pretty straightforward. Just copy and paste. All right. And now we have soccer or football, depending on where you are located. Soccer, figure.soccer. Soccer, let's do indigo. For basketball, believe you could do figure.basketball. Command B. Why is this an issue? Oh, passing these as ints. Huh. We'll use string interpolation then for these running. So I'm just going to create some string interpolation in here. Dun, 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 stairs. Basketball. Have soccer. All right. Think that should fix our errors. Now we're just missing stairs, stepper, or stairmaster, depending on how you want to call it. Kickboxing. Let's see what image we have for stairs. I think there's something for kickboxing as well. Hit command B. ID. Oh, that's just this. We can just say title. Since the title shouldn't be the same for any of these. Command B. Call this function here. We can just pass the completion with it. So success, running count, strength count, soccer count. What issue do we get? Oh, self. And this is in a completion. So we want to call weak self. And then in the guardlet, self equals self. Just to avoid any retainment cycles. And now we just have to call this. So func fetch current week activities. Let's do HealthManager dot fetch results. Let's copy this switch statement. This, let's be correct and call it activities since it's plural. And now we just have to call this function. Can't forget to call it. Hit command B. Oh, I think since it's multiple. All right. Now let's get our device and run this to see all these activities on our end. Oh, before we run this, one thing we need to make sure we do is we need to request access to our workouts. So we go here, put this in there, and add this to our array or our set. Now we can run this. All right, it requested access to my workouts. Calories burned, total steps. Oh, and this isn't going to execute because we never called the health store. Dot execute our query. Got to make sure you call that. And let's see, we'll make sure we're updating our UI on the main thread. Yeah. Now let's run this. All right, so this loads and it's showing all of our, it's showing our data correctly. It's showing the minutes and the calories and all that. One thing that we should probably add is minutes here at the end, just so the user knows that these are minutes, because otherwise it's just a number. And I think we need to add a little, or we need to do a little bit of more formatting for our, like for strength training, just to make sure it's not cut off. But now we're fetching our data successfully, so this is really good. And I'm gonna stop here for now. So what do we need to do? We need to go to source tree, click on fitness app. We're gonna go to our commits. Yeah, we got rid of the ID. We made sure we have activities. This is our extensions, and we added access. All right, this looks good. And this looks good as well. Section 2.2. This was fitness activity for the week. And we commit. All right, good job, y'all. See you on the next one. All right, so we've already fetched these. We fetched these. We just finished fetching the fitness activity. Now I want to go ahead and work on the fetching the recent workouts and setting that up in our health manager and our view model. So that's what we're going to do. So let's go to our health manager, and hopefully you're already there. And let's create a new mark. I have this saved as a code snippet. To create a mark, if you guys don't have it saved as a mark snippet, you do -- mark, and I think we can have a space here. You do mark : and then you can write recent workouts. And let's say func fetch workouts for month. So we're gonna call this function fetch workouts for month, and we're gonna pass in the date. Call this month, and it'll be a type date. And what this will do is we'll just pass in a date. It doesn't matter what date. We'll just make sure that the date is for the specific month that we want to fetch for. So let's say we were fetching for June. You just want to pass in a date that takes place in June. And this is going to be asynchronous, so we can copy this. Instead of a activity, we throw in a workout. Yeah, we return a workout. If you guys remember, our workout is what we use for the, this we have extra. The workout is what we use for the recent workout section. We can actually go check it out. Let's see. All right. It's set up like this. All right, now we're going to do something a little bit similar. So we're going to we'll grab these. And we're going to have to make some changes here, though. So we need to get the start and the end date of the month. And we don't have that here. So let's create a function, get or let's say fetch month, start, and end date. And we can make this a function here, or we could create an extension on date. And it really depends if you may use this again in your project. And in our case, maybe we will, maybe we won't. So let's put this in an extension on date. So we're gonna go up here and we're gonna say func fetch month, start date, and end date. And in here, let's return a tuple date. The first one will be start, the last one will be end. And we need to do something similar here where we created a calendar. Then we can get the start of month. We could just call it start date. And a cool thing we can call here is we can call calendar dot date. So let's use date, and we'll use date components from, make sure we use this one, and then we need to create an array here called dot year, then dot month. We'll say calendar, and we'll use start of day for self, since this will be for a date. And this is actually not even a start. This is a start date component. And now we can get the start date using we'll say start date equal, we'll say calendar dot date from, and we can say start date component. And I believe this will be optional, so we can just coalesce it to self. And now for the end date, we can call calendar dot date by adding value, by adding 2. So we're going to create our own date component, and we want the month of 1 and a day of -1. And what that'll do is we're going to add that to the start date. So we're going to go 1 month ahead, and then we're going to go back 1 day, and that's the end of the month. So then we just want to return these. So start date, end date. This is optional as well, so these should not fail. So we'll just coalesce them, or you could force them wrap, but it's very dangerous. You can shoot yourself in the foot. So now we have the start date and the end date. So let's start, we can call that here now. So let's start date, end date equal month dot fetch month and start date. This can be end date. All right, now we're going to create a query similar to this one. So let's do that. Let query equal, we're going to call HK sample query. This one, our sample type is workouts. Our predicate will be our predicate. We make sure we do no limit, and we actually have to add a sort descriptor because I want this ordered by the date. So we'll call let sort descriptor equals, what would this equal? So we need to call ns sort descriptor key ascending. Key is a HK sample sort identifier start date, and this would be true. Actually, it would be false. We don't want this ascending. We'll pass that in our sort descriptor. Ignore this. We'll call this samples. Call this error, or let's just call this results, since that's what we did earlier. Just keeps it similar. And I'm gonna go bring in this garlet, and let's change this to a URL error for now, because if you guys saw, if we throw the NS error, it crashes your app. Command B. What are we missing? Oh, we're missing a parentheses here, so that means missing one there. All right. Oh, this needs to be an array. So, all right. Once we have our array of workouts, we want to convert this to our workout model. And the first thing we need to do is grab the title. And Apple doesn't provide us any way to grab a title. For example, if we went to workouts.first, if you played around with all these and tried to see what they had, you would quickly find out that this doesn't give us a name or anything. And something we can do is we can create our own extension that'll get the name for us. And shout out to Stack Overflow, actually, because this is a question that was asked before, and someone created that extension for us, and we can literally just copy and paste. And I'll put this down below. And now let's create a new group called utils. And in here, create a new file. And what should we name this? We should name this HK workout type. I think it's activity type. Activity type plus ext. And we can paste that in here. And we might have to create our own. And actually, we will most likely have to create our own for the image. And we'll have to import HealthKit in our extension. And we get the errors from here. So now in this type, we'll have access to this name. And the next thing we're missing is we need the image and the tint color. And to be honest, in an official application, you'd have to go through and, especially if you're gonna have users using this and they're gonna have all different types of workout, you're gonna have to go through and do this for the name, for the color, for the image, and I think the others we can get from HealthKit. Something I want to try to do is I want to go to ChatGPT. All right, so I'm gonna go to ChatGPT, and you guys should be using this here and there if you're programming. Super helpful tool. I'm gonna paste our extension in there, and before I paste it, I'm gonna ask it if it can create another variable named image that returns the SF symbol image name for the given workout. So I like to say please, just you gotta be nice. Please, we'll say that will return the SF symbol for each workout type. And let's actually make sure we know. Let's say Swift. Let's see what it says. All right, so I was making it. I think some of these are sports court. Is that a SF symbol? Oh, it is. There's going to be a lot of sports courts. Make this. No. Oh, so it looks like based off what I told it, it generated a UI image. But we can still copy this over and we can just change the bottom line. So instead of UI image, just return a string. And we can return symbol name. A little different. Saves us a lot of typing though. And for figure.baseball, for some of these issues, it'll be quick to fix. Like for these, I'll fix. You guys can go through and fix the ones you want. In order to save some time, I'm just gonna keep it like this. And let's go back to our health manager. So now we have the image, and all right, we'll ask ChatGPT for another favor. Create a new a random. We say that returns any color for each type. No, make this a SwiftUI color. Oh, this is cool. So copy this. Go back to our extension. One more paste. I think we have to bring in SwiftUI here. We have no workout called skiing. Maybe that one. It's being used twice, so we might as well just move snowboarding into this one. .snowboarding. And yeah, we're missing SwiftUI. Import SwiftUI. Looks like ChatGPT messed us up. So now let's see what it says if we do this. Will it fix it? Yeah, there we go. This looks right. And we just copy up to here. Now we hit Command B, and this is in a sport. So let's see what we're able to do. And I'm gonna go here and create this, make this optional, just cause I'm not sure if we are gonna need it. So let's say let workouts. We'll call this workout arrays. We're gonna say workouts.map, and then we wanna call workout. This can be new, so let's get rid of this. And we want to do $0 dot workout type dot name. Here we want to do dot. I'm gonna copy this and then just change this to image. And B, and then you paste that in here. Change this dot color. For our duration, we can get that from our workout, but we need to cast it as an int, then divide by 60 because it's returning it in seconds. So $0 dot duration and divide by 60. That'll give you the minutes, the date, workout. You can say dot start date, the calories, statistics for, and we'll use total energy burned. Looks like it's being deprecated in the future, but we'll use total energy burn. You want to say double value for kilo calorie, and this is a double. And we want a string, right? So we have an extension we made, so we can format it. Now we hit Command B, and we can call our completion success workouts array. Oh, so this can be nil. In that case, just pass 0. or we could do a dash just to indicate that we don't have the calories. Oh, so this needs to be, so if we go back to our workout, if you guys remember for our date, we're using a string and we had a specific formatting that we can see in our view model. We had a formatting like this, which is just the month and then the date number. All right, and to achieve that, we're gonna create another extension. So let's scroll up to a date extension up here. And the extension we need to create is a func format workout date. This would be, you return a string. So to format the date to a string, we need to create a formatter first. This is type date formatter. Then we need to call formatter dot date format, and you want to set it equal to the date format pattern you want to go with. And for us, we do month lowercase d, return formatter dot string from self, which will take whatever date we're using this extension on and convert it to that type of string. So we'll go back here to start date and let's say format workout date. All right, let's close this. It's asking us for the ID, pass in nil. So we're getting an issue because we have this int here. So we can actually just use string interpolation, pass it in there, Command B. And now we get an issue because this is optional. Boom, that gets rid of that. We'll do a dash instead of a 0 just in case, because that means we fetch all the other information, but there was a dash. Or not, we don't have the calories, so instead of doing a 0, just do a dash. All right, so let's try to implement this. So let's go to our HomeView model, create a func fetch recent workouts. So we'll call HealthManager.fetch workouts for month. For now, let's just pass in this date. I think we have this up here, right? So I'm gonna cut the switch and then remove this. I'm gonna call that function here, recent workouts, right? Paste that in there, and then we have to title this result. Hit Command B, and now this will be workouts, and we can publish this workouts, array of workout. And we'll do something similar to this, but instead we just put workouts. Hit Command B. All right, so this is working now. So let's run this on the good old device. Let's run this on the device and see what happens. And we also should go to our home view and let's set this to workouts. And just so our UI looks better, I'm gonna do something where I'm gonna make this our workouts. Scroll down and make this an equals. Now let's run this. And we should see it change. And one thing I forgot to do with the change is we need to change this. I'm keeping it in here for now because we may or may not use this. It really depends further down the line when we get there. If you go back to our thing, it says it's still looking for a staircase. All right, this should fix the last bit of issues. And what I'll do is I'll create a GitHub repo for this extension. It should be helpful. And some of these may have issues, but it'll be recurrent, or it'll be continuously updated as I see any that we need to fix. But now if we check out our app, it looks really good. I'll probably change the colors a bit. I don't like the orange, and also I don't like the image for traditional strength training. So I'm gonna go in there now. It's just somebody walking. Let's do that one. We'll do that for this one as well. And let's do kickboxing. And I'm gonna update the color. Let's do blue. For this one, let's do green. I'm gonna remove walking from this. Put that up here. All right, so this is looking really good. The last thing I wanna do is we need to make a slight change because now we're showing all the data, but there's a few things we need to add. So this is a string. Where is this? So for duration, let's make sure we add minutes. And for this, so I'm going to add some parentheses here. And I'm going to add kcal just to signify that this is for calories. I'm going to run this. I'm not going to show this. I'm just going to run this and make sure it's working. All right, so the last thing I want to do is, if you guys remember, the way we're showing this, we don't want to show all the workouts, right? We want to only show 4 or a couple. A cool way we could get 4, and we don't have to worry about if there's less than 4 is we can call array And then we'll call workouts.prefix of 4. And this will take care of handling if there's less than 4 in this array. Otherwise, you'd have to do some weird handling of that. But array helps us out a lot, and so does prefix. So now we can run this, and we should see only 4 pop up. And yeah, that's what we see. And it looks like we need a little bit more formatting help. We'll be doing that very soon. And all right, so now we got our recent workouts, and it's pretty much set. Now we had to handle the show more, but we're not doing that yet. There's a few things I want to do before we get there. But for this video, we wrapped it up. Shout out to you guys for making it this far. One last thing, you guys remember, of course, you got to commit to source tree. This is just some project changes. We made this hashable. Our workouts itself. We added this to our health manager to help us get the start and the end date. We changed it to URL. We created this cool extension, which will be in the GitHub. Link will be down below. And now this is section 2.3, recent workouts. Recent workouts, we'll say HealthKit fetch recent workouts and workout type extension. And then we could just push these and we're good to go. So we commit, let it load up and everything, and boom. See you on the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome to the new section. Now we're going to be working on our charts. And if you guys remember, in our tab view, we actually named this historic data view, and I'm going to go through and change that right now. We'll just change it to charts view just to keep it simple. And we'll change this to charts and B, and that'll be this. And let's create a group for charts. Charts, and here do views, new group, view model, and another group called model. And we can remove the plural from here. All right, so let's move this chart view into this view. And let's get working on our chart view. Hit Command B. You might want to click away and then come back to it because it has to reindex. All right, so we'll want to create a VStack first. And let's create a text. Call this charts. And this is going to be the large title that'll serve kind of like a navigation title, but we're not going to have a navigation title since we're not going to be using a navigation stack. So I'm going to call font large title, and let's make this bold, frame, max width, dot infinity, and we can add an alignment, dot leading, boom, and add some padding to it. To fix the frame, that is so it's not in the center, we'll call frame max width, dot infinity, max height, dot infinity, and we need to call alignment, dot top. Boom, now we have charts up there at the top. So we actually have to import charts if we want to use them. And now that we imported it, we should have access to chart. You can call this one, which is content. And then we call a for each data and content. So we don't have our mock data set up yet. And then for our content, it would be the data point, and we would be plotting it to whichever bar we wanted. And in our case, let's go with a bar mark, and we go with the one with the X and Y. And for this information, we're going to need our mock data. So let's actually create that. I'm going to create class called charts view model, make this observable object, and let's create a var called mock chart data. So before we create our mock data, we actually need to create a model that'll serve as a data point, because in this array of mock data, we're going to have data points that'll be used in our charts to actually plot each of those data points. So we need to create a model. So let's create our model, and let's call this daily step model. And what do we need for our model? So you need an ID. So this equal to UUID, and we're gonna need a date because we're gonna be plotting our information based on date. So we'll call a date of type date, and we also need a count because we want the step count for each date, and that's basically what we're gonna be plotting here. And we'll make this a double. Now let's make this, and also let's make this model confirm to identifiable. Oh, there we go. And now let's use it here, daily step model, date and count. Let's use today's date, count. Let's say we took a lot of steps. And for our following data, we can actually call calendar.current. We'll call this one date by adding value to, and we're gonna add a value of day, and we're gonna use -1 to today's date. And what this is basically doing, it's assigning the date as yesterday, depending on whenever you're using this. And this can be optional, so we want to coalesce it to date. And we can just write in a number here. And now I'm just going to copy and paste this. And I'm going to chart data for a week. So let's say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we just subtract 2, subtract 3, subtract 4, 5. And one more actually, because we want 7. We want all of our data for the previous week. All right, so now we have that. Let's use that here. So we actually need to call our view model. So let's say var, we'll call this at state object var view model equals charts view model. And we'll call view model dot mock data. And now we can actually plot stuff for our X and Y. So we'll call dot value, key and label, or label and value. And for our label, it's basically the, what do you want the name to be? And we could use data.date, but I don't think that's going to look good. We'll fix that in a second. And the actual value for that is data.date. And I actually want to call a unit of day, just so the X value knows that these units are in days. Now we do the same for the Y-axis. We'll call value. The label will be steps. And the Y value is data.count. So this actually has to be a string. So we can call dot formatted, and adding this dot formatted will generate a string for us. And now if we refresh our preview, we should have some data. This looks good. This looks good. And a few things I want to add. I want to add a max height to our chart. Let's do 350. Let's see how that looks. 350 looks good. I think 350 is a good height, especially like on a smaller device. You don't want it too big. And our chart is hugging the borders, so let's add some horizontal padding. Horizontal. And we can change our foreground to green in order to change the color to match our UI of the app. And if we actually go to the tab, let's see how this looks. Hey, it's showing up. It's pretty good. So now, and by the way, this view, like this file is going to get a little messy, right? We're going to clean it up though. But for now, I'm keeping all this stuff in here just so we can reference it very easily and I don't have to jump around through files. And the next thing we're going to be working on, if you guys remember the app, we need to have multiple charts. Like we need 1 week. Like this right now is for 1 week, but we also need 1 month, 3 month, a year, etc. So in order to do that, we need to create an enum for it. So I'm going to create an enum called chart options. This enum makes it very easy for us to lay out our chart in our view. And we can create a case for every type of chart we want to use. So we have the 1 week, we have the 1 month, we have a 3 month, we have a year to date, and we have a year. We'll call it 1 year. Command B. No errors now. So let's go back here and let's make this iterable. Case iterable. And let's make it conform to string. And you'll see why in a second. We can conform this to 1 week, 1 month, 3 month. Make sure you use quotation marks. Year to date, 1 year. And now underneath our chart, we're going to create our button. And we're going to need an H stack. And we're going to say for each chart options, all cases, we'll say option. We're going to create a button with a title and an action. So the title will be option.raw value. Oh, we need to put string first. So it needs an ID. So let's see if what we can use we can use the raw value. And let's print option. And now let's refresh our preview. There we go. We have our date. Underneath this button, let's create a padding. And we're going to add a foreground color. Let's see what dot green looks like. And a foreground color. I'm going to do dot green here and dot white here. I just want to see how this looks. Oh, and this is supposed to be background. And let's do a corner radius of 10. Okay. All right. Now, in order to add more of our code, we're going to need to keep track of so I want to have this green background on the chart that's selected. So we actually need to create a state var that's going to be the selected chart. And we'll make this of its type chart options. And the first one by default is 1 week. And what we'll do is we'll use a ternary operator here. So if selected chart equals option, what do we do? So if it's selected, this basically means the current button is selected. So we want a green background and a white text for that. So if it's selected, we want white text. else gives us green text. Now refresh the preview and you see this works, and I'm gonna copy this, put it in here, and now we're gonna have to just flip this, because if our chart is selected, we want the background to be green, and if it's not, it can be clear. And now we can edit our action. On our action, we can say selected chart equals option, and we can actually watch. Look, it should work now. But what we can do is we can say, we can cut this and put with animation. And now it gives us a little nice animation when we click over. That's pretty cool. Let me zoom in a little bit. All right, so this is good to go. Now we need to do something similar here for our charts, except we're not going to use a for each because we're going to handle stuff differently for our data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this, create a Z stack. And I don't like when it creates a Z stack like this. So I'm going to, I hate when it does that. So we're going to create a Z stack. And we're going to switch over selected chart. And for the 1 week, we can paste that. And in here, we can actually call it empty view, empty view, empty view. And for fun, let's paste this into 1 year just to see if it's working, right? So we get empty view, empty view, empty view, 1 year. Hey, so it means it's kind of working. So you could go through and mock 1 month worth of data. And actually, let's do that, because you know what you could do that with very quickly is ChatGPT. So let's ask it to mock its data for 1 month and 3 months. So we open up the friendly neighborhood ChatGPT, create mock data for a month worth of steps using this variable, the array. Thank you. Oh, it's gonna take a second. And this is not that bad actually, but that's not what I asked for. Or maybe I should have been more specific. And maybe I guess this is why you don't want that. Let's see if it's changing the dates. I mean the step count. Oh, it is. That's pretty cool. So let's copy that. And oh, this is gonna make our file big. Sorry guys. Let's call this mock 1 month data. And I'm gonna copy this, paste that in here. We change this to mock 1 month data. Refresh our preview. The X and the Y is still the same. We're using the same type of chart. And boom. All right, that's very good. So maybe we should use something like this for 3 months. So what I'll do is on a init, let's see if we can run this loop for 90 days. And let's create a var. I believe we'll have to publish this change. Publish var mock 3 month data. Oops. Daily step model. Make this an empty array. I have to call calendar. Today is date. Oh, I think this is supposed to be current. Okay, that's the thing about using ChatGPT. And random step count fix. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll call we need to create a var here called mock data. This is actually pretty cool. Cool way to mock your data. Daily step model. We'll append it here. And when all of this is done, we'll dispatch to the main thread or the main queue. And we'll say self.mock 3 month data equals mock data. This succeeds. And now let's actually try to implement this. So copy that, paste that here, mock 3 month data. So our 1 month data shows up. Let's see what happens with our 3 month. Hey, we got it. That's really cool way of mocking it. And you could, to be honest, we can break this out into a function. Let's do that. Let's be good developers. We'll call this func mock data. And let's say days. Let's pass in an int for that. 4 days. Let's just say mock data 4. We can call it 4 days. What that means is we're going to pass in the amount of days we want to mock. And we'll put that in here. Actually, no, wait. So instead of 90, we'll pass in days. Here we'll call mock data for 90 days, which is 3 months. And we'll return an array of daily step model. And what we say is we'll call var mock data equals this. And then we'll call the main thread when this returns mock 3 months. And you can actually create a mock 1 month. And do we need self here? I don't even think we need self. And now we can just get rid of this, make this, create an app publish var. Make sure you capitalize the P. Hit Command B. What error do we have? Oh, we have to return our mock data. Oh, and this is pretty random. If you want to make it even more random, just make the range even bigger. This is fire. The power of programming. And you could do this for all the months. Or yeah, you do that for all the months. Except for these, I'm going to change things up. All right, for year to date and for 1 year, we're going to change things up. But we'll handle that in the next video. I'll see you guys there. But before we go, let's commit to source tree. Fitness app, commit. So we have some new files. Oh no, that's for moving it in a new folder. The fitness tab view, we renamed it. We created our charts view and all this chart stuff. This is from the previous video where we mocked health data. It was the first part of the section one. I did not commit those changes. All right, so this is 3.1. So in this section, we did chart options and mocked chart data. Chart view, charts view. We also created chart options and we mocked chart data. I don't know why I spelled chart data like that. And we can commit all these changes and it's good to go. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Now we're going to be continuing working on our charts. And this time I want to get some stuff set up for the years. And to do that, if you guys see for the bar mark, it's plotting every single day. And for the year, we don't want to do that because that'll be terribly inefficient. And it won't even look good, to be honest. Like even the 3-month one, it's not looking that good. So what we're gonna do is instead of using a daily step model, we're gonna create a monthly one. And to be honest, we could just copy this, paste that in here, and then just change this to monthly. All right, and a few things we'll do is let's change the count to an int. Let's see if that changes anything. All right, here, hit Command B. All right. That just gets rid of any, in case there's a decimal point, since we're not tracking half a step or anything like that. Now that we have the monthly step model, we need some mock data. So I'm going to refactor this name. This is going to be mock week chart data. If you guys don't know how I refactored it, I just select, or don't even select, just highlight this. Click, press Command, click on it. You highlight it, you Command click on it, you hit rename. And this will pop up. That's how you refactor. And instead of daily model, we want monthly. Fix that. And let's do like 3. The another thing we have to change is the month. Change this to month. And now what this is doing is, so for the date, it's going to use the current date for this one. We're going to go a month back for this one. And then the month further back for this one. And now if we try to map this, let's copy this. Paste it in year to date. And let's say mock, what did we call it? This is mock chart data, but we should call this, let's call it YTD, year to date. And now let's refresh our preview. Go to year to date. Ah, you see this. And now you see this issue. And that's because we have our unit set as date. So we actually need to change this to month. And now let's go back to year to date and boom. So it's doing June, July, and August, which is the months we're in now. And if we wanted it to be accurate, we would have to subtract whatever amount gets you to January. So I'm going to copy these, paste them in here, change a few of these dates. And for the monthly count, these are fairly low, right? Because we're supposed to be tracking how many steps we're taking in that month. But it's mock data, so it's fine. This is month 8, month 7, month 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like we have an extra. And we will subtract 3, subtract 4, subtract 5, subtract 6, subtract 7. And let's add a place here. And we're taking a lot of steps. All right. And yeah, like we're going all the way from January to August. Our data is crazy. Let's change this tool. And we got to go to year to date to see that. All right. All right, so we have that mocked. And you guys can change these up if you want. Like for this one, you could change it to a line mark, which it does look nice as well, especially for something like 3 months. Boom, boom. That looks a little crazy though. And yeah, you guys can play around with it. And for this one, I'm just going to set it to mock year to date chart data. This has to be month. All right, so we have our data mocked. The next thing we're missing for our UI here is we need to add the average and the total count, which is what we want to track for all of these. We want to track the average and the total. So that data is going to be held in our view model.
And what I want to do is I'm going to create a variable for each of those averages and totals. And this is kind of up to you because you don't need to do it that way, but I'm going to do it that way so we don't have to calculate it every single time. Because let's say we had just one published var, call this average, and we have one for total. The thing with this is you're going to have to do some calculations every time this changes. And some of the calculations won't be that bad. Like for this 1 week, it won't be. But like for the year and the 3 months, I don't think it'd be as efficient to just keep running those calculations. All you would really need to do is just create variables for each of them. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to have 1 week average, 1 week total. And we're going to need this 5 times. And we could group these. So this is 1 month. This is 3 month average. Month, then we get year to date and year to date, 1 year, 1 year. Already miss anything? So we have 1 week, 1 month, 3 months. Go here, go up here. We have an extra here. And now what I'll do is in the switch statement on top of the chart or above the chart, let's create an H stack. And in the H stack, we'll have text, average, and text. See what that looks like. It looks like by default we're being put into a Z stack, so we'll have to cut this out, put ourselves in a V stack, paste that in there, and I'm gonna extrapolate this into its own view in a second. But first I'm gonna create a spacer that'll push it all the way to the edge, and we'll have to adjust our height. Let's do like 400. All right, and this is green because we have the foreground color being set over here. We'll worry about that in a second. So we have our text, average. Let's see if we can create a V stack here with our average and then a text with our view model dot. Let's do 1 week average. I'm going to copy this in here, 1 week. And this is an int, so we'll have to do some string interpolation. View model dot 1 week average. Copy this. Paste it in here. Some spacing of 16. Right. Add a font of dot title. See how that looks. Probably title 2. Title 2 looks pretty good. And can we make this title 3? And I'm gonna scroll up and change this. So let's say if our average is that and our total is like, I think that adds up. It should probably be like 7,000 or maybe 8,000. I think that would make sense. Now, this is looking pretty good. I'm going to copy this spacing, put it in here. Copy this font, put it in here. Let's see if we can add a background color of dot, gray with an opacity like 0.1. And then add a corner radius, 10. And we'll need to add some padding before. All right. It's looking all right. Let's change this opacity to 0.5. 7. The foreground color is also throwing things off. There we go. Boom. This is looking pretty good. All right, and we'll need total for this. And now let's copy this formatting here. Put this in here. Looks like we need 2 frame width. So I don't like that they have different widths. We do like let's see what 100 looks like. 150. That width will be here. Let's add a width of 100. Too much. 80. 80 looks good. Let's put that on this one as well. That'll keep them at a similar height or width. Maybe we could do 90. Let's see. Yeah, let's go with 90 just in case we have a big number. Like for example, and we should test with a big number, right? Because for the year, we're going to have a huge number. Let's say you're a marathon runner. Oh, that's good. Fits. All right, so I'm going to take this out into its own view. We're going to go here, create a new file, chart data view. And we got to do it again. So let's actually delete the file. We created a Swift file and we need to create a SwiftUI file. All right, so chart data view, paste all the stuff in here. And let's make this a state. We may change it to binding. So the state var we want to assign will be average. Let's say this is a string. Actually, we could pass it as an int. State var total int, command B, this
average, and this becomes tot, right? CR average, something like that. It probably is not gonna look good in our preview. Oh, it does. It looks decent. Now we can call chart data view, and in our average, we'll pass in the view model dot 1 week average, view model dot 1 week total. Now we just need to do something similar for all of these. So, and before we do that, actually, let's adjust this height since we added some stuff. So the height kind of changed a bit. Let's do 450. This looks good. And now we embed. We're gonna do this for all of them. We're gonna embed them in a Z stack and paste this in here. So click on it, embed in a V stack. Enter that, embed in a V stack. Enter that, and one more time, embed in a V stack. Enter that. Now this is a 3 month average. 3 month total, 1 month total, and then 1 month average. You guys have to be very careful here when you're copy and pasting because you can easily have a typo and reference the wrong variable, and it'll mess up all your data. And you'll notice that once we're actually mocking and using raw datum, like you'll notice the numbers might be super off if you have any issues with this. So this is YTD average, Command B. Now we have 1 year average, 1 year total, hit Command B. We're succeeding. Refresh this, and we should see the same number for all of them. Oh, we see 0. Oh, but there's an animation you guys see. That's pretty cool. And if we actually enter in data, so that, and just enter, just put random data. Now we go to the year. Oh, we got 2 million. All right, this looks good. All right, it looks good. And now let's go to our tab view and see how this looks in there. All right. We're making progress. Our UI is pretty set. Now what we have to go through and do is actually fetch our data, and we'll be doing that in the next video. Right now, I'm gonna do some refactoring. I'm gonna cut out this view model, and now I'm gonna put it in a view model, charts view model. We create a new file. Make sure it's a Swift file. Charts view model. Paste your view model in here. You might get errors because we're cutting out a lot of things, and Xcode's like, what the hell? Now in model, create a new file, monthly step model. Create a new file, call it daily step model, and we paste that in here. Get rid of the spacing, and lastly, we'll take this enum chart options and we'll move it into the models folder. Chart options. Go back to our chart view. You can close everything, by the way. Go back to chart view, hit Command B, rebuild the preview, and everything loads up. And if we go to our fitness tab, everything loads up. Okay, so now we're done with this video. In the next one, we're going to be going through and mocking data. But before we wrap up, make sure you remember we need to commit our changes. So open up your source tree, go to commit, and review everything. This is just project stuff, chart options. It's in its own file, daily step, monthly step, our view model, and this is our chart data view, and this is our chart view. We refactored a bunch of stuff, and we added in our chart data views, made our sizing bigger. This all looks good. And this is section 3.2, and this is our charts view. For our charts view, we finished our UI, so UI, and we also added support for average and total steps. I don't know why I capitalized A. And we can now push these changes. Make sure you check that, and we hit commit, and we're good to go. See you on the next one. All right, so now let's work on fetching some data. So I'm gonna go to my Health Manager, scroll all the way down. We're gonna create an extension on Health Manager because we're gonna be working on fetching data for our charts section. So we can create a mark here. We'll say charts view data, and we're gonna go back to our charts view, show our charts view, reload this. I'm gonna start off by fetching our yearly data first. So I'm gonna let this load for a second. All right, so we're gonna have to float our yearly data. The data is gonna be displayed by month. So let's go into our Health Manager down here in this extension. I'm gonna create a func, call this fetch year to date. We'll call this fetch year to date and 1 year chart data. You'll see in a second why I'm naming it like this. This will be a completion. We need escaping completion because this is asynchronous. We'll have a result, and this result will return. All right. And why are we doing year to date and 1 year in the same function? And that's because all the data we're fetching in the 1 year can be used for the year to date. Because the only difference between these is the year to date stops on January, while the 1 year goes 1 year back no matter how far. So for example, right now we're in August, so this would go back all the way until September, I believe. That gives it 12 months, while year to date would stop at January. So we're combining this in one function, so when we fetch it, we're able to reuse it and we don't have to make multiple calls to the health store. And this is slightly more efficient. And what we will return then is, typically what you would return here is an array, right? An array of monthly step models. And now since we're doing year to date and 1 year, we would return 2 arrays. It would look very ugly if we put the 2 arrays there. So a neat way you can actually do this is call this year chart data result. And we're creating a struct. And in this struct, we will call the 1 year. And this will be an array of monthly step model. And we also have a year to date, which will be the same type of monthly step model. And we'll pass that into our completion as well as an error. All right, so this is successful. All right, so now we'll do something similar as we did to the steps. We'll need this because we're going to be making some queries. And we need to do that for steps. And I'm going to create a calendar, which will be of calendar.current. It's just going to help us out because we're going to be using calendar quite a lot in this function. Now I'm going to create a for loop for I in 0.11. This is going to create a for loop from 0 to 11, which is 12 months, aka a year. And we can fetch the month by calling calendar.date by adding value 2. So we'll add month and we'll say minus I to today's date. And that'll give us a date that takes place in any given month. Well, not any given month, but for example, the first month will be this current month. And then in the second loop or the second iteration of this loop, it'll give us the month before and then the month before that and then the month before that and then on, so on and so on until we get to 11. And now we need the start and the end date of the month. If you guys remember, we have a helper function we created. So start of month and end of month. We have functions for that. We'll just call month. And this is optional. So we'll cast this and then we'll just put date. So this shouldn't fail. And now we can fetch start and end date. And now we have our start and our end of the month. And now we can create a predicate. I'm going to copy this, paste that in here, let predicate, start, month. And I'm going to copy this query over that we used earlier for fetching today's steps. And I'm going to paste that in here. And we get the sum. All right, remove this. And underneath this, let's make sure we call health store.execute query. Otherwise, if we forget, remember, it is not going to run. And this quantity has the step count, I believe, or it's how we get the step count. We can fetch it using, we can fetch the step count using this. And we can just say count. We can just put double value dot count here. And that takes care of it all in one line. And now we need to figure out where you want to store this. So let's create 2 vars here. One for 1 year, months. And this will be an empty array of monthly step models. A var for year to date months. And again, this will be monthly step model. All right. All right. So now we need to do some checking. And the first thing we're going to check is if I equals 0, that means that it's the current month. And if it's the current month, that means it's going to apply to both of them. Because if we're like, let's say we're January 1st, the current month is January, and that applies to both of them. Anything beyond that, it's possible that it cannot apply to year to date. Like for example, if we're in January, the month before that is December, and that wouldn't apply for year to date. So we'll say 1 year.month append monthly step. The date will be month, and the count will be count. We can cast it as an int. And we can call this steps. And we can apply the same to our year-to-date array. Now, after this ifs, this when things become a little different. And the only difference is, to be honest, we have to do a check for year to date, because for 1 month, for 1 year, it automatically applies. But for the year to date, we have to check if, and here we can use calendar.component, and we'll say .year of today's date. If the year of today's date equals calendar.component year of month. So if this is true, that means that the current month we're fetching data for is in our current year, so it should be in the year to date. If that's the case, then we do want to include it. Hit Command B, and this is successful. And now here at the bottom, we want to do another check, which is if I equals 11. Because if this equals 11, that means we're at the last iteration in our for loop, and now we can call our completion, because we don't want to call our completion after this, because this is asynchronous. And if you call it here, it's not gonna, you can try it, you can write a print statement here that prints these, and it'll be empty, because this data is being fetched asynchronously, so we don't necessarily know when it's completed. So that's why we're gonna do this if I equals 11, because inside here we'll know for sure, because if we get here, that means this is the last iteration of the loop, and all of this stuff has already been executed. So our arrays should be done. So we'll call completion.access. We'll call year chart result or data result, and we can pass in the year to date months and the 1 year months. And if you're a little confused by the naming, that's just what I went with. You could call this 1 year months of data, year to date month of data. If that's better for you, hit Command B. Now this succeeds, and we can try to run this on our device, but I haven't mocked data this far back yet, so we might not get that much data, but we can still try to run this. So where do we want to call this? We're going to call this function in our view model. So we'll say func fetch year, and 1 year chart data. If you guys remember, in our home view model, we instantiated the health manager at the top. So let's do that here. We can do that right here. Hit Command B. And now we'll call health manager, fetch this one, we'll call result, and we can switch on the result. And now we'll need to call dispatch queue when this is ready, .main.async. And let's change this name to, this is year, we'll call this just call this result, to be honest. And we want to say self dot, and I'm going to create a publish var for these. So this will be 1 year chart data, be monthly step model. And we can copy this, put that right here, call this year to date chart data. We'll say self dot year to date chart data equals result dot year to date, and we'll say self dot 1 year chart data equals result. And this is almost good to go. First, the last thing we need to do is print this. And now we also want to calculate the average and the total. So let's change these to 0. So now to get our year to date total, we can take our year to date chart data and reduce it. And the initial result is 0. That's what we start off with. And then we're going to use a curly brace. And we use $0 to get the previous result or the initial result, which is 0. And after each iteration of this, it'll be changed to the previous iteration. So what do we want to do with the previous iteration? We want to add it to the current one plus the count. That's how you get the total from this array. So we need to call self here. And we can actually do that for 1 year total as well. Self.1 year chart data. And you literally just copy this, put that there. All right, so we're missing the average now. And for 1 year average, it'll be the self.1 year total divided by 12. This is 12 months. And for year to date, we're going to need a little helper. So for year to date total, we can call calendar.current.component, and we want to call the month from today's date. And what that returns is a number from 1 to 12 from today's date. And that number, we divide it. And that number is going to be integer, and we can use that to divide it by the total to get the average for year to date. Hit Command B. Now we did a lot of data manipulation, and let's run this. But actually, before we run this, we need to update our charts views to use the correct data. So this is 1 year. So we'll say 1 year chart data, hit Command B. And then this is 1 year average, 1 year total. This looks good. This should be YTD chart data. All right, so let's run this. And on my simulator, I haven't mocked data that far back, so this shouldn't work that well. But on my actual device, I have step data. So I'm going to run this here on the simulator, and then I'm going to get my device and do it there as well. All right, so it loads up, and this is mock data. And oh, I don't think we called this function, right? I don't think we called this. So let's call it after this mock stuff. Command B. All right, and let's change these to let's. Xcode is yelling at us. And let's run this now. I believe this is from the Apple Watch data, by the way. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it's from. And now let's go here. All right, so this looks like it couldn't be completed. So we may have an error here in the way we're doing things. Let me try to run this on my device and see if it get the same error. All right, so I'm running this on my device now. All right, error invalidating cache. Oh, this looks right. Oh, this looks good. It looks like we have a missing month here though for September, October, it looks like. And all right, so this is good. We need to look into why October is not working. Otherwise, the other data is working. You guys can actually write in the comments how it's on your end. Like if you're having any issues with the data. I'm going to rerun this and go back to our charts. Oh, now it's working perfectly fine. Oh, this is good. Not sure what happened there. Maybe something we'll address further down the line. I'm going to rerun it one more time. Oh, and the data shows up perfectly. Maybe because it was the first time. We'll see. But now we have our data for year to date and for 1 year. That's really good. Now I'm going to stop here for this video. In the next video, we'll handle the other months, which will be the 1 month, 3 month, and 1 week. I'll see you guys there. But first, let's commit. So this is section 0.3, 1 year, and year-to-date chart data. This is just changing our home view. This is the extension we created in our manager. What is this line? Let's go look at that. Oh, wow, yeah, you see? This is why it's good to review, because it shouldn't have been like that. And now that's fixed. And this is the data we added for the 1 year average. All right, yeah. Yeah, we added this data, and we added the health manager and the function we created. All good. And now we commit, and we're good to go. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Now we're going to be working on setting up our paywall, and we're going to be using RevenueCat. And if you guys don't know, RevenueCat is a developer tool that makes in-app purchases, aka subscriptions, super easy to implement in your app. And they also provide great ways of tracking and also support for Android and Apple. So if you have the app on both platforms, you can have that all funnel into one platform, which is RevenueCat. And that way you can easily track how your in-app subscriptions are doing and your analytics. And it's a super helpful tool, to be honest. I've used it in quite a few of my apps. And it makes the in-app purchases section so much easier. It takes care of a lot of stuff for us. And that's why I enjoy using it. So let's get started. I'm going to go to the app, or I'm going to go to our project really quickly. And where we need to go is go to the fitness app or whatever you named it. You need to go to sign in and capabilities. You need to hit capability, and we need to enable in-app purchase. And you'll need, and something I didn't mention is you'll need an Apple developer account for this section of the course, because in order to enable in-app purchases, you need a developer account, I believe. So that's just something to be mindful of. All right, so once we enable in-app purchases, minimize Xcode. Now you want to log in or sign up for RevenueCat, and they have a free tier. Or some of blur parts of the screen because this is showing this is showing my actual data for one of the apps I have. All right, once you have your account set up and you're logged into RevenueCat, you want to go to projects, and we're going to create a new project. For project name, let's go with fitness app. All right, and now we're going to click on App Store because that's what we're using. And we're going to paste our bundle identifier here. So open up Xcode, grab this, minimize it now, and here, and we can save changes. All right, I just moved myself a little bit because I think it'll look better on this side while we're working on this setup. All right, so once you have that set up, we want to go to App Store Connect, and you want to sign in. And if you guys should have a developer account. If not, create one. And you might not even be able to do this unless you pay the $100 a year. So you go to App Store Connect though, and then you hit My Apps. And once you're here, Give it a second, and you want to hit this plus, new app. We're basically going to set up our app that we have in our project. So we'll call this fitness. We'll call this fitness app. Very, very vanilla. I don't even know if that name is available, but we're going to go with that. And then you want to look for the bund identifier for our app. So ours is fitness app. And this is a unique identifier you want to use. So put fit0001. You can go with anything, to be honest. You could go like your name dash whatever, or just a unique. It's basically a unique number that'll represent this app for like analytics and trends and reports when you make any in the App Store Connect. User access, full access. This name's already taken, so let's say B. Let's go with active. All right, so be active or get active is also taken, so let's do be active. Once you set up your name, so now you want to go to subscriptions, because that's what we're gonna be setting up in our app. And you want to create a group. You can call this premium. And by the way, some of these steps are in this one in the RevenueCat documentation. This is for setting up the iOS side, which is basically what we're doing. So we set up our app, boom. And one thing I want to note is if you hit plus, remember when we hit plus and we saw our bund identifier? If you don't see your bund identifier, then you want to go to Xcode and switch to any iOS ARM 64. If you have a Intel laptop, it'll be different, but make sure you're on any iOS device. Hit archive and basically pushed it to App Store Connect as if you were pushing it to TestFlight, and it'll show up there. And then you should see the app actually show up in the App Store Connect. But now back to the subscription. So we're going to create a subscription, call it premium. And now we actually have to, we created a group called it premium. Now we have to create a subscription. And if you go here to RevenueCat, they recommend you use this type of formatting. And that's what we're going to go with. So we're going to do an annual and a monthly. So annual, let's do, I think they did a comma, right? No, let's do $59.99 and no free trial. And for our course, we're not going to be incorporating a free trial. And then you can go with like a be active underscore. Then you do the price and then the length. So $59.99, 1 year. All right, then you just hit create, and this will create the annual one. And you want to make sure you put 1 year since it's annual. Setup availability. I like to check everywhere. You can narrow this down if you only want this in certain places. And we want to make sure the price matches the price we have, $59.99. All right. You have to add a screenshot here, and I just, to be honest, I've just added like a screenshot from the app, and that worked. So I'm gonna open up the simulator, and that's what I'm basically gonna do. So I launched the fitness app. Let this stuff flow. Take a screenshot and let's drag it in here. All right, and now we can save this. Now we need to create the monthly. So we'll go back, subscriptions, monthly. How much do we want to charge for monthly? Let's do $9.99, just so that annual is such a big difference. And now we call it be active. So the product ID would be active, and then you do the price, which is $0.99. And I don't think you don't need to incorporate the 9 or the 0. We'll just do $9.99 underscore 1 month. Duration 1 month. Availability everywhere, and a price is $9.99. Where is this? Confirm. And this may seem like a lot if you're just doing this for the first time, but you do this a few times and it becomes pretty straightforward, and it's just the same process every time. And then once this setup is done, we still have a little bit left, but once this is done, you basically have subscriptions in your app and you can start generating revenue. So assuming you have customers. So this is actually really great. It looks like this is stuck. So let's refresh the page. Let's do 1 month. Done. Display name. I believe for localization, these are if you have a trial, unlimited access. That's what unlimited access. And now I'm gonna take another screenshot. Just drag this in here, and we should be able to hit save. And we need to set up our localization for the other subscription. I don't think we did that for the annual. All right, I just pasted unlimited access. Now our subscriptions are set. So now let's go to RevenueCat. Okay. Now we need to bring in RevenueCat into our app. So we have done this. We did this. This is, you have to go set up the App Store. We just did that. Now we have to install the SDK, which we can do using our Swift Package Manager. We just have to copy this link here. We go back to our project, hit file, add packages. Here you want to paste that. Purchases, add package. Let this load for a second. We'll wait until this finishes and then we'll get started on integrating the SDK. All right, so it's finished indexing. So you want to check on RevenueCat, add a package. And now we have our package added. And I'm going to minimize some of these folders. And I want to create a file. It's going to be a view. We're going to call this Paywall View. And now I'm going to go to the documentation. And you see we have to configure this. And here is showing us the did finish launching with options, which comes in with the app delegate, but that's in UI kit. And a workaround though is we can copy this. Well, not really a workaround, but a way we can use this in our app is we can just call this in the init of our app. And we'll have to do a few things though. We want to import, what are we importing? RevenueCat, hit Command B, and we can get rid of app user. This is an optional, and the SDK will handle that for us and generate an app user ID. So we don't even have to worry about that. Now we have to get our API key. And to get our API key, where do we need to do? Make sure you configure. All right, so back in RevenueCat, we're gonna find our key, the key we're gonna use here. And so you go back to your project, you click on API keys, and it's gonna be this one. You wanna hit show and then you copy it. You can pass that bad boy in here. And we're still missing some things before we can actually start implementing more code, because we have to set up. So we did the Apple side of our products, but now we have to integrate it with RevenueCat. And you can read some more of the documentations here, but we basically need to go back to our project, right? And we need to go here to entitlements and offerings. And we need to create a new entitlement. We'll call it premium, since that's what we call the subscription group in Apple. Premium, and then we'll say premium access to our app. You want to add that. And under this entitlements, we'll have products, which are basically the subscriptions. So we go to products, and now we need to add our products. And this needs to match what we have here. So let me copy this product ID. And this is for the annual subscription. All right. And now you go back, and now we need to add one more. This is for the monthly. You want to highlight that, copy it, paste it. Monthly subscription, create product. Okay, now we go back to entitlements. We click here, and now we can attach products to our entitlement. Attach this one and attach this one. And now we should be able to go back to our project, and we should be able to integrate this. But let's refer back to the SDK so we can see how they do it. So this is configuring it. Now we want to display them. All right, so let's copy this, and let's do something very basic, which is on here, on up here. Let's call this, and let's print packages dot first, and we'll say offering identifier. So let's run our app and let's see what happens. Oh, we need to change our selected device. All right, so it's showing we have this error, but it just went away. So all right, let's look at our console. So it looks like it's our project, or it looks like RevenueCat is set up. And this is from our Apple Watch stuff. Error fetching offerings. Oh, so it looks like we had an error fetching our offerings, and that's my fault. We forgot to add the offerings, and we just need to put default, and you can hit and you can enter in default offerings. And this is used in case you want to incorporate like sales, like maybe you have like a holiday sale or something like that. You can do different types of offerings to offer at different times. We're just setting up a default one, which will be our standard price across the app. And you'll hit save. And then you want to click on this, and we need to add packages, monthly subscription, and you want to add an annual subscription. Then you want to click on the monthly, and you want to attach the product, and you want to attach, I attached the wrong one. Sorry about that. So this one is annual. Oh, you have to type confirm. I thought it was a different one. All right, so this one's annual, 1 year. So let's make sure this is actually monthly. Yep. All right, and now if we run this, we shouldn't get that issue. And yeah, look, we get default, which is what we created as our main offering or only offering. All right, so this is working. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to stop here. In the next video, we're going to implement all this stuff into our paywall view. And we're going to get our paywall set up so users can get hit with a paywall so we can take all their money. But all right, let's see. I mean, we can see if we have any commits we need to make. I believe we'll have like to add the package and stuff like that. Yeah, we need to add a new package. And we also had the paywall. And we added the initialization of the package. And this is section 4.1, integrate. And you want to push changes and you hit commit. All right, so we integrated RevenueCat. Now we just need to set up our paywall. And we'll be doing that in the next episode. So I'll see y'all there. Peace. Now that we have RevenueCat set up in our project, we're going to be working on the paywall. And let's create I'm going to create a view model. Class paywall view model. And you could put this UI, or you could put this in the view, but then we wouldn't be really conforming to MVVM. And you would have a lot of stuff hard-coded into your view, which in our case would be kind of bad since we're trying to go with MVVM for our project. So if we had all that stuff in the view, we'd be going against the architecture pattern. So that's why I'm creating the view model to put this stuff in here. So we'll do import RevenueCat, and I'm keeping it in this file just for now. All right, and we can do the @state object. Bar view model, paywall view model. And if we go back to our browser, we got to go to the documentation. So this is how we get our offering, and we're going to have to create a publish var called current offering, type offering, hit Command B, make this optional. And in our initializer, we can fetch the current offerings. In this code we copied over, we're getting packages when we really just want the offerings. So you can just go to offerings and you do .current. It'll return the current offering that we have in our app. And if this happens, we can update our offering. So, and this is asynchronous. So dispatch queue.main.async current offering equals offering. All right, so now we have our current offering. Let's set up some of our UI. So I'm going to create a VStack in here. And in the VStack, we're going to have a text. We'll call this premium membership. And we'll have a subtext. We'll call this like slogan for now. I'm just going to write slogan. And now I'm going to add a font here. And this is going to be large title. And we want this to be bold. And then our slogan, let's just say get fit, get active today. That's a terrible slogan, but that's gonna be our slogan. Let's add some spacing of 16. Oh, I put of 16, and we can add a frame and do max height dot infinity, and then you add an alignment of dot top. All right. Now I want to add another VStack. We'll call this VStack, and I'm gonna add a comment here, and this is where I just put features of the membership, like what you can get with it. And we'll embed these in HStacks. And you can do like an image. We'll use system image. Let's do like figure.run. And I'm going to go to ChatGPT. I'm going to ask it, this is how we're generating our copy. This is how we're going to get our. So boost daily exercise. Well, not daily, regular exercise. Boosts energy levels and promotes vitality. I'm gonna bring, let's just say exercise and line limit 1. All right, so this is kind of long. We can change our font to caption. Way too small. Let's do a custom size of 12. 14. That looks good. So we might have issues with different screen sizes. And I'm gonna add some padding vertical here, and we're basically going to copy this and do it like 3 times. You can add like 3 features you have in your app or that come with the membership, like 20 in spacing. All right, so I'm going to leave these in here for now. And something I want to do actually is remove the padding and just add a spacer here and here. Here as in the top of the VStack with our features. And this will be shifted up in a second. So now let's have an iflet view model dot current offering. So if offering equals that, basically if this is not nil, aka we have fetched the offering, we can do a for each loop, and for each of the offering dot packages. And basically what this does is it's gonna get the packages, aka like the subscriptions in our offer. If you guys remember here, this is our offer. We have a default offer, and we have two packages, our monthly and our annual. So this is gonna be fetched, and this will be a package, and then we can create a button for each of these packages that the user can select on. So we'll do action and label. If we go back to our documentation, we'll go here, making a purchase. This is what we want to have in this code when the user selects a package. So I'm going to copy this, because if you guys see here, it's basically the purchase button, and we pass in the package. So we're going to put that there, and I'm going to hide the UI for now. And if you guys notice, we have this entitlement ID, which for us is premium. Because if you go back to your project and you go to entitlements, the ID is this one, and for us it's premium. You copy that and you paste it in here. And if this is true, that means, so it's going to initiate the transaction, and then once it's done, we'll get to get in here, and the subscription will be active. And what we can do is, since we're going to be showing the paywall as a sheet, we can call an environment object, or we can create an environment wrapper, dismiss, var dismiss, and now we can just call dismiss. So now we go back to displaying products. So I'm gonna create a text, and if you guys see, our package has a bunch of stuff like the price, the offering identifier, the store product, and I think under store product there's a subscription period that lets you know how long the subscription is, like annual, monthly, recurring. So there isn't a string for this, so we're not even gonna let's do string interpolation, although I don't think it'll work. And actually, let's go to the GitHub, and let's do GitHub RevenueCat. And if you guys go to the RevenueCat GitHub, they have examples. They have example projects, and you can see how they use it in their projects. And if you do, like, let's go to a view. Where's the paywall? View. Oh, this is package cell view. You see here in the GitHub example that RevenueCat gives to us, they use .localized title. And, oh, we need to fix that. And now let's see if this shows up in our preview. So it's basically it's showing unlimited access, which is not really what we want to show. And they also have a localized price string. So we kind of have this set up, although we're showing unlimited access instead of the monthly or the annual. And I believe we have to go to App Store Connect to fix that. Because if you guys remember, we added localization strings. Here we go. So display name, this one is annual subscription. Or we'll just call this annual. Annual. And let's call this one monthly. I wonder if that'll update. We might have to rerun the preview. I just pressed this push pin, and it's still showing up as unlimited access. Let's go here. No, let's go to offerings, default. I'm gonna try this one more time, and then if this is not working, then we're gonna do another way or method. All right, since we're unable to change this to like the actual length of the subscription, we're going to go back to the GitHub, and you guys see here they create an extension on the subscription period, which is this, which we can call here, and we get the subscription period. And you can create this extension to get whether it's a day, month, or year. So I'm gonna copy this, scroll up to the top, and I think we're gonna need a curly brace. You guys saw I didn't copy this because we don't need period title. We don't need that for our use case. And we can change this to monthly and annual. And we'll just update these, but we're not going to use any of them. Then we scroll down and we can call duration title. So if none of these, like if for some reason this is nil, we'll just pass subscription. But we should not get that at all. But just to be safe. All right. Looks good. I'm going to embed this in an H stack. All right. Now we can add some padding and background. Let's add a background, a rounded rectangle. The corner radius of 20. And we can call stroke. Let me get a button like that. And I want our button to be a little bit taller. So let's do like 100. All right. And let's embed these in a V stack. There we go. And let's see if we can add a max width. So do frame max dot frame max width dot infinity. Okay. I think we could add that here. And then in our H stack, we'll add padding dot horizontal, and we'll probably need like 40. This looks good, and we can add a spacer here, and that'll shift it up. All right, and we'll add a foreground color of dot green to our rounded rectangle. That should give us like a green. I feel like these are kind of too big, so let's do 15. All right, and let me change something to the stroke. Let's bring in this one. Use hover over option and then do 2. All right, looks good. Maybe gonna add a little bit of spacing here. I feel like they're hugging each other a little bit too closely. That looks good. All right, so now underneath this H stack, we're gonna need a restore purchases button. So let's create a button action label. Call this restore. We'll call this restore purchases and get rid of this code block for now. Change the foreground color to green, and we can make this bold. We can underline. You can underline it or make it bold. It's up to you. And this will be for restoring purchases. And if we go back to RevenueCat documentation, that should be one of these. There we go. And this is all we need to bring over. So we copy that in here. And you guys saw it's with a comment says check customer info to see if entitlement is now active. And that's basically what we're doing here. So I'm going to copy this, put it in there. So if we're able to restore the purchase, we dismiss it. Now another thing we're missing is we need to add an end user license agreement to this, and also the privacy policy, or Apple is not going to let you push this to the App Store. So what I do is I just create a link, and in the link you write terms of use, ELUA, and then you're going to create a URL from string. And this URL, let's point it to GitHub. And to be honest, this is what I use. You can create a GitHub repo with the terms of service and the privacy policy. Hit Command B. All right, this is good. I'm gonna copy this because we also need it for the privacy policy. Resume the preview, and you can stack it vertically or horizontally. It's really up to you. Let's see how this looks as an H stack. This probably looks, it looks a little bit better. Maybe if we add a little bit more spacing. I think 8 is the spacing by default. 12, 16. All right, so now our subscription, our paywall is almost set. And let's see, I'm going to review what we did. The premium. All right, so this looks pretty good. I'm going to start refactoring stuff out. Let's right click, create a new file. It's a Swift file. This would be Paywall View Model. The Paywall View Model, cut this. And we're going to need to import RevenueCat. Hit Command B. Now we need to get rid of this extension. And let's get rid of RevenueCat. Now we see we have some issues that we need to fix. And I'm going to do that in the following video. That way we can wrap this up right now. So I'm going to keep this imported here, and then I'm going to new file. Now we're going to put the extension in here. So this is I'm going to just call this RevenueCat plus ext, and I spelled RevenueCat wrong. I called it that just in case we need to do any other extensions on RevenueCat. And that way there isn't a confusion on what the heck subscription period is. Okay, hit Command B now. All right, so this is looking good. I'm going to close all this stuff. We still have a few things we want to do. We kind of got to take RevenueCat out of here. We don't want it in the view. And a good reason or example for this. So for example, now that we have MVVM, if we weren't using MVVM, it would be like this, where you guys see we have RevenueCat in here and we're hard-coded it in our view. And let's say for some reason RevenueCat goes bust or we decide that we need to switch to maybe back to StoreKit or something for business reasons, then we would have to go through our view and remove this, and it would be a lot messier than if we had everything in a view model, and we would basically just have to create a new view model that's going to use StoreKit instead of RevenueCat, and we wouldn't have to update anything in our view, since our view would be dumb and it wouldn't know whether we're using RevenueCat or StoreKit. And that's one of the benefits of MVVM or just using any architecture in general and decoupling your code is further down the line. Let's say business reasons, something changes. It's a lot easier to implement those changes and not have to worry about like UI issues and bugs when you have to just update the view model or change the view model and not have to go into the view and worry about that. But all right, that's it for this video. Let's go to source tree and actually commit though. So open up source tree, hit commit, and this is our Paywall view, the view model, project, and then the extension. Section 4. This is section 4.2, Paywall UI and RevenueCat integration. We want to select push changes immediately and we commit, and that's it. See y'all in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back. If you guys see, I'm starting off in source tree and you might see section 4.3 already completed. And that's because I went through, filmed this, committed these changes, and there was an issue with the audio recording. So instead of deleting this and like acting like nothing happened, I'm going to show you guys how you can revert or commit. Basically what to do in case you push something that has issues or is wrong to your main branch. And the first thing we'll want to do is create a branch. And I'm going to name my branch section 4.3 issue. And you guys won't have a branch to do this to or a commit to do this to, but you could do like a test commit if you wanted to. So you could, before we create it actually, you can make some random changes in your project, commit those, push them, and then you could kind of revert it, or you could just watch and just reference this in the future in case you need this. All right, so I'm going to create a branch from the main. Create the branch. All right, now I'm going to switch back to main. All right, so now that we created our branch, we're going to right click on this and we're going to say reverse commit. Confirm back out. And now we have a revert. Let's push. And now you see here we're on a revert. If I go back to my project, so let's go back here. There aren't any changes in the view model, and in the view model there should have been changes that I made in 4.3. Basically, if you guys see here, these are basically some of the commits I made. Like the view model, we created these functions. And this one basically, and this commit basically reverted all the changes. And I saved the copy here in this branch, which is right here, in case we ever needed it for future reference. So I'll go back to main. And now we can get coding. I just wanted to go over an example of how you would revert a commit. So basically, you go to the whatever the commit is, you reverse the commit, and then you have to push the change. And what I like to do is I created a branch that's going to save that just for future reference. So I'm going to go back to GitHub and let me look at my GitHub. So I still have this repo. I think it's private now though. And if we go here, if we go to commits, yeah, you see this is the 4.3 and this is the revert. And now we're basically going to do this in the next video. We have to do it again because the audio was off. But yeah, feel free to leave me any questions if you have any issues or trouble understanding. When you're working with Git and like source tree, it's just a lot of Stack Overflow and Googling, to be honest. You don't have to memorize this stuff. You just have to know how to problem solve. But that's all, you know, being a developer is about, right? Knowing how to problem solve and fix the issues. But all right, that's it for this video. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. So let's get into it. We're going to be working on decoupling our Paywall view, sorry. Because if you guys remember, we have this RevenueCat stuff hard coded in here, which is not bad, but then it couples our view with our RevenueCat stuff. And for example, if we randomly had to, let's say, switch to some other provider or to like StoreKit, there'd be a lot more overhead and trouble because you have to go in and adjust the view. Where if we had everything in the Paywall view model, we would only have to adjust the view model and the view would be perfectly fine. And that's like one of the strongest benefits of decoupling your work. And especially like in a big project where you have a lot of teams, right? Like let's say this is a huge project, right? And there's two teams. One team is working on updating some UI in our pay view, and the other team is working on changing the subscription provider from RevenueCat to StoreKit. Then there's potential for conflicts, merge conflicts, and issues because you'll have two people working on the same file at the same time. And just things like that is why decoupling your view and just decoupling your code in general is helpful. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to the Paywall view model and let's do a side-by-side. I think we can set that up, right? Yep. Here we go. So we're going to do restore purchase first. So in our Paywall view model func, restore purchases. And we already imported RevenueCat in this view model. And you see here, you call purchases.shared. And something neat we can do actually is we can use async throws, or AKA async await, instead of using the completion. So we just have to make this async throws. This becomes try await. And let's look at what this returns again. This returns customer info. So let customer info equal that, hit Command B. It's failing. Oh, it's failing because of this. And we can copy this part actually, this if statement, and we can cut this out. We don't need it. And now this is not optional. Command B. We don't have a dismiss. All right. And let's go full view on the Paywall view model, just so we can clearly see this. So we get our customer info, and now we're gonna check if it's active, which is what we did in the view, as you guys saw. And if it's active, it's true. We were dismissing in the view, but what do we want to do from our view model? So you could return like a Boolean, like true or false if it's success, but you could also just not do anything, and we could check if it's not true. So this is not true if it's false, or if this is nil. And basically, if it's not true, it doesn't mean that they have a subscription. So we can actually throw an error, and we haven't set up custom error handling yet. But we're just gonna throw a URL error, and what that'll mean is we can go back to Paywall. We can reference where we have to create a task. This is asynchronous. Do catch. All right. So we can reference our view model now, and we can call this. We need to make sure we do try await. And if you guys saw, we're gonna get errors. So let's comment this out. And now we can just print any errors we get, .localize description. And now we can add the dismiss here right after this, because we're only gonna get here if we go back to the view model, if the subscription is active, aka if they're like an actual subscriber and the purchase was successfully restored, because otherwise this is gonna throw an error and it's gonna be passed here. So if we get here, dismiss the paywall. And now I'm gonna copy this. Well, actually no. All right, so that's it for our restore purchases. Now let's scroll up and uncomment this. And this is actually a purchase. So let's create a function here called purchase. And if you guys saw, we have to pass a package in here. So we're gonna do package of type package, and we can call purchases.share.purchase. And let's call this one. Now we need to make this async throws. And what does this return actually? So this returns the purchase result data. So since it returns purchase result data, let's just call this result, and we'll say try await. All right. And now we can do something similar as we did in restore purchase. We'll call let result.customerinfo.entitlements, and we can just copy this over. We can just copy this whole line actually. It's the same thing applies. And now we go back to our paywall view. We can cut this out. We go here. I'm going to copy this since it's fairly similar. The only thing we need to change this is to purchase, and we need to pass in the package. Hit Command B. Boom, this is successful. And now we've decoupled RevenueCat from our view. Dope. MVVM, we're following it along. Now I want to work on how we're going to get this displayed. So I want this displayed in our home view when we click on show more if the person isn't a premium subscriber. So to handle that, we're going to create a binding var here. This is going to be called is premium. This is going to be a Boolean, and this is going to be passed from the fitness tab view, which is the one that calls home view. And that means we're going to need a state var here called is premium, and we'll set it equal to false by default. And we can fix this argument, $ is premium. And now we're going to kind of break our architecture pattern, but not really. It's just this one use case because I want to import RevenueCat in here. And I want to check if the person is a subscribed user or has an active subscription. And you could create like a session manager or something that checks the users. You can create like a whole singleton for that. But since we're only using it in this one use case, I don't want to create a whole singleton. And I'd rather just check it in here. And what we could do is, so in our tab view, on up here, we can call purchases.shared. I think it's get customer info, I believe. This one, and you get a customer info and you get an error. And I basically just want to check if customer info, or actually we don't even need to do the check, because what we can do is we can say is premium. It's going to equal customer info dot entitlements. And let's go to our view model since we have to bring in this thing. All right, and this is optional. So what we actually want to check is if this equals true, because in that case, that means that they are subscribed. So if it equals true, is premium equals true. And if it's not true, or if it's nil, then this equals false. So this is good. Now we're just missing, looks like this in our preview. And we're going to set this constant equal to false. Hit Command B. All right. And now if we go back, if we go look for our button right here, the show more button. So we're going to have a conditional. So if is premium, we want to do something else, do something else. So if it is premium, we're going to we want to show the pay, or if they're not premium, we want to show the paywall. So if they're not premium, we want to show the paywall, and we can do that. And to do that, we actually have to create a state var show paywall, set this equal to false. And so if they are premium, we're not going to do anything for now. And if they aren't premium, we want to set show paywall equal to true. All right, and so we're going to show the paywall if they're not premium. And if we go here to the bottom of the navigation stack, we can do sheet is presented, and we basically just pass in the binding show paywall, and now we can just show the paywall. And one thing I realized is we go here, we want to actually create a state var or a binding var as well for is premium. In case the user actually subscribes, that means their is premium would change from false to true. So you want to keep track of that. So we need to create this binding var. Right here, we do a constant false. And now we'll get an issue in our home view. You just pass in is premium. All right, and then I want to go to the paywall. And before we dismiss, let's set is premium equal to true. Okay. Now let's see if this is working. So I'm gonna refresh a preview. It should show here. Yep, it shows the paywall. Looks like we need a padding on top of the paywall, but this is really good. We haven't set up the recent workouts though. Let's fix this paywall issue. So we just want to add some padding top, and then we're gonna go back to our home view, and we gotta handle the paywall for this button or navigation link. And the way I want to do it is, so I want to show a navigation link if they are premium and a button if they aren't. So we're gonna do if is premium. We show the navigation link, else let's show a button, and we can just copy this button, and we don't need it. We don't need this since we already checked if they are premium or not. And we can test if this works right off the back. Yep, they get the paywall, and let's try to test the transaction. Although in this preview it shouldn't work. So let's run it on the simulator. And one thing to note is the paywall takes a second for it to show up. Not the paywall, but once you select the monthly or annual, it takes a second for the other sheet to actually pop up. All right, so our app loads up. Let's see. It's asking me for Apple ID verification. Let me try to click on this. Yeah, it wants me to sign in. I think if you do this on your device, you probably get a different screen. Yeah, this doesn't really work on the preview. But if you run this on your device, it should work. Although it won't fully complete the transaction because you have to set up a sandbox account, I believe. But I'm going to run it on my device to test it out. right, so it's running on my device. All my data is being fetched. Let's hit show more. Let's click annual. And you have to give it a few seconds. We should probably put like a loading screen while it's doing that. And hit subscribe. This is a sandbox account, so you're not going to be actually charged, but it won't go through because you have to fully configure your sandbox in RevenueCat and App Store Connect, I believe. Yeah, you're not authorized. Yeah, you have to set up the sandbox in App Store Connect. We'll most likely be doing that later down in the course. I'm going to wrap things up right here. We integrated our paywall. We decoupled our paywall view. So this is a pretty good section. And I had to shoot this again because I ran into some technical difficulties. Not sure why. But let's go back to committed changes. Yep, this is good. This looks good. This is good. And this is good. All right. Section 4.3. For me, it's reshoot, paywall, view, decouple, and integration. And now we could just, oh, you guys can't see, sorry. There you go. This is what I went with for my commit. And now just make sure you check the box and you push your changes. And we're good to go. See you on the next one. Peace. What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Now we're going to be working on the leaderboards. And this is somewhat how it should look. You guys see here, we have the home, the charts, and now we have the leaderboards. And we haven't implemented this in our app yet. This is just a demo that I have already here. All right, so in the tab view, we need, so what do we need? We need a leaderboard. So let's create a new group, call this leaderboards. And in here, what will we need? We need a views model and then view model. All right, and in our views, we're gonna create the leaderboard view. So make sure it's a SwiftUI file, leaderboard view. All right, and let's change the text to leaderboard. And now let's call it here. So we just want to call leaderboard view. We want to tag it as leaderboards. Might as well just copy this. And I believe so we copy this, and now we need to change the SF symbol. So I'm gonna highlight this, hit the plus up top, and you guys should have this pop up. Let's put list. Ah, there we go. It's a list. So I went with a list bullet. You guys can just write list and figure out which one you think looks best. And I changed the text to leaderboard and the tag to leaderboard. And then back to our leaderboard view. All right, so we take the text, we add leaderboard, and we made the large title, and we make it bold. And now we need to add it to a VStack. And to this VStack, I want to make some changes. So the frame.max height.infinity alignment.top. And that's just going to be the top part of our leaderboards, and we can see that here. Yeah, that's what we want. Now we want a list of names and the steps. So first, let's create an H stack. And in this H stack, we're going to have the name, and then we're going to have the steps. And let's put a spacer right here and put some padding on this. There we go. And we can basically just bold the fonts to both of these, actually. We can add a little bold. Let's see how this looks in the preview. There we go. All right, and underneath this H stack, we want a lazy V stack, which is going to contain a list of all the leaderboards. Well, not all of them, but we'll probably do top 10. And if the person is below top 10, we'll have their positioning. For our lazy V stack, we're going to need a for each of each person in the leaderboards. And for that, we're going to need a struct, call this leader. We could call it leaderboard. We'll call it leaderboard user. And this will have to be codable. And what we'll want to do is, here we'll need an ID, int, and we'll need a created at of string. And then we're going to need username and account, because that's all we're going to need for the leaderboards is a person's username and their account of steps for the week. So let's do let username, type string, and let count. This can be an int. The count can be an int, command B. And I'm going to create the view model up here. Class leaderboard view model. You make it an observable object. And then we want to make this variable published. Well, actually, this is going to be mock data, so you don't have to publish it. But we'll say mock data equals an array of leaderboard users. So the 0. This created at won't matter. This username, JSON, count. Let's say I have that many steps. Copy this. Copy this, copy this, copy this. Let's say
What a terrible username. Let's do Sean Allen. Let's do, who else should we do? Let's do Paul Hudson. Let's do Catalin. And one more person. Let's see. Sorry if you're not in this array. And let's make Sean Allen step a lot. And Logan, let's give him a little bit. Let's say he doesn't step. I feel like this. There we go. And these are for the week too, so I guess they should be pretty high because it takes into account every day of the week, and it also depends on what day we're in, right? But this is just mock data. Now let's instantiate this view model. View model equals leaderboard view model. Can we reference the mock data? And now for each leader, or it should be like person actually. For each person, we want to display their position and the count. But first, so this is going to be an H stack. Of course, it's going to be presented horizontally. Let's just do their name, person dot username and person dot count. Oh, we just need this to conform to identifiable, which it does. And I can't spell identifiable. There we go. And I believe this is an int, so we need string interpolation here. Oh, and if you guys see, we only get one printed, and that's because we didn't update our ID. Rookie mistake. And now we should see all these listed. Yep. Let's put a spacer. Let's do horizontal padding, because if you do padding all around, I believe it's gonna look ugly. Yeah, it's gonna be way too wide. So let's do horizontal padding, and you may want like a little bit of padding. Do like bottom padding of like 8. But I think you also could do spacing here, right? You also could just change the spacing on the V stack to 8. So let's try 12. I think I'm gonna go with 16. All right, that's pretty good. And we'll need a text that accounts for position. So let's just try that with ID. We'll incorporate a function in our view model that'll handle this. But for now, we're just gonna use the ID. All right, so it's up to you if you want to make this scrollable. We're only going to be displaying the top 10 though, so I'm not sure if I would do that, because let's do that. Let's set it up for 10 people. Actually, this is 11, so we could actually add more padding. All right, so this is how we mocked our data, and we're not totally done yet with this view. I just want to incorporate something before we move on, and that's going to be, we need permission before we do any of this. Basically, we need the app user to grant access or to basically enter into the leaderboard competition, because we don't want them to see other users' data if they're not entered. And if they want to participate, they have to like accept the terms and enter what username they want to be tracked and things like that. So let's do that. And we're going to do that in the leaderboard view. We're just going to present a full screen cover. So let's see, dot full screen right here, and is presented will be a Boolean, which will determine if it's presented. So we need to create two things. One, I'm gonna create an app storage for the username, and this will be a var username. This can be a string optional. And what this app storage is doing is basically using user defaults, if you guys remember that. And it's gonna look for this. If it doesn't find this in the system, it's gonna return nil. And if we don't have a username, that means the user hasn't accepted the terms and they haven't entered in a username. So based off that, we'll create another Boolean, call this show terms, and we'll set this equal to true. And we'll put that here. And now you see it's asking for a view. So let's create that view really quickly. Terms of leaderboard view. Or we could just call this terms view, since it's living in the leaderboards folder hierarchy. And this will be terms view. And this should be presented automatically, since by default it's set to true. And let's set up this view before we add any more logic into the leaderboards, because we still need to add some more logic, because how are we going to change the show terms to false? And I'll show you that in a second. But let's add some logic in here. So first, let's create a VStack, and the top, let's keep the top the same. So I'm gonna go back to leaderboard view, and let's keep this at the top. But in here, we're gonna need a text field. This one, which means we're gonna need a state var called username. And this is gonna be a state var, call it name.
And this is going to be just a string. And in here, we'll say username. This is the placeholder. And you want to bind this to name. And then you want background, rounded rectangle, corner radius of 10. And you want to hit stroke. And you get something like that. But then we just go up here. We do padding. And then you can just add padding underneath the rounded rectangle of horizontal padding though. And you get something like this, which is nice. All right, and now we'll bring in app storage again here at the top. Let's actually go to the leaderboard view and we can just copy this over. So we're gonna bring in the username from the app storage or user defaults. And we're gonna wanna save that to the app store. We wanna save the name to app storage, but when do we wanna do that? We wanna create a button, action, and a label. So for this action, well, let's do the label first. So this is, we'll put continue. Do a foreground color of .white. And let's bring in this. But we can remove this. And now what's the default color it's going to give us? We can just leave that blank. All right, yep. As expected. So let's add padding. And let's make this frame max width .infinity. And we'll need some horizontal padding. But we could also just add that to our VStack. And that'll take care of both of those. And maybe you can make this a little round, although it's probably nice for it to match. Actually, so this is going to be our button. And we still need a few more things before we save, because we need a checkbox for them to confirm and accept the terms. Unfortunately, SwiftUI doesn't have like a default way to provide a switch, I guess. There is a toggle that you can use, but it's not really, it's not going to give us the intended effect. So let's say, make this at state var show equal to false. I don't think this is the right toggle, by the way. Toggle this one. Yeah, you get something like this, which you can incorporate, but I don't like how that looks. I don't like the UI so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create HStack, and we're gonna keep this state var up here, but we're gonna call this accepted terms, and then we're gonna have two things. So we're gonna use images to display like a checkbox. So if accepted terms, we want to show something else, we show something else. So if they accepted the terms, we want the checkbox to be full. And in that case, we want an image, and this is system image. Go here to the plus and look up square. And it should be one of these. So this one is nice, but there was a nicer one. This one for the accepted is really nice. And then this one can just be square. And then after this, we'll have text checking. You agree to the terms and enter into the leaderboard competition. We can put something like that. And we can align this. Let's see how it looks at the top. All right, and on tap gesture recognizer, we could make this a button actually. So I'm gonna cut this button, action, and a label, and the label is this, and the action is, let's do with animation, just so it looks nice. We'll say accepted terms dot toggle. There we go. And I want to put a spacer here and a spacer right here. Okay. And this is working. And if we wanted to, we can add tap gesture recognizer to this, or make the whole button part of it. Like move this text into the label for the button. But that's up to you guys. And it looks like you'd have to change the foreground color. I'm going to keep it like this because you might want to link to like a terms of service page in here when this is tapped. So, but we're not covering that in this course. That's actually a good side project. If you guys want to do a challenge for yourself, try to implement like a link to this where it'll show you like the terms of service page. All right, so now we want to handle what we do when we hit continue. So basically gonna create some conditionals. So if they accepted the terms and the name dot count is greater than 2, and that'll just help with like one character names, or if it's an empty string, you don't want that in your leaderboards. So if this is true, then we want to set username equal to name. And let's try this out now. So it looks like we need to run this on the simulator. It's not letting me type. So I'm running this on the simulator. Go to leaderboards. We get shown this. And I type in Jason. If I continue, nothing happens. I think if I hit this, nothing happens as well. So what are we supposed to do? All right, let's use the environment wrapper so we can actually dismiss this. And we call var dismiss, and we'll call that right here. So now if I do this, it should dismiss. All right, and if I leave, come back, it's good to go. So if I go to a different view and then move back here, it's still dismissed, which is good. But if we load up the app again, we see it still pops up. And one way we can handle that is we can cut this and put it in our tab view. All right, in our tab view, we can make this a binding var. Or actually, we don't even need to make it binding because we can make the show terms a Boolean and require it at initialization. And we'll need it here. And we'll actually need to make it a binding var since it can change. So we'll do dot constant, do false, and we need that in here. And that state var show terms is equal to true. But then on the peer of the tab view, we can make a check, which will be show terms equals if username equals nil. Because if this equals nil, we want to show the terms. If it doesn't equal nil, that means we have a username, so we don't show it. Now I'll run the app, and you see it, no sheet pops up. And if you delete the app and reinstall it, it should pop up. Or if I just refresh the preview, because I never entered in the username in the preview. There we go. So we snapped out all of our UI for the leaderboard. In the next video, we'll be integrating our database. And actually, before we wrap up, let's commit these changes. So let's go to source tree, open up this. We created our leaderboard view, terms view. All right, let's see, fitness tab. We added these strings. We added the leaderboard, entitlement stuff. Oh, we need to refactor this file, but not yet. I'm going to wait until we incorporate our backend. And our terms view, this is it here. Check that in. And this is section 5.1, leaderboard view. I realize you guys can't see. We'll just call this leaderboard view UI. And now we commit. Oh, make sure I check push to changes. Now we can hit commit. And that's it. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. All right, guys. Now we're going to be working on bringing in our database. So we're going to be using Firebase for our backend. And if you guys aren't familiar, Firebase is from Google. They have like a suite of tools that we can use in our iOS projects. And they come super clutch and in handy. They have things such as database, storage, user authentication, a whole bunch of things, even analytics and crash analytics. It's a tool that Google provides for us. And they have free tiers for this, so it's perfect for iOS indie projects. And they also have pay as you go. So if you have users and you're actually generating some noise and getting a lot of traffic, then it'll support that. You just have to pay a little bit, but assuming you have traffic, then that's hopefully you're making money. Another alternative would have been to use Superbase for our database, but I decided to go with Firebase since it's, for our use case, it fits it a little bit better. But they're fairly similar. I'd say that Firebase is more mature though, and they have a lot more to offer. So that's the advantage. And Superbase is still being built out, at least the Swift version. So you might not have all the capabilities that you would in something like Firebase. All right, so once you have Firebase opened up, make sure you guys create an account. You might have to add a billing, but not really. I think they allow you to make some projects without adding a billing account. And once you have your account created, you want to hit add project and give it a name. We'll just call this fitness app and we'll hit continue. You can enable this for your project, and it's asking for, if you want to enable analytics, you need an account. But I think if you don't check that, then you don't need a billing account. All right, now we let that load, and now when it's done, you hit continue. And we'll want to click here on Apple or iOS. And we need to go to our project and get our bundle identifier, which is this one for me. And we'll have to go back to Firebase, put that in here. These are optional if you guys actually push to the App Store. And then you want to click download plist, and it'll download it right here. I'm going to open my downloads folder. So I'm going to go to my Finder, go to downloads, look for that file. And you guys see a whole bunch of other stuff, right? But you look for that file and you drag it in here. And you want to make sure you select copy items if needed. And you hit finish. And in my case, I need to get rid of that number. And if you have like a number there, that means you had multiple playlists in your download folder. You want to get rid of that because your project will fail or crash if you leave it in there. All right, then you want to hit next. And now we need to bring in the Firebase package. So we're going to go back to our project, click file, add package. You want to paste that up here, Firebase iOS SDK, hit add package, and this will take a second to load. So give that a second. All right, once this fully loads, we're gonna go to Firebase, and you can check analytics if you want. In our case, all we want to bring in is database. Actually, no, we want to bring in Firestore. So Firebase has two types of databases. They have Firebase and Firestore. We're gonna use Firestore. The Firestore one is more common, and I find it a lot easier to work with as a database. So I'm gonna bring in Firestore Swift and Firestore. And we just want to add those two packages. You can bring in analytics if you want, and you could bring in any other ones if you want to just play around with them. But in our course, we're just bringing in those two. And now we need to create a database manager, which is going to handle all our interaction with the database. So it looks like we already have a folder for managers. So in here, let's create a new file. This is going to be a Swift file. Call this database manager. And this is our file that's going to have our database and Firebase stuff. But let's go back to Google and see if we have anything left. So we need to initialize this. So we basically need to copy this, go to our app file, paste that up here. Looks like we didn't bring in the import Firebase core. All right, and we're missing one line, I believe. Yep, this one. Bring that in here. Hit Command B. This should build. All right, now we can hit next. See it? Oh, we're all set. And now if we try to run the app, this is a good test to know if it's breaking or not. Because if you can run it successfully, then there's no issues. But if if it crashes, then you might have missed something in the copy and paste, or your plist might have an issue. All right, sometimes the simulator will do this. If you run the Firebase project, it'll open up the simulator and it'll be a dark screen. So you just make sure you close it and quit the simulator and run it again. All right, so we're running the app and it loads up successfully. So that means our Firebase is set up without any issues. Now I'm going to close it, or yeah, we can stop running this. And now we can work on our database. But before we do that, let's go to Firestore database, and we have to initialize it. Make sure you hit create database, and we can start in production mode. We can start in production, and make sure you pick a server here that's close to you because you can't change this. All right, now the last thing we need to do is go to usage, or actually rules, and just change this to true. Now you hit publish. Now you'll be able to read and write from your database from our Xcode project. So let's minimize this and let's go back to Xcode and let's go to our database manager. So let's import Firebase, Firestore, and let's create our class. So class database manager. Let's do static let shared equal database manager. Make this a singleton. Private init to make it a true singleton. Okay, now we need to think about what functions we want. So we want to fetch the leaderboards. So fetch leaderboards. We want to post the leaderboards. We want to post to it, basically send updates for current user. And that's really the only use cases we need to take care of. So let's create those functions really quick. Fetch leaderboards. This will be an asynchronous function, so let's call async throw. So with Firebase, we need to create a database. Or we don't need to, but this will make it a lot easier. For our database, we can actually call firestore.firestore, and that'll instantiate it here. And then in this function, we can reference that, and we can call collection. And if we go back to Firebase and we go to data, you'll see here that this is a database, and I created some mock data for us. This is how they set up the database. And this is like a little UI they give us to add collections and manipulate some of the data. And as you guys can see, you can add a collection here. So let's say we had groups for some reason in our project, and you could create a whole bunch of group. You call this the group name and the group ID. And maybe you could even copy this ID in here. First group, very creative. If we wanted to fetch all the groups, we would just reference groups here. So let's actually do that. So we would reference groups, and then we would say get documents. And we can call this one, which is try await or async throws. And so we have to mark it try await, and we get a snapshot, I believe. Let's see what this says. Yeah, it gives us a snapshot. And let's print snapshot dot documents dot first. You can actually print the document and see what's in there. We could also call it snapshot documents, and let's try to call this function actually. So in our leaderboard view, we'll make a dot task, and let's call this database manager dot shared fetch leaderboard. So we have to cut this, print any errors. And now we can run this and see if this is being called, or we need to call try wait. Now we can run this and see if it's being called. So let's go to leaderboards. And you see here we're getting a snapshot. And if we actually put this, so in this first, we're going to grab the data and let's try to print the data. So I'm running this now. And oh, you see here it prints a dictionary with name and ID. And that's what we have here for groups. So this function is working, but we're going to need to make some changes. So for our project, something we need to do and consider is we're going to have a leaderboards that is going to be weekly. That's going to be updated weekly. And in our case, every Monday will be a new leaderboard. So the last day would be Sunday and the first day of the leaderboards would be Monday. For our database, I want to set it up where we can store every week's collection of leaderboards. So to do that, we're going to need to like dynamically change the leaderboard. So we're going to have a leaderboard, right? And we're going to have a dash. And I'm going to create a function that's going to reference the current date and get that Monday. And based on that Monday, it'll put the date here. And that'll be the leaderboards that we're going to be fetching from and posting to. So let's actually do that. And I believe we already have an extension that might do that for us. So let's go back to our database or our health manager. And let's go look at, so are these all of our date extensions? So these are the extensions we have. Now I need to create a new extension on date. That's going to take the date and return, I want it to return the month, year, I want it to return the month, date, and the year of that Monday. And that's the string that we're going to use for this beginning part of the leaderboard. And that's the formatting we're going to go for our collections. So let me actually do that so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So let's go back here, create a func, call this date format, call this Monday date format. So in this function, we're going to return a string. We're making an extension on date. And this function needs to do two things, which you might want to break into two parts actually. The first thing that needs to do is it's going to have to reference the date and find the Monday of the current week. And a great tool I like to use for when I'm working with dates is just ChatGPT. You open up ChatGPT and you can open it up and just say Swift date how. Let's copy this in there. And so the one thing I see here that it's look like if we're on Sunday, it's going to point to the next Monday. So we need to fix that. So let's add that condition. So let's copy all this and I'm going to get rid of and remove what we don't need. Let's have this return an empty string for now. And what I'll do is I'm going to go, let's try to clean up our project. So let's close these. I'm going to go to leaderboard view. And since we're on the preview, so in the preview, and let's comment this out. I don't want this to run. In the preview, I mean, in the on appear, we're going to call on appear, and then I'm going to paste this in here just while we work on this. All right, let's run this and let's see if it's actually working. So if you guys see, today's the 16th of August. So the previous Monday was the 14th of August. So that's what we should see here. Let me pause the app and all right, so the previous August 13th. And that is wrong because it should be August 14th. So it looks like we have an issue. You might have to add 2 here. Let's see. If we get rid of the +1, it looks like we get the right date. But what if our date is, so let's do calendar.current date by adding value to. So let's add, so today's the 16th, which is a Wednesday. If I subtract 1, 2, 3 from today's date, it'll land on a Sunday. So let's see what we get for that. And we'll have to force unwrap this. Oh, and this has to be a minus. So that way the date is going back. And we get the 7th. So this is looking pretty accurate, to be honest. All right, so it's looking good. And you can test this by just adding and subtracting dates and just seeing what you get. But this looks good to go. All right, so I'm going to take this stuff and cut it out of here and get rid of this on appear. And back to our health manager that has the function. So let's create another func called fetch previous Monday. This will return a date just to give us some extra extrapolation and we don't have a function doing 2 things. So I'm going to paste all that stuff we took out and we don't need this since we can access the current date using self. All right. And we can return this. So cut this, paste it in here, and we can just mark this return. And now we can remove this part and you guys can remove the comments if you want. All right, so this would be self instead of current date, and hit Command B. All right, and you can get rid of these comments or keep it in there if you want. And I believe this is optional, right? So we can nil coalesce this to be safe. And oh, this is in camel case. Monday date format. So let Monday equal self.fetch previous Monday. Now we have the Monday. So now we need to call a date formatter. So let formatter equal date formatter. And we want to call formatter dot date format. And we want to format it using month, day, year. And then we can call formatter dot string from. And for date, we're going to use Monday. Hit Command B. And we can try this on our view if we bring back on up here. And if we call date dot Monday format or date format, we actually have to print. I'm gonna, all right, then we click resume preview. And now we get 08/14/23. And we can call that here. So we can say date, Monday date format. And now we can fetch these documents. But if we notice something, we should get an error here because we haven't created this. So let's try to fetch it. Let's see what happens. Actually, if we go back to our leaderboard view, do we have the task? We do have the task. So let's, all right, so in our leaderboard view, I uncommented the task, and now I'm gonna try to refresh the preview, see if we can run this. And we'll probably get an error because it shouldn't be able to find this. Oh, we didn't get an error, but we got nil. And that's what you should expect, right? Because we don't have any leaderboards collection in here. So before we fetch the leaderboards, we're actually gonna need a function that's gonna post an update just in case that collection isn't created already. So let's call this post step count update for username string count int. And this will be async throws. And that's called try await database dot collection. So our collection is gonna be this. And we could create a string for this actually. Let weekly, we'll call this weekly leaderboard. And we can set it equal to this. We can just call that here, and then we can reference our weekly leaderboard in our collections. All right, so to post our step data, we can on the collection, we can add a document. And right here, we can do something neat where we can pass in our own dictionary with all the strings and the values for it. Or we can pass in a model, which in our case, we have one, and that's the leaderboard model. But to do that, we need to make some changes. We can get rid of this created at because it's not gonna matter. So we can delete created at, and we're gonna get a whole bunch of errors. Delete all of these, delete, hit Command B. So we can pass in a leaderboard user. We actually wanna do something else where we're gonna reference the username for the document because we can pass in a unique value that we want the document ID to have. So in our case, we're gonna pass the username. Now we're gonna be creating a document with the user's username, and we can call it set data, and we'll call this one, which minimize this set data. Does this async throws? Yep, this one does. And we can pass in a leaderboard user ID. For ID, we'll just do something say UUID. Set this equal to UUID. So we don't need this anymore. Hit Command B. And you don't need this anymore. The string is username. The count is count. And to merge is false because we just want to overwrite the amount that we have every time we update it. Hit Command B. And what do we have now? Oh, the issue we're having is we need to import Firebase, Firestore, Swift. So we get an issue here when we try to use set data. So let's cut out the leaderboard, and we actually need one more step. So let leader equal that. And now we're going to use some functionality from Firestore. We need to call Firestore encoder dot encode, and we'll pass in leader. And now we can set the data right here, hit Command B, and this can throw, so we want to do try. And now this should post our data to Firebase. And every time it's posted, it's going to overwrite it. So we're going to get the most up-to-date count. So let's actually try. Let's test this out. So instead of sharing, let's post. Let's say username is Jason and the count is this. I'm going to run this, and we're going to see right now what happens to our database. So I'm opening it right here on the side. And let me move this right here so we can see the console. All right, so we have to go to leaderboards so I can post. Whoa. Oh, and it's we get this crazy mess because we changed the ID to UUID. So we need to fix that. But did this post? Let's hit refresh. And looks like it didn't. We have an issue. We use backward slash, and Firestore is treating that as a folder. So you see we have 8/14/2023. So we need to change the way we're formatting this to dash instead of slash. All right, let's run this now. And we can delete, although let's look in here. Oh, we see Jason. Yep. So it's being posted. We just have to fix our formatting, and I'm going to delete this collection. 08, delete. And let's go to leaderboards. And now we're going to refresh here. And we see we got the date and we got the user. And now I'm going to do a few more changes. Just one change. All right. So let's say we came back and we have more. And now let's get rid of this ID. Let's just do 1 for now. And now let's run this. And let's go to the app. Let's go back to leaderboards. So this is running. We don't have any issues. Oh, when you look, actually, it updated automatically. And now it's at 5,000. And it overwrote everything. So this is looking good. And we're posting to our leaderboards. And we're creating it, which is really good. The next thing we're going to be working on is fetching it, so we can display a list of the correct leaderboard. And we're going to be doing that in the next video. But before we do that, let's commit our changes. So let's go to fitness app, commit. This is a Firebase setup. This is packages, schema. We updated our data. Yep, it's good. We can commit these. Typically, you want to remove this because you don't want this going to like production, right? Because this is just a test. But we're going to keep it in here since we're going to be playing around with this in the next video. The database manager, this is looking good. Again, you'd want to remove these prints. We'll be working on that stuff in the next video. And this looks really good. All right, and now this is section 5.2, Firebase, integration, and posting, step count, Firebase. And you want to make sure you hit push. Let me move this so you guys can see. And I'm going to commit. All right, so that's it for this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
All right, guys. So if you guys remember in our database, we still have our fetch leaderboards, and we don't have this fully set up. And if we go back to our leaderboard view, do we still have our task in here? We can call this task and just pull up the canvas, and this network call should be made. We'll know in a second once the preview shows up. All right, so the network call is being made. You guys see it. All this stuff is being printed. And we have our one document in this in our leaderboards. So I'm going to go back to Firebase, and because you could add more of these data by creating, like deleting the app or just running the app on a different simulator or device and adding step counts through there. But you could also just mock the data yourself. So that's what we're going to do. So just create a document, and we're going to call this Rocky. That's my dog, my actual dog. And now let's see. We can just do count, and this is an int. So we'll do count, and count, we can have this crazy number save. And it looks like, yeah, we have username. So we can go back to Rocky and add field. I just wanted to make sure. And now I'm just going to do this a whole bunch of times, and I'll fast forward through it, and you guys can do that as well on your end.
All right, y'all. So I mocked the data, and now we have all these entries, and we can test if they show up because we can just run our preview again. We can delete this. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And oh, I think we're only printing the first, right? So if we wanted to do this, we could call map, and on each item, we could just map the data and print that. This will give us an array of this, I believe. And now we can go back to our preview. And now you guys see all of our data is being loaded. So let's go to our database manager and figure out how we want to present this. So Firebase actually gives us a unique way to do this. Let's call it let leaders equal snapshot. So we call snapshot, then we call documents. And in our documents, we want to compact map them. And what we need to do is we need to try here, and we need to try to grab this element and get the data for it. And we want to use data as, and this lets us decode the dictionary to a model that we already have. And we have our leaderboard user. So we'll say leaderboard user, and you just call .self. Hit Command B, and we're getting an error because this needs to be try, because this can throw. And now we hit Command B, and it's building successfully. We can remove these prints, and now let's just print the leaders. So if you guys see on my end, when I refresh the preview, we get this issue. And if you go back to Firebase, I already see one of them is because this is set to, the count is set to a string, and that's wrong. So we need to fix that. Set the count to a number. And you need to review all of these to make sure that's the same, and make sure the spelling is correct, because you'll get an error. And this is this is why you have to be careful when you're generating your own data. So I reviewed them all. They all look good. So let's try to run this again. Oh, and look at that. Our data is showing up, and it's showing up as a leaderboard user. Hey, so this is great. And we can just return. We can now go to this function and return an array of leaderboard users. And we can remove this. We can return this. Hit Command B. Boom, we're all set. And now we can remove this function, because we're not going to use this in here. So I'm going to stop the video for now. Our database manager is fully set up. Now we have capabilities to fetch and post our step count. The only thing that we have to do now is we have to integrate that into our view model. So we can fetch the data into the view model, manipulate the data there to have it be shown the way we want it, and then send that off to the view. So we're going to be doing that in the next video. But before we go, we have to commit our changes. You can't forget. And we didn't even have much changes. Let me move this over. All right, if you guys see, so this is section 5.3. And what we did in this video is we set up our database fetch leaderboards. All right, we set this up, and once you have that written out, you just hit commit, and we're good to go. See you on the next one. Peace. All right, so in the last video, we set up our database manager. Now we're going to be working on the view model. All right, guys, bear with me, because we're going to keep this stuff in this file, and it's going to get a little messy. But at the end of this video, we'll refactor it out. So we need two functions. We need a function to fetch leaderboards, and we don't need this. We will not use a return for now. Keep things simple and async throws. So this is asynchronous, and we can call this post users step count. You can just say post step count 4, and we'll say leader of type leaderboard. Actually, we'll put post step count 4, and I'm gonna actually go back to the database And let's clean things up because we can actually, we're going to copy this, paste that in here, and we can remove this and just require a leaderboard user to be passed. And that gets rid of the need for this. Hit Command B. This looks good. And now we would just have to call leader dot username. Hit Command B. All right. And now we go back to leaderboard view. And we can just say for user, or we'll keep it. We'll add for user here, and we'll paste that in here just to keep things similar. All right, so let's work on, so this is going to be fairly straightforward because this function literally only has to call the database manager, and we can create a leaderboard user here, passing in the username and the count. This is try await. You guys see, this is fairly straightforward for the post, but for the fetch leaderboards, we're going to get something a little bit different, or do something a little bit different, because we're going to get an array of leaders. So let's just copy this, saves us some typing, paste that in here, and then we get rid of this final part, and then we just call fetch user, or fetch leaderboards. And let's make these private so we don't have access to them. All right. And now we get this array of leaders, and this is not what we totally want because we need the top 10 and we also need the position of the current user. And let's close this for now. So we can achieve that using, so we're going to use something called array. All right. And then on our array, we're going to take leaders and we're going to sort it. So we'll call sorted by, and you want to do the curly brace, and we want the first count to be greater than the next count. Oh, you do $1. That's basically what's going on here is we want, so in this sorted function, it's going to go through and compare each pair of items in this array, and it's going to see which one is bigger, and it's going to sort them by having the first one or the one ahead of it be bigger than the one behind it. So if there's 3 people in the array, me, you, and your friend, and me and you are first and we're being compared, whoever is greater is going to be sent to the front. And then after that, I'm going to get compared to your friend, or you are going to get compared to your friend, whoever is second. And then that whoever is greater there is going to be sent to the second place. And then the last one is going to be the one with the least amount. And that's what this function will do. And the last thing we want to do is call prefix, and we want 10. Since we want this array to just have 10 items. And the cool thing about using array and prefix is if there's less than 10, it's not going to like break or anything, and you don't have to add any extra logic. It'll automatically handle that. So if there's 6 people, you'll just return the 6 people and it's not going to do anything. But if there's more than 10, then it's going to chop it down based on this sorted array. We'll call this top 10. And now we are going to call user defaults to actually get the username of whoever is the current user, because they should be in user defaults. We use app storage to handle that. And if they're seeing the leaderboard view, that means they already entered and accepted the terms. So you shouldn't get nil here, but we'll handle a case if it is nil. So we'll do that. We'll do a if let username equals nil. So if this is true, which it should be, then we want to find the leaders first, where we want to call this, and we want to find where the username equals username. And you may want to be careful with this because this could be a very costly function. What I mean by that is, so let's say you have 100,000 people on your leaderboards and this user is at the last position, then it's going to run this loop 100,000 times. So that's just something to be aware of and mindful. Let position go this, and I want to create a struct called leaderboard result, and we'll say this will be a top 10, and this will be an array of leaderboard users, and let's call it user equals leaderboard user, and we can return that in here. So return a leaderboard result, and we may make this nil to be honest, and let's call this user. All right, and then we can add an else here, and we can return leaderboard result. the user will be nil, and the top 10 is top 10. And something very similar here, except we now have the user. All right, so this is looking really good. Now we have to like test this. We haven't tested it. And I want to actually call these in the initialization of our view model. And we'll need a few things. We need a publish var for our leaders equals a leaderboard view. And we can, we forgot our parentheses. All right. So now we can say, so now we'll call a task here and we'll do a do catch block. And mind you, we'll want to always post before we fetch, but we can actually, let's do that. So we can call, what do we call these? Post step count. Username is xcode. Step count is 1, 2, 3. And let's print any errors we get. And after we post, we can fetch. And this will give us a leaderboard result. So let result go that. Then we want to take the result, and we want to do this on the main thread since it's going to update the thread, or update the UI, sorry. And we can call leaders. I believe we'll need to call self. We can call result.top10. Oh, I call this leaderboard view. That's funny. I meant leaderboard user. And we'll probably update this publish var in a second. So let's pull up the canvas and let's refresh our preview and open up the terminal just to see what gets printed. And we're not going to see anything because we're not printing anything. And we're also not updating our data. So this should be, instead of mock data, it should be leaders. And oh, there we go. All right, so now we're getting this to show up, and let's go check our database. So our leaders are showing up and everything looks right. Let's check our database. See if it posted. Yeah, Xcode, it did that. So that's working. Now let's refactor this stuff out to clean up our view. So I'm gonna cut this out, and this is a view model. So let's go to our folder, open a new file. This is Swift file, leaderboards view model. Paste that in there, hit Command B, this out. Go to model, hit a new file, Swift file, leaderboard user, Command V. Now we hit Command B and give this a second to reindex and all that. Usually closing the view and then opening all that stuff back up helps. So let's go back to the view. All right, so our data is working out pretty good. We still have to do a few things though in our leaderboards. We're gonna have to account for the index. So we're gonna be handling that stuff in the next video. I'm gonna stop here for now. Let's open up source tree. Let's see what we did. So we go to commit. So we did some refactoring. Refactor that to its own file. The view model. Yeah, we basically set up our leaderboard view model and we refactored. Section 5.4, leaderboard view model, setup, and refactor. I'm gonna hit check on my end, make sure I push these and then hit commit. And we're good to go. See you on the next one. Peace. What's up guys, welcome back. Now we need to work on fixing our index because you see here we have 1 everywhere when we fetch our leaders. So we can fix that. The simplest way to fix that is you create an array and then you paste that in there, and now you want to enumerate. You want to make sure that this is enumerated, and enumerated, what it's going to do is it's going to return the index and also the item in the array. And when you enumerate, you get the index and the item. So we want to reflect that here. And the last thing we're missing is we need an ID, / element, and then you pass the ID. And now we have access to the index here, and we can use string interpolation since we need to bring in the period index. And we could actually do +1 because the index starts at 0, and you don't want to start at 0. You want to start at 1, and boom, there we go. This is good to go. This is good to go, to be honest. And then the last thing we're missing is if current users step count is below the top 10, we can display that. So we're going to do that underneath the lazy VStack. So underneath this VStack, and are we in a VStack already? Let's look at the hierarchy. Yep, we're already in a VStack. So we can call, I want to call an image that's going to serve as like a divider. And I think there's ellipse or something like that. There we go, there we go. And there should be something with just 3 dots. There we go. This is what we want. put that in a parentheses, and let's add a frame. Let's do this frame width and a height to like 48. Close this. I think we'll have to make it resizable. Scale to fit. That looks good. Now we just need to add a foreground color. That gray. Opacity of 0.5. That looks good. Now underneath that, how do we want to go about displaying the person if they are not in the top 10? So we're going to need to make some changes. And the best way I would say is to, instead of having this an array of leaderboards, we can make this a leaderboard result. This would be nil and this would be empty at initialization. And we can call this leader result, change this to leader result. And then instead of changing or just grabbing the top 10, we're going to grab that. All right, now you see we have an issue because this is leader result. And now we need to call top 10. Refresh the preview and this should be working. And now if let, so what I'm going to do now is, and we haven't fixed the logic for this in the view model, but what we're going to do is if the user is not nil, then that's going to mean that they are not in the top 10. And that's how we're going to treat it in our project. So if let user, if let user equals view model dot leaderboard or leader result dot user. So if this is true, we can create an H stack like this, but without an index. So we're not going to bring in the index because that would overcomplicate things a lot. And that's actually a challenge I want to give to you guys is figure out how you would go about implementing things where we can actually account for the index of the user. And there's a few ways you can go about it. I just don't want to overcomplicate things, keep things simple. And you can even discuss in the comments or on the Discord on the approaches you're taking or thinking of taking. So this is set on this end, but now we need to go back to leaderboard, the view model, and we need to fix some logic here. So if let username equals username, that means if we have a username, and I also want to do something else, which is I want to make sure that top 10 doesn't contain username. And this operation won't be that taxing because it's only 10 items in this array. So if let this and the username is not in the top 10, then we're going to search for the user in the leaders array, which has all of them. And then we're going to add that to the leaderboard result. That'll return the user's information. And for this preview, it won't work because we haven't set up the app storage or user defaults that's storing the string for the username. And we have to go back. And the other thing we have to do is we have to go back to Firebase. All right, we have to go to console, go to your database, and we were going to have to make some changes. All right, first, let's run this project. And actually, I want to go to the tab view and let's print the username that I have here on the simulator. I believe it should be in my name. And I believe this username should be my name, but I just want to make sure. So let's run this. All right, this loads up and now we go to leaderboard and it looks like it already printed somewhere. See, it's probably not the best way to go about it. Here we go, optional tests. Oh, so it's not even my name, it's tests that we have in the simulator. All right, so we'll need to create an account for that. So let's do tests, the ID, put a random number, and then username, tests, and let's put a step count. And I'm gonna do 1 as a step count because we want a super low step count because we're gonna be testing if they're not in the top 10. So let's run this, and now we should see this on our device. So it loads up, we go to leaderboards, and we got the data, but it looks like this is not happening. So let's put a break statement right here, actually. Run. Haha, and I see my error now. We're checking if the username is contained in the top 10. When something I forgot is we need the bang, or we need the exclamation point, which basically the not operator. So this is going to check that what this line is doing is going to check whether that top 10 does not contain username. And now we can delete our breakpoint and we can run this. Go back to the simulator and boom, it shows up and we only have 1 step. So that's working out nicely, and we can actually test, and we can do another test here. If we change this step count to a very high number and we run our app again, we should get a very different result. Yeah, we get tests right here, and that means this is working. So So that's good to go. And you could remove the ellipses if you wanted to only show them when there is a actual person underneath. We can move that in here. And one thing we can add right here is just something nice is we can add a system image. We can add an image, system name, string, and let's go to SF symbols. And let's bring in like a crown, foreground color of dark yellow. And we will put, we need an if let user equal, no wait, username equal person dot username. And now we'll have to bring in the app storage. So we can go to our tab view, copy this over and bring it in here. Hit Command B, you can close this terminal line. And now it's preview, and this should be a conditional. So equals equals, and we don't need the let. So now let's refresh our preview and we should see the crown. Actually, no, we shouldn't because we haven't set that. And if we run the simulator now, it should pop up and we go to leaderboards and it's right there. And you guys can play around with the color. And there's also a crown.fill if you prefer that. Yeah, and actually that one looks nicer. And this looks good to go. And now we finish this section. So we could go to source tree, fitness app. And now let's commit our changes. So we had just changes to our view model. We updated our publish var to incorporate both the user and the top 10 leaders. And we updated our view to reflect this crown if the user is in the top 10. And then this part if they're not in the top 10. All right, and then for the message, we're going to say section 5.4. What did we do in here? We basically added support for if they're not in the top 10. Yeah, and index support. So leaderboard index and not top 10 support in case the user's not in the top 10. And we can hit commit. And one thing to note is sometimes if you leave your files open, they're not going to be reflected in the commits here. So sometimes I like to close Xcode beforehand and make sure that there's no new changes to be committed. And you just press commit. And that's it, y'all. So I'll see you on the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? We're still working on our leaderboards, but now we need to figure out how we want to actually post the user's information, their step count to our database. So right now, as you guys see, we are hard-coded this in. We're posting just Xcode and count 1, 2, 3. And if we run this, we should see that in our leaderboards. And something to note on my end, I'm running this the following week from the previous video. So that means that we're not going to have all the mock data from the database, because you see here, we only have one, and that's because we're now in a different week. And if we go open up Firebase, let's go to our console, select fitness app, go to our database. You see here's the database from last week, and now this is this week's database, and it only has this entry. Now that you guys seen that, let's fix this. We're gonna be fixing this by making some changes to our function here, post user step count. So instead of taking in account, I want to actually reference the database, not the database, but the health manager. If you guys remember, our health manager is a singleton, so we should be able to call shared. And we actually don't have a function that's gonna fetch the weekly steps, so we're gonna have to create that. So let's just call shared and leave it like that. Hit Command B. Oh, we have an extra argument called count. This is a double, so you can just change this to 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we have to remove this. And don't run the project, by the way, because it's just gonna post that with this step count now. So let's go to our health manager and let's create that function. And we could, to be honest, we should probably do this in a separate section. So let's do that. Extension health manager, and let's create a mark. This extension will be for the leaderboard view. And this function will be called fetch step count for this, or for current week. We can say fetch current week step count. And most likely we'll be adding a completion to this. And if we scroll up, this will be similar to the step count for the day. So what is that? Where is that? Fetch today's step. So I'm going to copy that, paste that in here. So here we're going to have to create it. We have to make this a completion and call this at escaping. And our completion, let's call a result. And we can return, let's just return a double and actually we can return, yeah, just return a double and an error. And you want this to return void. Hit Command B. So we can remove this line and change this to steps, which is a double. And this is almost ready, except we need to change this date right here. Do we have start of the week? Yeah, we do, which should be Monday. So quick thing I want to do. So we changed this to start of week. I want to go back to our database manager and let's go look at our Monday date format. And here we have a function fetch previous Monday. And something I realized we can do now is we can actually, we don't even need to do this. We can just call date start of the week, because that's basically what this property is doing. It's getting the start of the week, which is it's looking at what the previous Monday is. So let's do something. Let's open up our Firebase. I'm going to delete one of the collections. I'm going to delete the one for this week. And let's see if we get the same result. So we now just run this app and that saves us some code because we don't need this function. It takes up a lot of space. Looks like it's working. Let's go see what the database number or name is. Yep, it's working. So now we can get rid of this function, hit Command B. That cleans that up. And we're going to refactor this health manager in a second. We'll refactor that in a bit. I know we have these extensions in here. It's kind of messy. We'll fix that in a following video. But now let's scroll down and look at our function that we just created. Func fetch current week step count. All right. And it's a completion, escaping the result, which contains a double and an error. And it's escaping. Okay. Start of the week. Looks good. Now we can reference this in our database. So we're not in our database, in our view model. So let steps equal fetch current week step count. Let result switch on result. So we're going to have to change our implementation here because we're going to get the step count in here. And then in here, we're going to have to call this function, but you can't really do it like that. And you shouldn't do it like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function here. Func fetch current week step. We'll call this fetch current week step count just to keep it similar. And we're going to call this async throws. And this is going to return a double. All right. And now we're going to call try await with check throwing continuation. And we're going to have a continuation. And now we can call the health manager dot shared dot fetch current week step count result continuation dot resume throwing with result. Hit Command B. Now we can close this and call our function here fetch current week step count. Make this a private func so we can call it from like view. And we're just missing try await. Hit Command B and we can pass the steps in here. And I believe this needs to be an int, right? So we can solve that by just wrapping it in an int. Boom. And now we're able to fetch the user step count and post it to the database. Now we just need the username. So I'll say there's two ways to go about this for getting the username. And it'll depend on how you want to call the post step count update for user. Because we could put this in our view and call it on appear. And that would mean every time this view appears, the leaderboard view, we would post the step count, which might be really good, especially if they're actively stepping, right? Or if you keep it here in the initializer, this will only be called once. So it'll just be once every time they open the app, basically. Well, every time they close the app and open it again, their step count will be posted and then the results will be fetched, which is how we're going to do it. I feel like it's the better approach and you'll have less API calls being made. And if you have a lot of users, it'd be even important not to have that many. And you could also implement some algorithms, which would be a little bit more complicated, that you could call every now and then that would fetch the step count and see if it's changed. And if it has changed, then post that. But again, that's a little bit more complicated and complex. We're not going to be covering that in the course. In our use case, we're just going to keep it in the init to just call it once on the launch. And since we're going to do it like that, we can get rid of the username here. That means we don't need it here. And we can grab the username from user defaults. So we can do a guardlet username equals user defaults dot standard dot string for key username else. So if this is nil, we want to throw an error, and we're gonna just call URL error for now. Hit Command B, and now we can try to run this. And I'm gonna run this on, let's run this on simulator actually. So to do this, we're gonna have to mock some data for today's step count, or for this week's step count in general, to be honest. So I'm gonna go to health, hit continue. Wait, no, never mind. Looks like I need to do this. Oh no. All right, just hit allow, and now we're gonna go to steps, not now, and I can add data. So let's say we have 5,000 steps. Today is the 23rd, so we're gonna add 5,000 steps right now. Added, get out, and then come back. There you go, 5,000. So now if we run the simulator, we should see that reflected in our username and database. We should see that reflected in our database for our username. So let's go to the database. I'm gonna open it up. So this is before we go in there. And now if when we open up leaderboards, oh look, it's fetching from the step data we just entered. Haha, and we see here, and we have the crown because it knows it's a current user, and we're in first place. Hooray! Ours is working. And I'm gonna run this on my device and test it on there just to see how it's going. All right, and today I haven't been that active. It looks like I only have 6,900 steps. Not that active. Maybe more steps later. Now we'll just wait for the app to load up. All right, so the app loads up, and let's go to our leaderboards. Oh, and I have to actually accept this on my device. So it's actually a good test. So let's see. Let's call myself Jason Dubon. Very creative name. And the leaderboard is not fetching. And this is a good test actually, because we see there's a bug now. And that bug I could see is, maybe you see it as well. It's because on our leaderboard onboarding, basically when they accept the terms, right? So before they accept the terms, this view model is being created and these functions are being called, but this is failing because there is no username here. So it's going to throw an error, which is good because you don't want it would post nil and a step count. You don't want it to do that. So this throws and then it's caught. So we go to our leaderboard view, and our solution to this is we can go to our leaderboard view and we'll have to make some changes. So on change of show terms, we can say if show terms. So if it's false, so we're going to say if not show terms, and we can add another conditional to this, and username is not equal to nil, which you don't really need this because the show term will only disappear if they accepted, but this is just an extra safety. So when this happens, we'll want to reference our view model, and we're going to want to say post the step count and also fetch the leaderboards. And this is a task. So we're going to want to call a task, create a do catch block, try await. Now we just missed the catch. Print error dot localize description, hit Command B. Oh, and if we go back, it looks like we're going to have to make some more changes. And while I was writing this function, I realized we should probably have a helper function here. So let's create that up top. We're going to create a function here that's going to be asynchronous that we're going to use to combine both of these calls and execute this. So let's call that func fetch leaderboard, or we're going to call this func set up leaderboard data. And we need to make sure we call this async throws. And we're going to cut this, paste it in here. And now we can just say try await set up leaderboard data. And now in our view, we can just call that. So set up leaderboard data. And now we can actually hide these. So we can make this private, make this private, make this private. And now nobody has access to them. And if they want to fetch one of them, then they'll have to call this one. Oh, and our struct should not be private. So let's remove that. All right, so this looks good. Now to test this on the simulator, I actually am going to uninstall the app because now I have my name saved in user defaults. And if I go to the database and refresh here, we shouldn't see my name because I don't believe it executed. Yep, correct. So if we run this on the simulator, you guys see we have the leaderboard still here, and we can actually delete the app, remove it. And now let's try running it again. We're gonna select turn all on, hit allow. Now we go to leaderboards. It's telling us for a username. So let's do Rocky, my pet dog. And we're gonna hit continue. And boom, oh, it posts up 5,000. And that's what we have in our mock data on this device. So that's accurate. So this is working. All right, so now we got the leaderboards set up where now we're able to post our actual data and fetch the leaderboard data from our database. So I'm gonna stop here for now. And that means we're gonna have to commit our changes. So let's pull up source tree. When you have source tree open up, you can review all the changes we made and you can see, make sure everything's accurate. You don't have any typos. All right. And then I added section 5.6, leaderboard view, posting users step data. And then after you write that, you want to check, push to the main, and you want to commit these changes. And we're all set. So I'll see you on the next one. Peace. What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Now we're going to be doing some refactoring. And one thing I want to share is I had some issues with running this on my device, actually. And what initially happened is I deleted the app and I reinstalled it on my phone. And the request wasn't being shown. In our home view, we have this home view model, which if we jump to the init, we call the health manager request HealthKit authorization on initialization of this. And for some reason, it wasn't showing. So what I had to do though, all I did was restart my device and it was working. I don't know if that's a random bug from Apple, but that's just something I wanted to share. And we hit turned on. Now we hit allow, and we get all our data in here. And we go to charts, and this should be loading up in a second. There we go. There's the data. And now we go to leaderboards. And something to note is when you go to leaderboards, you kind of are stuck there, right? You can't get out because there's no more tabs being shown. So we're actually going to fix that. To fix that, we're going to have to change our implementation. And we're not going to use the full screen cover anymore. And what we're going to do is we're going to embed this VStack, command click on it. And for you, you might get the option to embed in a Z stack. It looks like it's not showing up let me stop running. Let me hit command B. Now let me try to do it. Nope. It's not working. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all this code and we're going to cut it. Then we're going to create a Z stack. Paste that in there. We embedded this in a Z stack. And now one thing I want to do is I want to remove this and put this on the Z stack. This will look a lot nicer. And then at the bottom of our Z stack and underneath the V stack, we're going to add a conditional. So if show terms, so if we're supposed to show the terms, we're going to show terms view right here. And now you run that. And let's see what pops up on our device. So I'm going to record my screen. And it's running. We go to leaderboards and looks like we have some crazy UI issues. Some of that pertains to this VStack needing its own frame. So we're going to keep that frame in there. And I believe we can remove this. And now the other thing we need to do is we need to add a color.white here. Just so that the view underneath it, which will be the view that's going to show all the leaders and all that, is not being shown. So now we run our device. And we should clearly see this. Boom. And now I'm going to enter a name. So let's enter, what's a good name? Let's enter Vision Pro. All right, we're going to do Vision Pro, hit continue. So as you guys may have seen, when we enter in a username and we hit continue, nothing happens. And that's because in our terms view, we were using dismiss to know when this is actually being sent off and completed. But what we actually need to do is we need to use a binding var, which will be show terms. And this var is already being used in our leaderboard view. So now we just have to implement that in our terms view. And that's what we're doing now. And now we can get rid of dismiss. And instead of dismiss, we say show terms equal to false. hit Command B, and we'll get, yep, this issue here, fix it by just put .constant here, .constant, set that equal to false, hit Command B. Actually, set it equal to true since we're in our leaderboard view. And I mean terms view, and I'll go to leaderboard view and hit Command B, and you should get this error. Do the automatic fix, and now we can bind it to our show terms boolean. Hit Command B, and then boom. And now we should have it disappear. So I'm gonna open up my simulator, delete the app so that the username is not stored already, and I'm going to run it again. All right, now the app is loading. Give it a second. All right, and here's a Stack Overflow post mentioning the issue that we run into, or I ran into at least, where sometimes on a reinstall, the sheet is not being shown. And if that happens, a simple restart of your device fixes it. So now that I restarted my device, I'm gonna run it now, let it install, and we get requested to show all of our data. And now we go to leaderboard view, or leaderboards. And now let's enter Steve Jobs. And we check on this, hit continue, and it goes away, and it posts, and boom, it's showing up. And you guys see Vision Pros there because the never request worked and everything when we first did it, when we did it initially, but the UI wasn't updating because we didn't have a binding var for our show terms view here. So now that we added that, it goes away and everything looks good. So a little bit more refactoring I want to do. If we go here to our Health Manager, we have a bunch of extensions on top of it. So let's remove them. And we're going to minimize these, and we're going to go to our utils. This is where we have our extensions. So the first one we're going to create is an extension for our double. So double plus ext. Paste that in here. Hit Command B. And now we go back to our Health Manager, and we need one more extension for date. All right, and we go to our folder structure, and we hit a new file. Swift file date plus ext. Oh, typo. ext. Now we paste that in there, hit Command B. This looks good, and this looks good. This also looks good. One thing I want to do is I want to just search if we have any extensions anywhere else in the project. And it looks like the only extensions are on the Health Manager, so that's fine. And yet we refactored the extensions. So now we are going to commit our changes to source tree. And let's close these files to make sure that these changes are, let's just close Xcode, and we're going to go to the commit, and these are just a project. All right. This is the Z stack we added, and we should have this. Yeah, we removed the full screen cover. Let's go back to leaderboard view. I don't see it showing. Oh, here's the if statement. All right. Remove the dismiss, added the binding, refactored our extensions. Yep. Section, we can go here and look back at the previous. So we're in 5.7. So we went with show terms view refactor and an extension refactor, and now we can check this and commit our changes, and now we're good to go. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Now we're going to be working on setting up our profile view. We haven't done that yet, so we're going to add a new group, call this profile, and in here we will add, let's create our view, call it profile view. And we need to create our folders, right? This will be our views, model, view model. Put this in here, and let's go to profile view. If you guys remember, our profile view looks something similar to this. So that's what we're gonna go with. Before we get started with the code, I wanna make sure you guys brought in these avatars that are down below. You guys can download them, and they're from Flat Icon, I mean. And I just found a collection here, and this is a great site for icons, for stickers, for assets you need for your app. You can get the premium, or you just have to attribute the author. So for our case, we would have to attribute stickers. So made by stickers from Flavicon, and you would have to just paste that wherever you're using this, mostly in the App Store description. All right, so we can get rid of that. And now let's go back to our profile view, and we get started with our code. If you remember, we are going to be mocking something like this. So we need a VStack off the rip. You guys can see, since everything is being stacked vertically. All right, and this front part is within an H stack. So we need an H stack here, and this H stack contains an image. Let's go with image name. For now, we're gonna hard code it, but we will change this in a second. Let's pull up the preview. All right, now preview, we get something like this. So we need to make this resizable, and let's give it a default frame. 64 by 64. Make sure you get it scale to fit. Let's see what we do with fill. Actually, let's make it scale to fit, and let's buff up the size a little bit more to 80. And let's go up to 100. All right, we'll go with 100. And for this, we had a background. And for the background, you could go with rounded rectangle, corner radius this, foreground color of dot gray, and you set an opacity 0.4. Boom, and all we need to do is add some padding, .aw of 8. There we go. And for this V stack, let's add a frame, max width of dot infinity, max height of dot infinity, alignment of top leading. Boom, that pins us up there. And we can add some padding to this. There we go. All right, so then we had a text which said, good morning, if you're morning for you, or and we'll add a way to handle whether it's day or night. That way we'll know whether to show good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. And this actually has to be embedded in a V stack. And for the text, we can say good morning. Let's just put name for now. All right, we're missing a comma here, and the alignment on this needs to be leading. Let's change our font to title. Let's call a foreground color of dot gray, font title 2. And I actually want to make this larger, so let's do a large title. How does that look? And then we'll change this to title. Boom, that looks a lot nicer. Might add a little bit of padding to the... Wait, how does this look with padding? So instead of adding padding, we could add some spacing. Let's do like 16. There we go. All right, so that sets up our H stack. Although it's hard-coded, we're going to go through and fix this. I just want to set up the UI first. So now I want two sections, one for edits and one for the contact us and privacy policy, terms of service, things of that nature. So to accomplish that, I'm going to put all this stuff in a separate V stack. And these are all going to be buttons. And these will be buttons. We're going to we'll just say print. The first one is edit name. And within the edit name, we need to create an H stack. An H stack for the image we want to show. And for the edit, we can click on this. And that brings this up. And if you write edit, we should find something. Maybe pencil. Which one should we use? Square and pencil. Circle and pen. It's really up to you. I went with this one for edit. And then after this, we want a text, which is going to say edit name. And we can ascribe a foreground color of dot primary. And we pretty much can copy and paste this. And this will become edit image. Edit image. We want to add some padding to each of these buttons. Copy. And on the button, we actually have to set a frame, max width dot infinity. And we can call the alignment dot leading. And that shifts it all the way to the left. And we can paste this here. And before we continue, we're going to be reusing this button. So we might as well create a custom one. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to views. And what we'll call this is fitness, the name of our app, profile button. All right. And I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. And what we'll have to do is we'll have to call action. And this is going to be a completion, which returns void. And you can leave it like this. You don't need to make it optional. And another thing, what else will we need? We can keep, well, actually, no, this is going to be dynamic, right? Based on, if I put this up again, if we are in the second section, we want to change the image. So let's create a var called image, and this will be a string. We'll require that. And the last thing we'll require is a text of string. And then text, goes here, and we can just call this title instead of text, so it's not that confusing. And system image or system name image, and then in here we can call action. All right, this, if we go back to profile view, is square and pencil. The title, let's do edit image. The action, let's see if it allows us to do this. All right, and we refresh the preview. This is basically no action if we press it, or nothing happens. Yep, this is working. Sweet. So let's cut this out and see if it works. So we call fitness profile button. The name is, or the image, actually, we should change this around, right? The title should be first and then the image. Although it's up to you, personal preference. I know for me at least, it makes, I like seeing the title first. So the title will be edit name. The image is square pencil, square dot and dot pencil. The action is, let's see, print name, hit Command B. Oh, one thing before I run this I missed is we should make these a state var since they will update the view. And let's go to profile view and run this. And now if I click on this, I should see name, but let it load first. All right, loads up. If we hit edit image, we see edit image, edit name, we see name. So this works. And now we can cut this, paste it in here, and this becomes edit image. We can change this to image, and voila. Now the last thing we're missing is a background. And for the background, we can add a rounded rectangle corner radius of 10 and do fill dot gray. And let's add an opacity of 0.3. And if we go back up, I want to change this to 0.3 as well. That looks a lot nicer actually. So we're gonna basically do something very similar to the next. So we copy and paste this. Instead of edit image, if you look here, it's now going to be contact us. So let's put this side by side. Instead of, so this one is going to be contact us. This is going to be privacy policy. One more for terms of service. And you can add as much as you'd want here. Like you could probably add I mean, we don't really have a user account, so you can't put delete my account, but you can add as many of these as you want. Now let's get at these images. We can pull up the canvas. Let's look at our project, and let's also go look at images. So I believe we need the paper. Which one do we need? So we need envelope. I believe this is envelope. Let's see. Envelope. There we go. So we need envelope for contact us. And for the other, I believe if we go with doc. Yep, doc. So we can cut this, paste this in here, and click on this to refresh it. There we go. And I actually want to change the opacity to 1.5. Let's change the opacity to, instead of 0.3 to 1.5, and we'll keep the top one the same. Actually, let's see how it looks with 1.2. Now we'll keep this at 1.25. All right. Now let's go to contact us, privacy policy, or let's just write these and see if it's working. Contact, yep. So this functionality is working and the UI is pretty set. All right, so we're gonna stop here. Let's open up our source tree and commit these changes. So we open up fitness app, commit. These are all the images that we entered. This is our changes to this is the button that we added, our custom button, and this is the view. This is section 6.1. And in here, what did we do? We created our profile view UI and custom profile button. And that's what we did in this video. So we commit that. Make sure you hit the check mark. And that's a wrap. In the next video, we're actually going to be implementing logic to handle button taps and let the user change this and all that. So I'll see you guys there. Peace. All right, so in our last video, we set up our UI for our profile view. Now I want to set up the logic that we can actually change stuff. And we're going to be using app storage, which uses user defaults in the background, but it's super helpful that SwiftUI provides this for us. And we're going to use that to store the name of the image that's going to be here shown to the user, and also the user's name. So let's call this profile name first, var profile name. And by default, let's set it equal. Well, there's two ways you can go about this. You can set it by default, or you could just make it an optional string. And it's really up to you which one do you want to go with. because if you set it by default, app storage or user defaults will override it if it finds it in the system. But let me finish this first. Profile image. This is a var. Profile image. This is a string optional. Command B. And what we can do is we can set profile image and then just have an optional to default to that. And we'll set profile name, have an optional. Basically use nil coalescing to set it to name if we don't have it in our storage, which we won't since we haven't set it anywhere, right? And how do we want the user to tap or be able to change a name? So for the image, we're gonna do image first. So for the image, when the user taps this or taps this, I wanna change this image. And the way I want the image change to work is I wanna have a V or H stack here. So I wanna have a conditional that's gonna check if we are in the edit state or not. And if we are, we're gonna show an H stack of all the possible avatars and the user can select from one of those. So to do this, we're gonna create a var, state var, we'll call this is editing image. And this will be false by default. And if it's true, so if is editing image, we want to show the H stack. And this H stack is gonna be a for each. And I actually wanna create a var at the top called images. And this is gonna be an array of all the possible images. And this is basically just going to contain an array of all the image names. And we can ask ChatGPT to do this for us. I'm just going to do it myself. You know, I realized what I was typing. Like, man, maybe I should have just done it myself. Sometimes it's not worth it. Avatar 3, Avatar 4. As Julius Caesar said, or somebody said, if you want it done, you got to do it. 9 or 10. Woo, that's a lot. And you got to be careful with these. Make sure there's no typos in here. And sometimes you'd want to remove this into its own file, but we're going to keep it in here for this project. So for each image, do we need an identifier? Let's call, actually, yep, we need to call state. Let's make this private and let's make this private as well. Hit Command B. All right, we need to bring in ID, self. For the code, I want to keep it like this. Actually, let's see if we can call image. Let's see what happens here. And we have to set this equal to true in order to see it. There we go. Just as I figured. So we need to cut this out and put this in a scroll view. And let's see what we get now. And we need to set the axis to be horizontal. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And let's add some padding. There we go. All right. And we will add a background to this scroll view. And underneath the scroll view, we're going to create a button with an action and a label. Print, done, and text, done. Let's add some padding to this. And you do rounded rectangle, corner radius of 10, and then we do fill. And this is where you can change the color of like dot black. I'm not sure. Let's do primary. Let's go with black for now. And let's add a max width to this. You could say infinity, right? But I don't want to be that extreme. So let's do done. And let's create some padding at the bottom. And let's change this foreground color to dot white. The action will be is editing image toggle. Or actually we can just set it to false since this is always going to be false. There we go. And now let's set up this. So is editing image, set this equal to true. So now if I tap on this, this shows. Cool, 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 cool. And we can add an on tap gesture recognizer. And this is optional, to be honest. This is if you want this functionality, where if I tap on this image, it shows this. Boom. And something we should account for is we need to add another state var. Make this private again. We need to add a selected image, and this will be optional. And we'll have to set the selected image to optional, since sometimes we won't have a selected image, and we can default it to be avatar 1 if we don't have one. Because we're basically what we're gonna use for the selected image is when somebody taps this, the selected image will be the default image that they're using now. So we can handle that by on appear here, on up here. Selected image equals profile image. All right, refresh this. And we'll have to put this in a button because we need to track if we tap on any of this. And if we do tap on it, we want to set selected image equal image. Hit Command B. Build succeeds. Refresh the preview. All right, it's working. It's working. Now, what do we should? We should change this back to false. Actually, we keep it to true for now. And the last thing, we need a way to display that the image is selected, whichever image they do select. And there's quite a few ways to go about that. Let's see if we can add a shadow to the button. Let's see. So one way is we can add a shadow to the button. So we can say shadow and we can say selected image equals image. So if this is true, the radius is 5, else it's 0. So yeah, there we go. Although it's very hard to see. Yeah, so this is probably not the best UI. Another way we could do this is we can put this in a VStack and circle and dot frame. We'll add a circle of 16 by 16. Let's see how this looks. Remove this padding. There we go. And add that padding here. And now we just need to change this foreground color to dot black. Although let's see how this looks in dark mode. So not black, primary. All right, so we might go with primary then. And it looks like we'll have to update the color for the button. But this looks good and we can just cut this out and we can say if selected image equals image. Then we do this and something cool. We can say with animation, do that. There we go. Oh, look at that animation. Oh, SwiftUI. SwiftUI is dope. Yeah, so this is looking good. Now we need it to update this though. So let's see, when we select the image, it really depends on the UI that you want. The way we're handling it here, it would add more logic to actually update this as well. You probably have to have 2 variables. You'd have to add like another variable. So we're not going to do that. And what we'll do is on done, we'll set it. So when do we tap done? Where is done? Here we go. So when we tap on done, what do we want to do? We want to set is editing with false. And let's do this with animation because that's a super powerful tool that SwiftUI gives us. So with animation, we want to set profile image equal to, we want to set it as selected image. And what else do we want to do? I believe that's it. Let's try this out. So done. Boom. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's do old man. Hey, fire. And let's see. Oh, we should probably add a cancel button, right? Or yeah, it might make sense to add a cancel button because otherwise, how do you get out of here? Boom. So this is good. Now we need to account for editing the name. And to do that, we'll do something fairly similar. And we'll do this above this stuff right here. So let's do, we're going to have to, well, let's set this equal to false. And we're going to have to create another state var. Private var is editing name. Let's set this equal to true so it shows up. So if is editing name, we'll want to show a text field with a title and a, what's that, name, and we'll set this as a private var current name. Let's bind this to current name. All right, and what else do we need to do here? So let's refresh the preview, actually wait for this to load. Let's add some padding. Let's add a background, rounded rectangle, corner radius of 10, dot stroke. There we go. And then we'll add a button here. We'll probably need 2 buttons, a cancel and a done. So if, let's print cancel, and we can copy our UI from the button below, the done button. And we will need to, let's embed this in an H stack, and we'll have cancel. And for cancel, what should we do? For cancel, let's change the foreground color to red. And let's change this to gray with opacity of like 0.1. There we go. So if we press cancel, is editing name, set this equal to false. There we go. And now we have to configure this. So which button is this? So we scroll down and that's this one right here. So is editing name, set this equal to True. There we go. And let's change this to name dot dot dot. And on done, if current name dot, let's do is empty. And we'll do a bang here. So if it's not empty, what do we want to do? We want to set profile name equal to current name. And we want to say is editing name equal to false. And let's do that in a with animation because it's super powerful. So let's see. I am Bob. Why is, caps lock? Oh, I don't know why caps lock is not working. All right. Good morning, Bob. Cool. And this text is kind of big. So let's do a minimum scale factor 5 or something for this good morning since I see it's hugging it. But now this is good. See, we can cancel it. And if we had done, it should change. There we go. Voila. So I'm going to do a little bit more refactoring before we wrap up because we're using this button here a lot, right? Not this button, but we're doing this repeatedly. We're doing it here 3 times. So that calls for extrapolating into its own view. And we are going to call fitness profile. We will call this editing button, or we'll call this edit button. And I'm going to refactor this name into item button because this is responsible for each item in our profile view. And all I want to do is I want to bring this over, go to our edit button here. And we can just go back here and copy this part, paste that in there. And we call action now in here. And we can get rid of this error using that. And we can call just title. And the title will be of type string. And we can call background color. This is of type color. And we can get rid of the foreground stuff since we can handle that individually on a case by case. Background color and title is here. So we need to make sure we wrap these in a state wrapper. All right. Command B. Oh, we're missing arguments. Oh, we don't have automatic fix. So we have to, there we go. No title and dot red or something. All right, let's go to our profile view now though, because it's gonna work. Trust me. So we go back to our profile view and we can call fitness profile edit button. The title is cancel. The background color is dot gray with an opacity of 0.1. And the action is editing false. And we should always call with animation. So let's see if this works. And this is for the editing name portion. So we're going to click on that one first. Well, let's cancel this. And there it goes. It shows up. And we just need to add a foreground color of dot red. And we can copy this, paste it in here, change this to done, change this to black, or actually primary. And we can cut this, paste it in here, and our job is done, except for the foreground color. Hello, dot white. So you could pass the foreground color to it. And actually, I don't even know if we want this to be dot white, right? So we actually want to change this to, I'm going to change it to a UI color. There's one that I already know works, is system background, because this will change automatically. There we go. There we go. And now we just need one more for this. And we just cut this part and paste that in here. And we can cut this. And let's see how this looks if we start editing both. Oh, not too bad. Not that crazy. Not as crazy as I thought. And you could add some conditionals where if this is shown, then you can't press this, or you can do it where if this is clicked on, then this disappears and the image shows, which is what we're going to do in our case. So if to do that, and I realize we have this lowercase, let's uppercase it. All we need to do is make sure that we set is editing name to false, and we do the opposite for this one. So is editing image equal to false. So now if I tap on this, if I tap on that, it'll just jump between them and we don't have both of them being shown. Cool. And we will add a with animation here. And the animation has to show is editing name equal to false. That was our last edge case. Okay. Now it looks like we're good to go. Are there any UI changes that don't have with animation? Because we should add it. It makes your app so much cleaner. Oh, right here. So let's paste this. This one is for edit image. So that means this one has to be reversed. So we want editing name to be true and this to be false. Get rid of some space. Let's review this a bit more. All right, so the last thing we're missing is we got to set this section up. And we'll be doing that in the next video. So let's actually commit these changes. Fitness app, commit. Let's review these. So this is just Xcode stuff. This is the new edit button. We refactored item button name. And this is just our profile view. We added all these changes to take into account the actions. So section 6.2, we worked on the profile view, edit, name, and image logic. Implementation. And make sure you push these changes. Hit commit. And boom, we're good to go. See you on the next one. Peace. All right, before we move on and stamp out this section, I actually wanted to do a little bit of refactoring. So we added a lot of logic into our view. And remember, we're going with MVVM. So we are going to want to create a view model to store that logic and to make sure our view is dumb and doesn't know anything. And it's not complex logic, but as you see, we have these stuff. These can all be taken out and put into our view model. So let's do that. Profile view model. Make this an observable object. At publish. Make this at publish, at published. This isn't changing, and we'll have to remove the private. Hit Command B, and we get a whole bunch of issues here. So let's create an at state object, view model. Well, you gotta call it var. Var view model equal profile view model. All right. And now before we refactor this, I want to go back to our view model, and we need to create two functions. Func number one is present name. We'll say present edit name. Another func called present edit image. And in these functions, what we'll do is basically just want to call this. So this would be for image because we're setting this equal to false and this equal to true. All right. And what we can do is we can call view model dot present edit image. And that gets rid of that. For this, we'll have to call view model. And we'll have to bind this to the view model. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. Let's see where else we can copy just the view model dot part. We'll handle these in a second. All right, we can put that here, put this in here, put this in here. And this is selected image. I believe for selected image, we can go here, set this equal to user defaults dot standard dot string for key. And we can just reference the same key, and that would be profile name, Command B. That should let us get rid of this issue. So we actually can get rid of the on appear because it'll be set automatically here in our view model. And it'll be nil if we don't have it and not nil if we do have this in our user defaults. And what is this one? So this is cancel. So present, and let's have a function called dismiss edit. We'll call it dismiss edit. And in here, we can just say this equal to false and say the other one equal to false. And we can use that for both. So this would be view model dot dismiss. Now we need to handle the completion. So this one is the completion for edit name. Let's create another func, edit name here, and we can cut this out, paste it in here, and instead of, so if this is not empty, we want to do this, and we don't actually have to pass anything because we can use the current name we have here, and we can set this equal to this. So actually, I'm not going to copy and paste this. I'm going to say user defaults dot standard dot set value for, so value is going to be current name for profile name. And I accidentally brought over with animation. You can remove that. And let's call self.dismiss in here. So we can call view model dot edit name. Actually, let's refactor this to like set new name or something. Set new name. We'll call it set new name. View model set new name. So this is basically selected image equals image. Func selected image. And we can pass in an image. All right, we'll come back to this for now. I mean, now we could really get rid of these app storage here, since we're going to be using the one in our view model. And that allows us to conform more to MVVM, because the app storage works really well with the MV and other patterns. But if we want to stick truly to MVVM, we should move that. And that would be, this would be selected image, which is basically going to be the same thing as the app storage. And for our name, publish, we have to create a new publish var, call this profile name, and this will equal, we can copy this, and we set this equal to name, and actually this needs to be profile image. I just realized, shout out to whoever saw that when I typed it. All right, and this will be view model dot profile name. All right, let's scroll down now and see what we have. So selected image equals image, and we're gonna have to, since we got rid of the app storage, we're gonna have to bring in one more var here, basically the same thing as this, except we want it to be the profile image, and we set this equal to here. And we're gonna have two of these because this one's gonna be used to display the actual profile image, and this one is gonna be used to change while we're picking a new image. So we're gonna have two for those, and this is looking good. Now we're back to our profile view. We need to handle, what do we need to handle? So when we tap an image, so set new name, func, did select new image, and we should pass in the name, which will be a type string, and then selected image equals name, view model dot present, did select new image. Now we scroll down, and this is done. So this is done for the image. So underneath here, we'll create a function set new image, and it's going to be fairly similar to this, except we're going to take the selected image, and now we're going to save it to profile image, command B. All right, view model dot set new image. Right, this one is view model. Do we set, yeah, oh, we need to set this one up here. So this one is present name. So this should be true and this should be false. Then we'll call present edit name. And in here you call view model dot present edit image, hit command B. Boom, and now we refactored this into MVVM very neatly. All right, and now we should be able to test this. And this should be the logic should be working. If you have an issue, then please review and make sure you don't have any typos. We're able to save this. Yes. Change the name. Joe. Still have cap locks on. Oh, it looks like on done, this isn't changing. Oh, because this is using selected image when it should be profile image. This should be profile name. Ah, so when we save this, oh, I get it. So when we set a new name and a set, we have to actually save that. So we got to say profile. Well, not save that, but we actually have to update this variable because it's not, since we got rid of app storage, we have to update it ourselves. App storage is not handling that for us anymore. So this would be profile name equals current name. And this would be profile image equals selected image. Now we can go back here, and now this should be working. We'll set this to profile name. We set this to profile image. Hi. There we go. Edit image. Voila. So that's it for the refactoring. Let's commit these changes. We'll close this to make sure the changes are reflected. And now we're going to go to commit. And what should we commit? All right, so this is section 6.3. And this was ProfileView, Profile MVVM Refactor. And let's capitalize the P so we can check that. This is our view model. Looking good to go. This is all the lines of code we took out. We took out a lot of lines of code. Yeah, like if you look here, we had like 170. And I'm gonna commit and let's see how much we have now. Oh, we got rid of about like 30 lines of code, I want to say. So that's fairly good. That's pretty good, especially like on a large project, right? With a big screen that has so much functionality, you do that a lot and then it ends up like 300, 500 lines. So refactoring it like this is super helpful. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. All right, so we're almost done with the profile view. If it looks like we haven't changed the state of the is editing name because it's showing up by default. So we have to go to the view model You guys might have done this already, but make sure you have this set to false. So it's not automatically being shown, and that should fix that issue. And now I want to actually, if we go to our tab view, you see we haven't integrated this into our project. So let's do that. We call ProfileView, and we can tag it as profile. We have a tab item. Let's copy this, paste it in there, and our thing will be person, I believe. Yep, person. And this can be profile. All right. So if we go to profile, this pops up. It looks good. Let's run it on the simulator and just see how it looks on that. All right. So in our profile, we go to profile view and boom, it's the default image, and we can change it, and we can also edit our name. Let's put Jason. There we go. And this, and if we switch between them, boom. Can I change? Let's try to change our image. All right, this looks good to go. Let's go back to our profile view and finish it off. We're almost done. We just have the bottom section to fill out. Oh, and also I noticed this part as well. We'll do that in a second. But let's scroll down and let's figure out what we're doing here. And for these items, we actually want to use a link. So we may have to change our implementation here. So I want to use a link of, we either have title key, destination, or we have destination and then a label. Let's do that one. And for the privacy policy in terms of service, this will be dependent on where you have that hosted. And what I like to do for my apps is I just create a GitHub repo and I post the terms of service and privacy policy on there. And that's what I will link to here. So and you guys can use this as a reference if you want. Then we'll have a label, and I believe we have to force unwrap this. And this one is for terms. So we also need one for privacy. So let's grab the link for the privacy policy. All right, URL. Make sure you guys, there we go. And you force unwrap it. And for the text, we can go to the item button and we can take this. Let's take this part, put it in here, and let's see what we got. So we have to change this to privacy policy and doc. Let's put empty view for now. Let's see if that loads up and how it looks. Hey, it loads up and it looks horrendous. Believe we need to bring these over as well. Let's see. There we go. So we can get rid of this. And then we can just copy this, put it in here, and change this to terms of service or terms of use, whichever you prefer. And we get rid of this button. Let's put terms of service since that's what we had up there. Now the last thing we need to account for is the contact us, which what we're gonna do is have a Gmail or a mail app up here if they have access to it. So to do that, we need to go into our view model and create a function for that. So let's create that at the bottom func. We'll call this present email app. And the way we want to format it is a let email subject equals something, and then we can let the email recipient. We need to write email recipient. Did I spell that correctly? I think so. All right, so I'm gonna fill this out, and this can be, you can call it like your name of your app, fitness app, contact us. And that'll be the subject line of whatever email app that opens up. And we can also set the recipient to be ourselves. So I just put my email here. And then we have to do a few things. We have to encode these because we're gonna use, and the next step is encoding these because we're gonna use them and pass them in a URL. So we can't pass this like this into a URL because the URL requires a specific formatting. So what we'll have to do is we can say let encoded, we can create a var encoded subject equal email subject. Then we call adding percent encoding with allowed characters dot URL query allowed. And this is optional, or yeah, it can be optional. I believe it can be optional. Yeah, it's an optional string. So if that's the case, we'll do that. And we'll do the same for a recipient. So encoded recipient equal email recipient dot adding percent encoding with URL query. Now we're going to create the URL string that's going to be called to open up the email app or the mail app. and that'll be mail to. Then use a colon, and now we'll use string interpolation because first we pass in the encoded recipient, and then you do question mark subject, and we can set that equal to the encoded subject. Encoded subject. Now we can guard that. We have to create the URL. So from this URL string, we will create a URL. And if this fails, we can return. We might have to create some error handling down the line. Now we can try to open this URL. So we'll call if UI application.shared.can open URL, because you want to check if it can open it first. And if it can open it, then we can try to open it. All right, we'll call .open and we pass in the URL. And since we're using the UI application, we have to import SwiftUI. All right, else return. So yeah, we might have to do some error handling here as well in case it's not able to open the email app. But let's test this. Well, first we have to call this. So when we tap it up here, we'll call viewModel.present email app. Let's try on the simulator. We go to profile, contact us. Ooh, not working. So let's see if we get here and let's see what happens here. So we're gonna do some debugging. We open up the profile, we click contact us. So we get here, and what happens? Or we get here. Looks like it's not able to open this URL. And now I realize we're not able to open this URL, and that's because we forgot one crucial step. And this is an important step that you may forget sometimes when you're trying to open another app within your app, and that's you need to create something in your info.plist. You basically have to specify in your info plist which apps you want to allow to be opened from your application. And we can do that. We call ls application queries schemes. You could also just have looked up queried URL schemes, and both of those work. And then in this array, you guys see it's an array of URL schemes. This is where you will list all the schemes for the apps you want to open within your application. And for us, we just want to open this one. So we're going to copy it, paste it in there. Now we can run this. And if you're opening up like Google Maps or something like that, you would insert whatever the app URL is for the given app, because every single app has a URL scheme. So you can put that in your plist and then you'll be able to open it from here. So I'm going to run this on my device because you guys will see that if you run this on the simulator, it's not going to work because we don't have a mail or Gmail app on the simulator. But on our device, if we go to profile, we go to contact us, boom, it opens up the email and I'm sending it to myself. But that means it's working, which is really good. So when the user doesn't have the app or a mail app or a Gmail or something like that, we can basically just present an alert saying, hey, buddy, you do not have an email app. So this is not going to work. And that's how we can handle this case right here. And we will do that in the error handling section. So I'm going to stop here for this video. That means we got to commit our changes to source tree. And we're almost there. We're rounding off the course, y'all. We almost there. What is this? What section did we just finish? 6.4. We got a section 6.4. Profile view, contact us, terms and privacy policy implementation. And I don't know why I capitalized contact us. And we make sure to push these changes. Let's review them. So we added the profile view to the tab. We added this plist so we can open up the email app. This is the changes to the plist in our Xcode. We had to bring in SwiftUI to use UI application here. And in our profile view, we updated this section to incorporate the functionality. So I checked that off. Now we just hit commit and boom, we're good to go. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Now we're going over error handling. And why error handling? Because this is super important in your applications. Because let's say something fails for some reason, whether you're making an error request or in our case, you're fetching from the health store and HealthKit. You never just want to leave the user hanging or basically not knowing what the hell is going on. They're just staring at a screen and nothing is showing up. No alert, no anything. And that's what we're going to be covering in this section. And that's terrible UX, right? Like they're going to give you a 1-star review on the App Store and they're never going to use your app again. So you want to make sure there's error handling. And that's what we're going to be covering in this section. So we're gonna first start off with the home view and then make our ways through all the other tabs. If you guys remember our home view, if we scroll through it, the only places we need to account for error handling is our view model, where we're making our request to fetch our data. So we'll go to the view model and we can actually clean this up a little bit. We can remove this mock data, just call this workout. This will be initialized to an empty array of workouts. And to be honest, you could keep this or you could remove it. I'm going to remove it, but you guys can feel free to keep it in case you guys want to keep mocking some of the stuff. All right, so one thing I want to cover before we get into error handling is if you guys notice, well, this is a sort of error handling, but if you notice when we're fetching the calories burned, and this also applies to the step count, that card is not being shown. And that's because we're not using an Apple Watch, so no card is being created because the health manager is throwing us an error. So we're getting here. So what we can really do is we can copy this, remove this part, and then you remove calories, dash, dash, dash. And now let's run this. And you see it shows up, which is really good. And one thing to note too is you can have this error occur here for the step count as well. And this happens when there isn't a step count. So what we'll do is, so one thing we can do is we can go here and we can create an activity. And let's go to this function and look at the activity that's being created. I'm going to copy the activity and then I'm going to go back to our home view model and go to where we have steps. And I'm going to paste the activity in there and we will go with the dash dash again. In my simulator, this won't work or this won't show, but if in your simulator you had no steps for that day, then you may have been seeing an error and this will account for that. All right, so now let's go to error handling. So how do we want to handle the errors? There's a lot of ways you could go about this, but I found the best way is actually using async await, because async await has a very powerful thing where we can batch our asynchronous requests and have them execute at the same time, and it'll let us know if any of them throw. So that's basically what we're going to do here. So how are we going to go about doing that? So let's start with func. Let's start with this one. So I'm going to call func fetch calories. So we're going to call this and we have to make this async throws and make sure you bring in your curly brace. And then you want to say try await with checked. You want to say with checked throwing continuation and continuation. And you see when we write it, we get this error, but you guys can write as void and that should get rid of that. And now we can basically copy this, paste it in here, hit Command B, and this is failing. And if you go look up, it's because we rewrote this function into async await. So now it's telling us to try await for it. And if we change the name of this, let's try to run this and let's see what happens. And actually, no. And before we run this, one thing that you should always never forget is when using continuation, you always want to make sure you call it within the continuation. Otherwise, it will not complete. And we can say resume throwing failure. And then we can get rid of this print statement and we can run that. And let's put this into the dispatch. Boom. And there we go. It's being called. You may have noticed we only got one thing, and that's because this is being called and then none of these are executing since it's throwing and it's being caught. We'll probably find the printed error that we have here if we search our terminal. So I'm going to go through and we can just get rid of this. And what I'll do is I'm going to copy this, paste it underneath, and then you have to be careful with this, but this is a time saver. You paste the name of the function, and then you want to take this part and you want to paste that in here. And then you always want to remember to call continuation. Oh, resume continuation, resume throwing failure. And you can remove the print, hit Command B. Now we're getting this error. Try await. Okay. And now if we run this, we'll probably get the same result, right? We should get, yep. We don't get any exercise time. And plus it wouldn't show regardless because we are on the simulator and we don't have access to the Apple Watch, which gives us the exercise time. But we're going to continue this process and now we can get rid of this one. And I'm going to copy this, paste it right underneath. All right. And then we copy this, paste that in here. We want to make sure we copy the name, paste it in there. And then we want to call continuation, resume. And then we call continuation, resume throwing failure. Hit Command B. We can get rid of this. We need to mark this try await. one more, fetch today's steps. All right, yeah, this one right here, fetch today's steps. So I'm gonna do what I did before. You know, you wanna go ahead and copy this, paste it, paste this part, and then we just copy and paste. And isn't programming fun? It's a lot of fun. All right, and then we wanna make sure we bring the continuation, resume, and continuation, resume throwing, failure. You can remove the print, hit Command B, and we can remove this line. And I'm gonna copy this, paste it in here, change the name, and then we copy this function over, paste it in here. Want to make sure we call continuation, resume. Make sure we're still fetching the right one. You want to be careful here, otherwise you might have an issue if you paste the wrong health manager function into this. We remove the print statement because that is a terrible way of error handling, right? Okay, and we're getting errors because we have to scroll back up and call try away, but we can get rid of this stuff and we can do the last copy and paste before we scroll up and take a look at what we've created. So I'm going to paste this in here. Once we have this pasted, we call continuation, resume, remove this print statement, continuation throwing, call failure, hit Command B. We can get rid of this function now, and now we can hit Command B and scroll up to fix these issues. And I'm going to highlight this part, and you can just paste that in here since that's all we're going to need to do. And if you run this, you'll probably see we still have an issue. Boom, and yep, we run it and we see that we still have this issue. And that's because this function is throwing and a workaround, but this wouldn't work because then you're not going to be really error handling anymore. Is you can add a question mark to all of these. You can make it optional. And now it won't throw to the catch statement, but then you also don't know if anything threw. So that's not the way to go. So the way going forward is to use async let and then call all these asynchronous calls at the same time and let it throw from there. And at that point, all the calls would execute even if one of them throws. So how do we do that? So first you assign a value to this function. And you can do that kind of like the way you do a variable. So we'll say fetch calories. And the only difference is at the beginning here, you have to say async. So it's async let fetch calories. That way Xcode knows that this is a reference to an asynchronous call. This will be fetch exercise async let. And this isn't even making a network request. This is just creating like a variable that's going to hold that network request. And then we're going to call it in a second. So we're going to do this for all of them. Async let fetch steps. Almost done. All right. Then we say async let activities. We'll say fetch activities. Async let fetch workouts. Hit Command B, and now we have these warnings, and that's because we have to explicitly say that these are going to return void or that they are of type void. All right, once you have it like this, now to call them. So the way you call these functions is you do it in one line, and I'm going to do the equals part first. So after the equal sign, you basically just call try await, fetch calories, try await, fetch exercise, and you're just going to do this for all of them. And let's copy and paste to save us some time because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this will be fetch stand, fetch steps. This will be fetch activities, fetch workouts. And now you see fetch workout isn't showing up because I have it like this. Let's see if we put this, it'll go away. There we go. Hit Command B, and now all of these, this line right here, will call all these functions at the same time. And typically what you would do here is you would have a let, and you would have each value that these functions return addressed to it. So here we would have calories, exercise, etc., right? But in our case, we aren't returning anything. So I'm just going to use an underscore, and you really could just put an underscore for the whole thing, but I'm going to leave it like this. So just to demonstrate to you guys that these are actual values that you could use or placeholders for values. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In case you use this for a different use case and it's actually returning something that you're going to need. That's why I'm going to leave it like this. And now if we run this, I want to do something. So let's, instead of, let's print something special. Let's write debug throw. This is just what I'm going to write right now because I'm going to run it. And I want to be able to find this in the terminal. So we run this, you can ignore this. And now in the terminal, if we write debug, does this pop up? There we go. Yep, you see it through. And I'm pretty sure,
Well, on the simulator, it throws because of these, the Apple Watch calls. And it'll also throw for the steps if you don't have any for that day. Because if we put a question mark here and now we run this, all right, so these happen. Let's see if we got to debug throw. Now it's not being shown. And if you just put a breakpoint here, actually, that's a great way to know if it threw. So we don't hit a breakpoint. If we get rid of this, and if we get rid of this, and you run it, you'll see that we hit the breakpoint. Yep, you see we hit it. And you'll hit the breakpoint if any of these fail, but they will still be fetched. For example, I'm gonna run this on my device right now. So let's see, let's set this equal to my device, and I'm gonna run this. All right, and no, actually, let me put a breakpoint, and then you run this on your device. Assuming you have an Apple Watch and you have all their data, then you should be set. And now we'll have to handle the case where this does throw an error though. How do we want to present the alert? And the way to do that is we have to go to our home view, and we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. And down here, you can call .alert, and we're going to call this one. The title will be oops. I like to put oops because it's more like user friendly instead of error. I feel like error is harsh and people outside of programming don't really say error that much. All right, so we're going to use this alert, and we need to bind it to an isPresented variable. And I'm going to create that. Here, it's going to be a publish var present error, set it equal to false by default. And what we can do is we can call dispatch queue here. Since this is going to send out the error, main.async present error, set that equal to true. Hit Command B, and we need to call self here. Hit Command B now. All right, we get rid of the issue here. Now we can fix these. So we say $view model, present error. For the action, we can just set this equal to OK. This will be what dismisses the error. And then for the message, we can say there was an issue fetching some of your data. Some health tracking requires an Apple Watch. And we can leave it like that. And what are we getting an issue for? Let me cut this out. Oh, I forgot to hit enter and then you write text. Sorry. All right, then we go to the home view model, and this should work. So if you really want to see it fail, then just go to the simulator and hit run. And boom, it fails. You see some of your health tracking requires an Apple Watch. So this is good. This is good. I put an S here, so I'm going to refactor that. Looks like I put an extra S. Today's steps. All right, now the last thing we're going to do in our home view model is, you guys see here, we have a strong reference to self when we are dispatching to the main thread. And you want to be really careful with that because you can create a retainment cycle, and that can cause memory leaks and eventually slow down your application and cause it to crash. So you don't want to do that. So you want to avoid having a hard reference or a strong reference to self. And we can do that by calling weak self, and then we just guardlet self equals self. And we will have to do that in here. Let's see. In here, we'll call weak self, and we can guardlet self equals self, else return. And now I'm going to copy this, paste that in here, and just paste them for all of these. So just like that. And and then, yeah, we should be good because you'll see the color of the self change. Like you see self here as a pinkish purple, something in between. I guess it's pink. And yes, we do that, and now we're good to go. And now we've incorporated error handling. Our view model looks a lot cleaner. No more print statements or anything like that in here. Let's go to our home view. All right. This looks good to go. So let's commit these. We're going to open up source tree, hit fitness app, go to your commits, and we're just going to review the changes we made. So we got rid of a whole bunch of stuff. We incorporated the async let functions. We did some error handling. We created the async version of all these functions. Yep. So, all right. Section 7.1, home view, error handling, and async await implementation. All right. So we write that down and we hit commit. Boom. And we're good to go. See you on the next one. Peace. So now we're going to be working on error handling in our charts. And the only source of failure or error is in the view model as well. And so we go to the view model. We can remove this commented code.
Since it's we'll keep this function here, so if we ever want to mock, we can just create that code and we don't have to keep the comments. And to be honest, it looks like I think we can delete these. You guys can keep it in your project, but I'm gonna delete it to clean up mine. And we're basically gonna do what we did in the previous one where we created these, we set these functions to async await. And we call that using we call async throws in order to do that. And we call try await with check throwing continuation. We call our continuation. And since expecting something, we have to say as void since we're not returning anything on our function. And we could copy this, paste it in here. And under here, we'll say continuation resume. Continuation dot throwing failure. Hit Command B. Boom, this is good. Surprised we're not getting an error here. Looks like Xcode is being nice to us. Let's comment this out. Yeah, now we get that issue. We hit try await. We'll remove this in a second. I just want to go through and create all these and make sure they're working. Then we can remove the commented code. I'm gonna put this one up here just so our commented code will stay underneath. And we have to copy this part here, and we also have to copy this signature or the name. Hit Command B. And let's make sure we're fetching daily sets for 1 month ago. Yep. Continuation dot resume. And now we call it continuation dot return throwing failure. Command B. Then we comment this out. So we're gonna copy this one, paste it down here. We can comment this one out because we just finished it, and then we can take this, the 3-month function, and we can paste it, actually not the 3-month function, but we take what's inside of it, the Health Manager call, and we paste it in here. Then at the bottom of this, we'll call continuation resume. Continuation resume throwing failure. And we're getting this error because we will comment this out. And I believe, did we forget async throws? No, we didn't. Oh, we forgot to copy this name. This is why you have to be very careful when you're copy and pasting, that you don't make any mistakes, because it's super easy. And you'll be like, what's going on? What's wrong? It looks exactly the same. But be very careful. So I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, and this should be the last one we copy. I'm going to copy the name first, and then I'm going to take what's inside. We copy it, and then we paste it in here. Get rid of the print, continuation, resume throwing failure. And we'll call continuation resume. And now we hit Command B and we have errors at the top because we need to call try away. And it looks like we're not even in a do catch block or a task. So we need to create that. Paste those in here. And now we can call our asynchronous functions. Hit Command B. And let's go to our charts view. And at the top, let's create a published var called present error. Set it equal to false. Then we can go to our charts view and scroll all the way down. And on top of the frame, we can call alert again. And we want this one. We will say, oops, $view model dot present error action. You just hit enter, and then you want to create a text of okay. And then for this text, we can say we ran into issues fetching some of your step data. Please make sure you have allowed
access and try again. Now let's run our app. And actually, wait, before we run it, we have to in our catch, we have to call the failure. All right, so that's happening in our charts. And now we're gonna run this, and you guys will see in a second that when we run this, we get this error. And that's because we have to go to our health manager and this function here that's fetching the year to date and the 1 year chart information. This completion is being done multiple times, which is causing an issue. And the real issue is we can actually, instead of there we go, instead of the URL error, we pass in the error. And then you guys, and now we'll see what the error really is. So the error is there's no data available for the specified predicate. So that'll basically cause this to fail. And a way around that is because when there isn't any data for that given, for any given date frame, we don't want necessarily just fail. What we can do is we can make steps equal 0. And how can we do that? Well, first we're going to create an if let. So if let error equals error. So if we have an error, let's check that the localized description does not equal this. So I'm going to copy this and print it. But first we'll have to do this, or I meant paste it, not print it. And then don't forget your curly braces. So if this is the case, then we want to call completion and pass the failure. And then what we want to do is we'll want to remove this steps from the guardlet. And we can simply call it here. And if it's nil, we'll set it equal to 0, because that means there was no steps for that given day. And we don't have to force unwrap this anymore. Hit Command B. And now if we run the app, let's see what happens. Dun, dun, dun. And all of our data loads. We don't have step data for those predicates. And it loads up perfectly fine, which is really good. And now we can go back to our charts view model. And we can get rid of all of this. And we can get rid of this one. Okay, hit Command B. And the last step will be to add some error handling. So we need to dispatch to the main queue or the main thread. Here, what do we call? We'll say self.present error equal true. Remember, we want to call weak self in, and then we can guard let self equals self else return. And now we need to use async let to call these all at the same time. Async let. So this is 1 week. And I'm going to paste this, and then I'm just going to change the name. Save us some time. This will be 1 month, 3 months, YTD, and 1 year. All right, and then we can simply just call this. If you guys remember, we can call it like this, since we're not going to do anything with the results. And we'll call each of them individually. So try await 1 week, try await 1 month, try await 3 months, try await year to date, and 1 year. We can fix this warning by just specifying the type. Hit Command B. Now we should be good to go. Let's review our charts view and make sure we're handling the error correctly. Yep, we're showing this alert. And now we run this and we shouldn't get any errors. All right, so that's our error handling for our charts. Let's make sure we add weak self in these. Do we have weak self everywhere? Let's make sure we don't have any strong references to self. Oh, and here it looks like.
There we go. And you guys notice that here, I mean, we could shift this weak self to be up here. If you guys want to keep your code looking similar. So if you want to keep your code consistent, you can move the weak self in here, and you can just remove this. And you could do them for all of them. And you could remove this and then just paste it in here. And remove this. All right, that's it for our charts view. Let's commit these changes and wrap it up. So this was section 7.2. In this section, what did we do? Charts view, error handling, and HealthKit 1 year chart data bug fix. And we can just commit these changes and we're good to go. So I'll see you on the next one. Peace. All right, so now we covered error handling for our home view and our charts view. Now we need to go into our leaderboard view and review what error handling we need to do in here. So we're gonna do that. I believe in our view, we don't have that much error. We only have one place where we can throw an error. And that's when the user first accepts the terms. All right, so let's call an alert. And we'll use is presented, this one. Title key, oops, is presented. Let's create a state private var called show alert. All right, and then for this is gonna be a Boolean, and we set it equal to false. All right, we scroll back down here, and now we can bind it to show alert. The action is gonna be text, okay, and the message is gonna be a text. But what do we want the message to be? It should be something like there was an issue fetching your. Actually, we should say there was an issue loading the data, the leaderboard data. Please try again. All right, and one thing I noticed is we should move this in our view model, like we did in the other views, and that way we can actually call this from our view model, because we also have to account for errors that happen in our view model. So show alert, go to false, hit Command B. Now we need to go back here, bind this to view model dot show alert. Cool, and this will be view model dot show alert equal to true. Hit Command B and boom. And I wonder if it's gonna fail here. Well, actually this won't happen since it looks like we're not getting that screen. So we can't test this yet. But if we let's run a new simulator. So let's say this one. All right, and since it's a new simulator, we have to accept all this stuff. And we don't have Apple Watch data. So let's go to leaderboard, and we have to accept this. And one thing I wanna do is to create an error. All right, so interesting side note, there actually isn't a way to turn off your internet on the simulator. Well, there is, but there isn't an easy way. That's what I meant. Like, you can't go into settings in the simulator and turn it off. You have to do quite a bit of steps, and we're not gonna cover that. But if I turn off my Wi-Fi and go into airplane mode, then it should have a similar effect, right? Because this is not gonna have internet anymore. So let's see, what should we do today? Let's go with Xcode 15 since that's coming out very soon. And let's hit continue. Hey, there we go. So now this error is showing up. That's good. And we should allow the user a way to re-attempt this. So maybe let's add a refresh here, right? Because otherwise they have to delete the app. Or not delete it, but they have to close it and restart it in order to try to get this to happen again. So we're gonna embed this in a Z stack, and you'll see why. Because if you do a H stack, it'll shift this positioning. So we're gonna do an H stack, and let's do an image, and we'll use system image. I believe Apple has a refresh. Yeah, arrow clockwise. We'll need to wrap this in parentheses. Not parentheses, quotation marks. I always call it parentheses. I don't know why. Let's do scale to fit. And let's go with a frame width
just hover over it and hold on Option. Oh, and hit enter, not backspace like I did. Let's do 32 by 32. And actually, let's see if we can play with the alignment to be trailing. Refresh this and see what we get. And let's set an alignment on the Z stack of trailing. Yeah, that's what I figured. But what we can do is let's create a frame on this. Let's add a max width of dot infinity. There we go. And now we just need to add some padding to this. Aha. And we should just do trailing. There we go. And I think it's a little too big. So let's do 28. And I'm pretty sure we can remove this trailing. Correct? And this should be in a button actually. I just realized, because we want something to happen. So let's copy that image in here. And I believe we might have to change the foreground color. And what we want to happen in here is something similar to this actually. Actually pretty much the same thing. So we can copy that and paste it in here. And actually I might go in here and try to change the implementation of this function. Give me a second. Let's run this on. Let's rerun the simulator. And yeah, we get this. And if we click on it, yeah, the error shows up again. So this is working. One thing, let's change the foreground color to dot primary, or I'm going to go with color, UI color dot label. That makes sure it's the opposite of whatever the background color is. And I believe we can bold. If you want it to be a little thicker, you can dot bold it, and I feel like it looks nicer. Your call, but now we're going to go back to the view model, and I want to refactor this because I don't want to have these big do catch blocks in the view model. In the view. So let's see. We can actually, so I'm going to cut this out, paste it in here. Okay. And then I'm going to remove this async throws, and I'm going to cut this part out, paste that in here. And now this becomes show alert. And this is going to be updating the, like this should be caught on the main thread if we want to show an alert. So let's do that. Hit Command B, and we need to reference self. Hit Command B now, and boom. And now what we can do is we can remove this task. Do we need to reference self? We don't need to. Good. Let's see. So yeah, if this fails, we will reference show alert. Cool. And now in here, we can just call view model dot setup leaderboard data. And we don't have to worry about handling the alert in the view. And that cleans up our code a lot. And it's really nice, actually. That's the power of MVVM and just any architecture, right? It helps you clean up your views, keep things separated. Cool. All right, so let's go back to the view model. And so there's one more place we can get an error, and that's here. And this is if we don't find the username. So this should never really happen, to be honest, because the way we handled our logic. But we should set an account for it. So let's create a leaderboard view model error. And this is a enum actually. Conform to error. Case unable to fetch username. And we're going to copy this and throw this. And that's all we'll need to do, because if this is unable to execute, it's going to get handled here in this function, because this is where we're calling it. Because you can go here and go to callers, and we're only calling it here. So our view model set, or our leaderboard view is set, and our leaderboard view model for error handling. All right, so now I'm gonna stop the simulator. And let's go to our fitness tab. You guys see the last thing we're missing is the profile view. So let's go there and let's check out what we need to do in here. So in our profile view, let's see, where is our fail points? There should be only one fail point really here, and that's gonna be in our in the view model. That's gonna be here in the view model when we're trying to present the email app. So if we go back to the view, you guys remember there's a contact us section. But if the person doesn't have any mail or email applications on their device, this will not open. So we're going to have to present an alert. We can say something like, we were unable to open email app. Please make sure you have one installed. And that's what we're going to be doing. So let's go all the way down here and let's reference the alert. And we're going to go with title key and option. Oops. And we're going to create all this stuff in the view model. I'm going to do this first since this should just be okay. And the text, we were unable to open your mail application. Please make sure you have one installed. Cool. And now we can go to the view model. Actually, we can let's just call it here and we'll create it in a second. So show alert. So let's go to the view model, and now we're going to we have to create that published var called show alert. At published var show alert, set it equal to false. Scroll down, and then here we want to do this on the main thread just to be certain it's actually shown. And we say self.showAlert equal to true. All right, and now this should work. And actually we can test it on a preview because the preview doesn't have the mail application. And this is failing to build. Let's hit Command B. Build succeeded. Now let's try to refresh the preview. All right, we click on this and we get alert. Yep, so it's working. Perfect. And last thing I want to note is we're using self. We're creating a strong reference to self. So let's guard against any retainment cycles. So we're gonna say guard let self equals self, and we need to do weak self in. And we also need to do this for the leaderboards. All right. And this should never fail, by the way. So we're not gonna account for that. And now let's just do the final checks in our leaderboard view model. So where we have any strong reference to self? Yeah, right here. Paste that. And right here. Just paste that. All right, now we've done our error handling for all of our tabs. So I'm gonna wrap it up here. Let's go to source tree and commit these changes. And actually I need to make sure you turn off your Wi-Fi if you had it off because source tree is gonna be like, what? I mean, you don't need it to work locally, but if you're gonna push this to GitHub, then you're gonna need it. So let's hit commit and review our changes. Yep. Yeah, we did some refactoring. We added the refresh, which is pretty cool on the leaderboards. Now the user doesn't just sit there wondering, what do I do? What is life? All right, section 7.3, correct? We can go back here and review, yep, 7.3. And what did we do? We did leaderboard, view, and profile view error handling. Make sure you check on this. I did. So now we just hit commit and boom. There we go. See you on the next one. Peace. All right. The last bit of error handling I want to cover is in our managers. I wanted to go through and make sure we don't have anything that we miss. All right. It looks like we will have to do some error handling here. I'll come back to this though. First, I want to just go through these functions and address some things. Like this, I could literally just pass in the error and we force on rapid since there's going to be an error if we get here. There was no need to use URL error, to be honest. It was just something I did in the series, if you guys watch on the YouTube. But yeah, we could literally just pass the error that HealthKit gives us or throws at us. And I'm just going to copy this, paste it in here one more time, paste it in here. Let's see. All right, last one, Command B. Oh, no, there's still more. Still more. Let's see. This one has the actual error. This one needs the error. All right, I'm just gonna scroll up and review. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Make sure we didn't miss anything. We have the error here. This one's good. This one is good. All right. And before we address this, if we go to the database manager, we don't need to handle any error handling here since there's no do catch blocks or anything like that. There's no alerts being thrown. These functions can throw, but they're being called in our view models and we handled all the errors in there. Now for our health manager. So for this part, This is why you want to call it in the view model, right? But sometimes you do want to call it here in the Health Manager. It depends on the use case, right? I would say that this goes against the way SwiftUI wants you to call an error, right? Because SwiftUI, if you look at the way they built it, like they have a .alert on the view. So they want you to use that for your alerts. But sometimes you do want to call it something like this, and sometimes it's easier to not use the .alert. Like it's quicker if you just throw an alert from anywhere in your app. And sometimes I do that myself in like indie projects. If it's something small, then I'll use, I have some helper functions that I use that I can call an alert and it'll basically pop up from anywhere. And I'm going to go through and show you guys how to do that so we can implement it in here. And I would say that this is just one way of doing it. And of course, if you want to, you can move this into anything, to be like into any of these. And you can move these into any of the views. That you could even move it into the right here, into the init, or maybe even in the app file. You can put it into the init, present an alert through there, because I believe we should have access to .alert. Yep. So yeah, you could present this here in the tab view or even in the home view. But I'm going to go through and show you guys how you can show an alert from anywhere in your app, since we haven't covered that in the course yet, and I think it'll be useful to go over. And the first thing we need to do is actually import or change this from Foundation to SwiftUI. And we're going to create a function called present alert. And this will take a title and a message, a string. All right. And we create the function now. All right. And here we create an alert. So we say alert equals UI alert controller. Controller, title and a message. Title is title, message is message. The preferred style is an alert. And then we have to add an action. And the action is just going to be a UI alert action. And we can call this OK and create this here actually, just to make it look cleaner. The title would be OK and the style would be default. And let me spell OK right. Caps lock. So we're going to add OK. Now we need to create a var that's going to allow us to access the root controller in our application. And we're going to call that root controller. So we will use that root controller to present an alert. And it'll be the alert that we're creating, right? And to access the root controller, there's a few ways. The first way is using UI application .share.windows .first.root controller, and we want to make a check if the presenter equals root presented view controller. So if there's a presented view controller on the root, we're going to set the root equal to the presenter, and we're just going to return the root. And we make this an optional, and that gets rid of the error, and that means we need to make this optional. Hit Command B. Cool. And now we get this right, and now we can call this. So we'll say present alert. Oops, we were unable to access health data. Please allow access to enjoy the app. All right, and we don't have to simulate an error because we can just call this in here. And something to note actually is we need to call this on the main thread. Dispatch queue.main.async present alert, because this is going to be making changes to our UI. So you always want to make sure it's done on the main thread. And now if we run this, we should see it pop up. There we go. Yep. We are unable to please allow access. All right. So it's working. And we can remove this now. And this, let me add something. So I want to add a mark here. Mark. There we go. Present an alert from anywhere in your app. And you want to be careful again with this, because this works and it's like it's pretty cool. It's a neat tool to have like in your arsenal, right? So you could present an alert from anywhere. But you have to be careful, because especially like with stuff like this may stop working in the future. This is just something I wanted to go through and show you guys, because I think it's useful, especially like on a small project. If you just want to quickly throw alerts, you can do something like this. All right, now I'm gonna take it out of here though, and we can change this back to foundation. And what I like to do is I like to put that in our app file. Since this is like really callable from anywhere, I just like to keep it in here. You could create a separate file for it called present alert, but I really like to keep it in here. It's just a preference. But all right, guys, I'm gonna stop here now. We wrapped up our error handling for now. We know that our health manager and our database managers are correct, and I showed you guys how you can present an alert from anywhere in the app. Now let's commit the source tree. So I'm gonna close this, minimize this, go back to fitness app. I deleted the content view. I don't know why that file was still in there. And this is some of the refactoring we did. This, yep. So this is section 7.4, health manager, error handling, and presenting alert from anywhere in app. All right, you want to commit this, and boom, there we go. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? We're almost done. We're in like the final leg, right? Now we just have to do a little bit of cleaning up, and we're gonna start in our home view. So if you guys remember, in our home view, we didn't configure our home view for if the user is premium or not. And our logic is going to be very simple. Like, we're not going to go too in depth, and like, we're not going to add a bunch of features. You guys can do that. That could be a challenge for you if you want to add more features for the premium users. But for our use case, I'm going to create a prefix here. And what this will do is this is going to limit the amount of cards that's going to show up based on if the user is premium or not. So we're going to use a ternary operator, which lets us put a if statement in here, which is really cool and powerful, to be honest. And it really makes your code a lot cleaner. And you guys will see it often in wherever you go on your journey. And it's something to get used to and use in your own projects. It's very useful. And here goes an integer. Actually, before we do this, I'm going to cut this and I'm going to show you guys what it does. So if I do 3, this is going to chunk it down to 3. And the cool thing about prefix is if you do like 12, there's no error or anything, right? You don't have to handle any crazy error happening, because if the number you put in the prefix is greater than the actual number that there are, it won't do anything. Xcode, Swift handles that for us. So thank you for that. I'm going to paste this back in now. And if they are premium, we're going to show 8, else we're going to show 4. And here we show 4 because we're not premium. And now the next case we have to handle is this navigation. And if they are premium, we want to navigate to a new view, which is going to display their recent workouts. And we're going to create a view with a list of workouts where you can change between months. And that'll be a premium feature. And to do that, we have to create a view. So let's go in here, new file, make sure you're in your home and under views. We'll call this month workout views. All right. And how do we want this to be? So we want to put this in a VStack. So I'm going to cut this out. This is going to be in a VStack. The text, this will be the month. And I actually want to put this in an HStack because I want to put buttons in between this. Action and a label, break. And I'm going to put buttons that let us go forward and backwards. And this is going to be, I think it's arrow. I think it's like arrow. We should find it here. Yeah, arrow. Which one? Let's do left. All right, here we go. We're close. We're close. This one. This is the one I like. Resizable, scale to fit, dot frame. Do like 32 by 32. How does that look? Make this a title. There we go. And now I'm gonna copy this, but before that, I'm gonna put a spacer in here. A spacer right here, and I accidentally closed the minimize or the canvas. I accidentally minimized the canvas. And we get something like this, and we can just add another spacer here and another spacer here. That gives it a nice look, and this becomes right. And you may want to hide this, or maybe you want to add an opacity to it if we're at the current month, because you can't go forward, right? You don't have any workouts in the future, so we shouldn't allow the user to do that. But we're not there yet. We're still setting up our UI. So let's go with max height dot infinity. And we might as well bring in max width dot
You do this, and then you do dot infinity, a little space, hit Command B, and we have to actually bring in the alignment to the top. Let's add some padding to the VStack. That brings it down so it's not hugging the top. Cool. Let's change this to September, and we'll just put 2023. And after this is when we'll have our list of workouts. So let's see, for each. And where are we going to store this? So we're going to need a view model here. That's for sure. And let's create that above so we don't have to create or jump between files. I'm going to copy this, paste that name, and then put model behind it. Make this an observable object. Hit Command B. Cool. Now let's instantiate the view model as a state object, var view model, month workouts view model. Hit Command B. And we still have this issue, so we have to create an array of workouts. Make this a publish var called workouts. Current, and I'm going to create another publish var called current month workouts. Because most likely, the way I want to approach this is I want to filter these workouts into this array for whatever month we're on. And that'll be a lot more efficient than actually going through and fetching every time we change the month, because you're going to be making a lot of requests to the health store, and it's just more efficient if you just store it, because then all you have to do is filter it. So then we would actually want to show the view model dot current month workouts, and this will be a workout, and we can call workout card for workout. And this requires ID, and I believe we can say self because we conform to identifiable. Yep. All right, and make this a little bigger for you guys. All right, now what should we do? First, I want to create some mock data. So let me see where we have workouts. If we have workouts in our, if we have any mock data. I don't think so. Oh, we have this actually. Saves us a little bit of typing. And let me actually, so in our activity, we don't even conform to identifiable, but for our workout, we do. Or we don't actually. So I'm going to change this since we're not even using the ID. Just make this identifiable. Hit Command B. And we can get rid of this. Now we don't need the ID. And our project should work perfectly fine. I'm going to copy this now. Let's see what we have. Yeah, like we weren't even using the ID. There we go. Now we can close this stuff. Oh, I closed the view. So we're going to go back here and let's instantiate it here. All right, and we're going to just paste this. And we should put this in we should embed this in a scroll view, which will make the axis vertical, but it's vertical by default. But we're just doing this so we can hide the indicator. I don't like the way it looks, to be honest. And boom. The last thing I want to add here is foreground color of dark green to these buttons just to match the style of our app. All right. And then this is going to change. Now we got to think about how we're going to handle our logic, but we can also go back to our home view and we can implement this, and we can see if we navigate. Actually, we should get a paywall, right? Yep. We get a paywall. We get a paywall. And one thing I realized is we didn't handle when we click on show more for the fitness activity, right? So in our preview, if we go down, I think we can set our is premium equal to true here in the preview. Yep, we just go down and change the constant to true. And now you see nothing is happening. Let's finish the workouts, or let's actually just test it. So yeah, it sends us there, which is cool. That means it's working. Now we would have to handle our logic for switching between months and actually fetching the workouts for the current month. We'll do that in a second. Let's stick in our home view and handle this presentation logic for show more. And the way I want to do that is we're going to create a state var. Call this show activities. Set this equal to false. Or actually, we don't even have to use a Boolean because we can use an int. And I believe that'll make our lives easier, because what we'll do now is we'll change this prefix. We'll remove the ternary operator. Put this in here. So we'll say show activities, and we should rename this. We'll say activity amount, and it'll be 4 by default. And if they are premium, we will make activity amount equal to 8. And we refresh this, boom, and it's working for us. And this actually, this is why you might want to do a Boolean, because if you want them to be able to minimize it and maximize or expand it, minimize and expand it, then a Boolean would work best. So let's do that. Show all activities, set it equal to false, and we'll just do it like that, because then we can say show all activities dot toggle, and then we'll bring back the ternary operation, and we'll say 8 and 4. And actually, we don't even bind it to is premium anymore. We bind it to show all activities, or not bind it, but we don't make the conditional for the premium. We make it conditional for what this show all activities Boolean is, because the only way that this Boolean can change is if the user is a premium. Otherwise, they can't even do anything, and they'll get shown a paywall. All right, so that handles that logic that I missed. Now we go back to months view and think about how we want to change the months, or actually fetch the months. All right, so we're first going to focus on the UI of changing the months, and then we're going to worry about fetching the data with our health manager. So to change the days, or to change the month, we need 2 things. So we need a publish var called selected month, set it equal to 0, and a publish var called selected date. And what we'll do is we're going to shift the index of this selected month, and we'll use that to grab a date from that month, and we'll use that information to update this and also fetch the data. And this is a similar pattern. If you guys saw the Calendly clone on my YouTube channel, we did a similar thing for the calendar in there, because it's a pretty useful way to switch between months. And it's kind of similar if you think about it. All right, so we want to do a few things. So right here, we're going to say with animation, this is where we want to update the index of the selected month. And we need to reference the view model. Selected month minus equal 1. And for the next one, we paste this in here, and this should be plus equal 1. Now I'm going to go back up to our view model, and I'm going to create a function that's going to grab a date from the current month that we're looking at. So we'll call this fetch selected month, and this is going to return a date. And actually, we don't even need to return a date, because what we can do is this is going to update this. So we can basically say self.selectedDate equals calendar.current.date by adding value 2. So we're going to add a month, and the value is going to be the selected month, which is the index, and we're going to add that to today's date. And we need to coalesce this, hit Command B, boom. And this is working. And what we're about to implement is whenever we change this index of the selected month, we're going to call this function and have this run, so that we have the current, or we have a date for the given month we're supposed to be looking at. So we have to call onChange. So onChange of view model dot selected month. We just want to perform view model dot fetch selected month, and we can actually refactor this to, it's more of an update selected date. It's more accurate what the function is doing. And let's see something. We can reference the, let's see, I think we can call view model dot selected date dot formatted, and let's see what that shows. And this is just going to be a quick test to see if it's working. And oh, look at that, it changes, and we're now back in July. Yep, and look, we even changed the year. The time stays the same, but it doesn't matter, because all we wanted is a date that's in the month we're supposed to be looking at. And now what we want to do, or we should do, is we should let's go to our date extension file and see if we have anything that's gonna help us. This may actually, no. So it looks like we don't, because we want something. This is going to show the month and then the day of the month. But what we want a function that's going to show month and year format. That's going to return a string. And this is very similar to this, except we have to change the from day. We got to get rid of the D and add year, Y. And we can add one more M to get the full name of the month we're looking at. And now we can call viewModel.selectedDate dot, what did we call it? We called it month and year format. Now this is the moment of truth. Hey, we're able to go backwards, and I think we're able to go forward, right? Which we don't want. So what we can do is we can call disable, and what do we want to disable it for? If viewModel.selectedMonth is greater than or equal to 0. And I'm going to take this Boolean and add an opacity here. So the opacity, if this is true, what do we want to happen? So if this is true, that means the button is disabled. So let's change it to like 0.8. Else, make it 1 since, oh, that's pretty good. Let's do 5. Oh, that's good. Let's see. Then we go back. Hey, it changes. There we go. There we go. And I'm going to do something. I don't like that the name is shifting, right? So I'm going to make a frame here. Max width. Let's do like 200 and let's see what happens. Nope. 250. Let's see. The longest name should probably be like December, November. And there we go. Now it's not shifting. And we're good to go. Now we got it, y'all. We're not done yet. Let's see what happens if I go all the way. Yeah, it stops. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to stop here. I don't want this video to get super long, so I'm going to stop here. So let me close this. We're going to commit these changes. And what we'll do is we'll integrate all the Health Manager fetching in the next video. So let's close this. Let's open up the good old source tree. It's the source of truth. All right, we can commit this. This is the new file we created. This is the update to workout, making it identifiable. This is our HomeView UI logic updating the new view model. We had to update the workout. And the new date extension. Cool. Now this is we're in section 8.1. And this, what did we do? We did HomeView, premium user implementation, and we'll say month workout view. Push these changes, hit commit. Boom, and there we go. All right, y'all. See you on the next one. Peace. All right, y'all. Now we're going to be going through and fetching our data from the Health Manager. And how do we want to do this? So on initialization, I actually want to fetch a call right off the back. And let's create the function for that. So this is going to be fetch, basically going to create this function, but we're going to do something we did similarly before or in the past. We're going to make this an async function, throws, although this is going to, no, it doesn't return an array of workouts because we're going to use that and do something else with it. So we'll say try await. With the checked throwing continuation, we call the continuation. Now we're going to reference shared dot fetch workouts for month, the date. Let's go back to this function. And it looks like we just need to pass a date that's in that month, which is dope because now that means we can just pass in the selected date and we'll get a result off of that. And let's switch on the result. I'm going to minimize this so we can see it better. And this is actually an array of workouts. And this is a failure. Hit Command B. And one last thing we got to do, by the way, to get rid of this other error is mark this as void because we're not going to be returning anything from this async function. All right. And we will say self.workouts equal, what is it? Equals, it equals, no, we don't say equal. We say append. And we have to say a different type of append since we're appending a batch or a sequence workouts. All right. And here we'll do some error handling in a second, but let's just create a publish var, call this error, or we'll call this show alert. And we will dispatch to the main thread in here, main.async self.show alert. We'll set it equal to true. And let's do weak self in, and we'll guard let self equals self, else return. Alrighty. We'll minimize that. Or we just, we can do underscore since we're not using it. So there's a few things I want to do. So this is going to fetch this. All right. This will be for selected month. Yeah, selected date. So we don't have to worry about passing the selected date here. And one thing I want to do is I want to call self.current workouts equal workouts.filter. And this filter, so I want to filter this by the date, but it looks like we haven't set up our workouts to do that. So, and I want to go to the health manager really quickly and see how we're mapping it here. We do have access to the date. So, how should we go about this? So we should change this to a date, to be honest. Hit Command B, and we're going to have to fix these issues. And this can be a state. Hit Command B. Let's hide this for now. All right, this, what does it say? Oh, this would be date. Yeah, this is expecting, but we already have it. I believe it's format workout date. There we go. And now we can get rid of this part here. Command B. That was not that bad. Now we'll go back here, and now we can call the date. And I want to filter. So what I like to do, to be honest, is I just like to call, I like to just call this string and just compare the strings. And that's a very easy way to make this comparison. And you don't have to really bring in anything new, since whatever month this belongs to, the string will be like June 2023, right? Or September 2023. And if the selected date equals, if it's in the same month, then it's going to have the same string. So we're basically just filtering for that. All right, hit Command B. Cool. So on up here, I want to call this task, or on the init, I want to call this task for the selected month, since I want this to be ran automatically. Okay, catch. We can do this. Hit Command B. All right. So what I want to do is I want to create another variable. This is not going to be published, since it's not going to be making changes to our UI. We're going to call this fetched months. This is just going to be an array of strings. And actually, not even an array of strings. I want this to be a set of strings, and it'll be empty to start. And every time we successfully fetch, I want to append to it. So self fetched months dot append, or actually you don't even append. We say fetch months dot insert, and we insert selected date dot month and year format. So this is going to hold a set of strings with the months that we've already visited. Cool. Command B. Do we have any issues? We got to say self here. All right. So every time this is fetched, we call this. So now we're going to create a conditional. So if fetch months dot contains selected date dot month and year format, we do this. Else we need to call fetch workouts for month, and this requires a try await. All right, so this needs to be wrapped in a task. Try await fetch workouts for the month, and we already updated the index, so we won't have to handle that. We might as well wrap this in a do catch. So we'll wrap this in a do catch, paste that in here, and we basically just copy this over, paste that in here. All right, one last thing I want to do is, all right, so if we do this, we're going to fetch them, but we need to filter them. So we need to actually call this function, and this should be done on the main thread. So I'm going to cut this out, q.main.async, and now I'm going to copy this, paste it in here, hit Command B. This now requires self. I believe this requires self as well, or we're going to be referencing the wrong one. All right, perfect. Now we can try to run this. But before we run this, let's add the error handling portion. And I'm going to run this on my device, right? Because this is not going to work on the simulator unless you have mocked a whole bunch of workouts. So to save us from doing that, although you could do that, right? But to save that, I'm going to just use my device because I work out a little bit. We need to go back to the views and we want to call alerts. Oops. We'll bind this to the view model dot show alert text. Okay. Text unable to fetch or unable to load workouts for. We can reference the selected month using this. We use a string interpolation. Please try again and make sure you have workouts selected. Actually, we should say that and try again. And why did I capitalize month? I am typing in camel case. Boom! Let's hook up my device and let's try to run this. Let's try to run this. And actually, before we can't test this yet because we have to do a few things because we have to go to our tab view and we got to set this equal to true so that it thinks we're a premium user and allows us to navigate there. And we have to comment out this network call. All right, the app loading up. And I had no errors, so that's really good. And let's see, hey, did I know soccer or basketball this week? Not yet. And yeah, these are my recent workouts. Let's go to show more. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Let's go to August. Hey, and it's showing them. Can we go to July? There we go. This is pretty lit. This is cool. Now we go back. What happens if we go again? All right, we get reset. And maybe that's a feature or maybe that's a bug depending on how you want to set up your logic, right? So if they go, it goes to the current month. But this is working, which is great. It's fire, right? That's dope. The one thing I want to change is I feel like there's a lot of padding, right? Let's go back here. And I don't know if we'll be able to see it, right? I think we got rid of the... Oh, and looks like we leaked our continuation. So funny thing, I forgot to do that in our view model. And you have to be super careful here because this is a bug and I didn't even notice. Continuation, we have to resume. Even though we're not returning or throwing anything in particular, we should definitely make sure we do this. All right, so, and I'm pretty sure, so why is this happening? It's because we have padding here. Let's just do vertical padding. There we go. And if we want to, so I'm going to run this on my device and just check really quickly because I don't want to add mock data. And that'll give us time to check that we fixed our continuation leaks. And yeah, I like that a lot more. I felt like the padding was too much earlier. All right, so we're done here, but we have to refactor this because this is all in one file if you guys haven't noticed. So let's highlight all this stuff and cut it out. Oh, I did it wrong. I forgot a curly brace. So cut this out. And now we're going to go to the folder, the view model, and we are going to add a new file. This is going to be month workouts view model. And this should have been a Swift file, not a SwiftUI file. So I'm going to delete this and do it again. This is month workouts. Make sure you don't have typos. View model. There we go. Hit Command B. Yeah, close all of these. Give it a second to do some fetching. All right, cool. So now we can go to commit our changes to source tree. And we go to commit. And we have these changes in the tab view. And this is the cool thing about source tree, right? Like you can review everything before you just like commit and be like, yes, our changes are complete, because this was done to test stuff. So we can just right click and hit reset. And it resets the file for us. And we don't have to worry about that. We can check this out. Yep, we did make these changes. This is the new view model. We added the alert, refactored the view model into its own file. This is the workout changes, and yeah, the workout change. So section 8.2, we did our month workouts view model and fetching monthly workouts. All right, and we just commit that. Boom, we're good to go. Almost done with the course, y'all. See you on the next one.
Peace. What's up, guys? Now I wanted to work on the paywall. As you guys see here, we didn't finish setting it up, and I actually want to change a few things in it. We have to... First, let's address the UI, then we'll fix this copy stuff. Like the copy is like basically marketing material. That's another way of saying it. But it's something you may learn, like if you want to go down like the indie path and building your own stuff, you have to familiarize yourself with copywriting. But that's not important. That's not why we're here. So I changed this from an H stack to a V stack because I think I want to line up my buttons like this. And now let me get rid of this height and see how this looks. There we go. This height is not bad actually. So we can go with this. Let's bring this background back up. And I want to, let's remove this stroke. I should have commented out, but I want to remove this and go with like a green background. There we go. But then if we do that, I want this to be white. And we're gonna need these to be bold. Let's bold both of them and see how that looks. I think if we bold just the date, that looks good. And let's do a spacing of 16 now. Actually, no, that's not the spacing we want to change. We need to add a little bit of spacing, I feel like, because this gap in between them is kind of short. So let's copy, you can just copy this section and then paste that up here. And let's see what this does. So let's try 12. That's good. You could do 16. Gives a little bit more breathing room, but I think 12 is the nicest. Okay. And I want to add in opacity. Let's do like 0.8. Let's see how this looks. We keep it like this. We'll get rid of the opacity actually. And let's see if we can add a shadow. There we go. That makes them pop out. And I think I want to remove this padding. Let me see. So we'll just change this padding to dot vertical. And we need to change this padding actually, because this was set to the padding when we had them side by side. But let's just change that. Yeah, I like this. I like this, and we can actually change the font now to maybe like title. Let's try that. Ooh, I feel like, let's do title 1 or title 2. And let's do title 3 for the numbers. All right, this looks good. Now, the last thing I would want to change is let's add a foreground color to these links, because I feel like, it's kind of weird to have them blue, right? Everything is green on the screen, and then there's these 2 blue things at the bottom. So we're gonna make them green. All right, and you could remove some of this and make this terms, or make this terms of service as well. It's really up to you what you prefer, because you could do terms and then create like a circle. And it would look something like this, and frame max width of like 32, 12. That's too big, so let's do 8. Yeah, something like that, just to differentiate them so the user knows that it's 2 different things they're looking at. Cool. And I feel like this font is too big, so let's do title 3 and let's remove this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. And the last thing we need to change is the text we have here. So here you could list like the features of your app. And the one I'm going with is track your monthly workouts. And we can just say an activity for this. Maybe we could do like a chart. Let's see, chart. Something like that. And we can say, and then for this one, I decided to go with like join the community of people changing their lives today. Today makes this long, and 2.1. If we have a line limit here, we have to make sure that we do minimum scale factor 0.6. That'll shrink it down. So we're gonna make sure we take the minimum scale factor and paste it into these as well.
And we'll have to change the image for the community. We can have something like, I think there's like something for people here. People? Is there like more than, can we get one with like share play? Maybe this one. This 2 people one is interesting. Is there a 3 person? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Boom. And we're set. And if you don't like the formatting here, like the centered, you would have to change the alignment to this V stack to leading if you wanted it all pinned to the front. But I like it. And might add a little bit more spacing. Let's do 30. Gives it some room to breathe. Maybe even 36. Cool. And I want to add some padding to this. This is the restore purchase button. There we go. Boom. Let's try to run this now, because our paywall is set. Oh, and one thing I want. Well, I'm gonna run this, and I'm gonna. So one thing I want to note is that we could be using the RevenueCat paywalls, but at the time of filming, it is still in beta. So I don't want to incorporate into our project yet. I want to wait until it's fully released, and then I'll make a video going through how you can transition from your custom paywall to the actual RevenueCat paywalls. So stay tuned for further updates on that. And if you're interested, you could check out, I have a YouTube video on the RevenueCat paywall, so you could even challenge yourself and try to incorporate it into this project. But we ran the app, and now we want to see the paywall. So we go to show more. Boom, shows up correctly. Bam. So we can close this, and we can commit to source tree. So let's close this. Let's close the Xcode, open up source tree, and all our changes were in the paywall. This is section 8.3, I believe. Let me go to history. Yeah, go back to commit this. So in here, I write section 8.3, and what I'll say, what do? We did basically did paywall refactoring. We can say paywall view. We can commit this, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. So now I wanted to go through on how we could gather an app icon, because we'll need that for our app. And also to push it to TestFlight, I believe you need an app icon. So I wanted to discuss a few ways you can go about getting an app icon. The way I used to do it is using a tool like Canva to like search for elements and maybe find something that would fit my needs, because they have a lot of things. So if you look up fitness, you could probably find quite a few. They have photos, they have graphics. You could turn one of these into an app icon, right? So that was an option I had. And then also flat icon, which we use for the avatars in our profile view. You can search here and try to find some cool icons. But the new way, and the way I really like and enjoy, is using Midjourney, aka AI, to generate your app icon. And it's really cool, the results it gives you. And I'm not sure if you can, if they have like, I think they might have a trial, right, where you can test this by yourself. But if you, I think it's worth the $10 a month. You can just pay 1 month and like go ham with it and just get you an app icon. And if you have other things you might use it for, then it'll be really useful. But we're going to go through now and basically use Midjourney to generate this app icon. So yeah, I already subscribed. Well, I had to resubscribe because I canceled mine after, you know, I used it for a bit, had a little fun, but now I'm back to, I'm back for some more. So you just do /, or yeah, you do / and then you do imagine, and then you write your prompt. So let's do app icon for fitness app. Let's see what that generates. Oh wow, this is interesting. This looks crazy. Like it's crazy. I don't even know how to describe them. They're like, I feel like they're doing too much though, you know. So let's change this a little bit. Let's do app icon for, let's not just the app, but let's say iPhone app icon for fitness tracking app. And we should probably say square, because we want a square. So I'm actually gonna add that to the next one. Let's see, app icon We'll do a square app icon for fitness tracking app. Let's do health and fitness. See what it gives us. And I like how I put app twice. Just so it knows what it's doing. And you can look up videos and maybe suggestions to get better prompts. I like to just play around with it and see what it makes. It's always interesting. Like, look at this one. Is this person fighting? So yeah, it's always interesting. And now we're getting fruit and an apple and an apple. This, I mean, this looks like a pumpkin. Yeah, so I guess health is not the way to go. Let's do exercise. Let's see. Well, maybe exercise changes it up. I mean, it'll always change up. Like if you write the same prompt twice, it'll give you something completely different. Oh, maybe we could do something with like weightlifting. Maybe. Oh my God, this person's doing some karate. What the hell? Looks like he's attacking somebody. And his body looks kind of distorted. Or he's really flexible or something. I don't know. Huh. This one's actually real nice. Like I mean, they're all like nice, but they don't fit what we're looking for. Square icon for, let's see if we have weightlifting. Well, this one is interesting. So we got dumbbells. Huh. What if we do like bodybuilder? Actually, and I want to change this. So for an app about bodybuilding, I feel like I get better results when I do it like this. So I'm going to copy this for the next time. Oh my God. We get a whole bunch of jack dudes. God damn. We got Hercules. All right. So we went too far. Reverse. And what's happening here? Like, oh my God. This guy naked. I gotta blur. Do I have to blur this out? I'm gonna just blur it out. I don't need any liabilities. And oh, we finally have a person doing a squat, I guess. Or yeah, it looks like he's about to squat. Let's ask. And if you, by the way, if during this process, there's an app that you like, or if there's an icon that you like, and if you want to see different variations of it, you can just hit V. And the number, I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, if I'm correct. And you do V4 and it'll give you different variations of this. This looks kind of interesting. It looks like tires though. And actually using this, let's do about exercise. Well, I feel like we should, so we used green a lot in our app, so we should incorporate that in our app icon. Because it'd be weird if your app icon color has really nothing to do with the colors in your app. It kind of would throw people off. Like let's say you go with this or one of these colors and like you have none of this in your app, like none of these colors in your app. It just kind of doesn't make sense. Let's say use green as primary color. And one thing I'll do is I'm going to speed through all this. Well, now I'll be playing around with this and just speed through this. Ah, this actually is kind of interesting, but it's like when you look at it, you don't know what the hell the app is going to be about. So, but let's see variations. Also, if you're using Discord, you should definitely be on the iOS Dojo Discord. It's a dope Discord, dope community. You can network and just talk with fellow developers. If you run into issues, you can drop it in there, see if somebody can help you with the solution. Even me, like I'll try to help. So definitely not this. All right, so been playing around with, oh my God, been playing around with this for a while. I think I'm gonna go with this one just for now. When you're ready to pick one, make sure you do U, which will be I believe is up. The U stands for something. I forgot what it's called. Upscale. That's what it stands for. Very. Just vary these. Let's see if we can vary what's shown in this section. This is pretty cool. I never even tried the vary. And you can vary, create a strong variation, a subtle. Zoom in and zoom out. And if you're ready to use it, I think you can hard it and just go to the web and it'll take you to a place where you can download it. But let's see what this does. With this, that doesn't look like, that doesn't look healthy. Well, maybe she had an accident. I like these two. Probably go with this one. Yeah, let's go with this one. So U4. Cool. And lastly, let's see what very strong does. See what that does. Should be interesting. Picture looks cool though. I like the shadow effect that they had created. That's pretty dope. All right. Yeah, so we'll just, I think you can hard it. What happens when you hard it? You successfully like this job. Midjourney probably uses that in their training. All right, and we can go to web. So we visit the site and this loads up. And it shows me as the author. That's hilarious. Yeah, I could tell my mom I'm an artist now, and I think you just hit this and save it. Or you could have right-clicked and save image as. So, last thing we need to do actually, though, is remove the background. Well, actually, you could leave it like this, or you could remove the background. So, we're going to open up Xcode. Go to the fitness app. And actually, I need to go to my downloads and look for this. Fitness, call it, let's see. And let's see if it's the right size. So in the get info, oh yeah, it's a 10 by 20, 1024 by 1024. So this is good, very good. So we can go to app icon and now we have to just drag it here. And something to note, for people who haven't been around in iOS development for a while, not even for a while, but like I think even last year, was that you had to actually create an app icon for you had to create like 24 different variations that Apple required, but they simplified the process. So now we just need one. Just wanted to share that in case you guys wanted a little history lesson. So that's great. And now we should be able to run this and see this on the simulator. Let's see how this looks. So the app loads up and we go to the home and oh, that's pretty cool. Probably gonna change it though. I don't like the image on the image. So I may change this, and the way I go about it is I have Canva Pro, so it easily removes the background for you. Although for this one it didn't do a great job. You could also use something like Photoshop, but that one you have to pay for as well. Any free resources, I'll have to look into that, but if you know any, drop it in the comments below. So we got our app icon now, and I don't believe we may have to commit these changes. Actually, yeah, I think we'll have to. Let's close this. I think though there should definitely be some changes in the assets. So let's see what source tree says. Yeah. So we'll call it section 8.4. App icon. Okay, that's how we did. Add app icon. Hit commit. Boom. All right, we're done, y'all. We didn't code, but we played around with Midjourney. It's always fun. Well, at least I enjoy stuff like that. So I hope you do as well. What's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to be showing you how you can upload your apps to the App Store Connect to get it on TestFlight, to send it to your testers, and get you one step closer to uploading to the App Store. So I'm going to be using the fitness app that I built out in my SwiftUI course. You guys can check that out if you want. The link will be in the description. And so first, you need to make sure you have an Apple developer account, of course, because you're going to be pushing to App Store Connect. And then you want to go through here and look at the version. And you can adjust what version you want this to be. Like, let's say you're still in early beta. Maybe you do like 0.1 and build number 1. Since this is the first time you're uploading anything, this is fine. And you guys can go with whatever you want for the version. This would just set the standard for how you track your versions going forward. And once you have that set, you want to go to any iOS device to this one. All right. And then you need to go to your product and archive it. And this process takes a bit of time, but it really depends on the size of your project. If it's a huge project, then it will take a while. In our case, it shouldn't take that long, just a couple minutes. And it also depends on what kind of laptop you have, right? All right. And once you do that, you see that this shows up here in your archives. This pops up. If you have a lot of windows open, make sure you look for it because it doesn't automatically come into focus. All right, so this is the one I just created today, and I'm gonna hit distribute, and I'm gonna distribute to App Store Connect. All right, hit next, and then you want to upload. And of course you need to make sure that your Apple account is already connected to your Xcode. That's one step I assumed you have. You make sure you have your Apple ID and your Apple account connected here. That's what this is fetching to, or that's what this is fetching from. Once you get this, you hit next, automatically manage next. And once this is done, we should get the upload. And this will begin the upload process to sending your app to App Store Connect. And this takes a little bit of time. And one thing I want to note as well is you want to make sure when you're uploading your app that you have all you've added the privacy strings in your info plist. Or you see, in our case, we ran into an issue because we're missing a string in our info.plist. So we're going to add that. And this is something that you want to be careful with because, for example, if you are using the camera in your app or you are accessing the photo library, sometimes it won't throw you this error like this if you don't have it in the plist. And what it'll do is it'll upload to the App Store and then it'll disappear immediately. Well, not the App Store, but App Store Connect. It'll upload there and disappear immediately. And you'll be wondering why. And that's something that happened to me actually. And it's because you have to make sure your info.plist is set up correctly. So let's do that. We're going to call NS Health Update Usage Description. And it looks like this didn't autofill because I didn't capitalize it. But if you look up privacy, it should be, at least for the health share, it should be this one. Actually, we need health update. That's what we need. There we go. Oh, so this is something I never even realized. You'll get an error if your app icon has rounded edges. Learn something new every day. So it has to be a square image. So I'm going to fix that and come back. All right, so I brought in a new image to correct for the issue. And now I have to archive and do this one more time. Once it finishes, we will hit distribute, next. You basically just have to hit next, and then upload. And that's the process. And it's the same thing every time. It's pretty straightforward after after the first time, it's pretty straightforward. You just got to repeat the process. And then sometimes you'll run into issues with the plist, or you'll have some weird App Store Connect thing happening. But more likely than not, the issues will be within the plist, assuming it uploads. All right, now our app has been successfully uploaded. So you want to hit done, and you can close all this stuff. And now we go to App Store Connect. So that's what we're going to do. But this, you have to give it a second to actually like upload because it just uploaded, right? So it won't even necessarily be available. It might not show up. So it shows up here. All right. And the app icon hasn't loaded yet because if you go to TestFlight, you can see that the build is still processing. So once that finishes, we should see all this stuff update actually. That's pretty much why I like this. You see this is version 0.1, but here you see 1.0 and no image, and that's because the upload has to finish processing, and we'll be back when that happens. After a while, you can refresh this page and you'll see that it finished processing. So you can hit manage, and for this you have to fill out the compliance if you're using some algorithms. For encryption, none of the above. Hit save, and it says ready to submit. So now this is ready to be submitted to TestFlight. What we'll have to do first before we can submit it, we have to create a testing group. So I just like to call this testers. Hit create. And I put myself in here as a tester. And you can add anybody else you want to. Boom, and it's automatically approved. And this is just for internal. To send it to external, we need to do beta testers. And you need to create internal before you can get to external. As you see, we didn't have that option before, but now we do. And here you can add people, like anyone you know. And once you have added like at least one person, you can actually create like a public link. So let me add a tester. I'm just gonna add myself. And it says no builds available. We go here and we select this build. Now we have to enter this information. I'll put my email for the feedback, the phone number. You can put yours, or you can you could put a random phone number here, to be honest. So you can put a random phone number in there, and we don't require sign in. If your app does, you need to handle that. And then this is what you want the testers to see. Test it all. And then you submit this for review. All right, so now it's working. I had to make a fake real number, I guess, or a number that I don't know who it belongs to. And now it should say submitting. And now it's submitting. This should take a second. It's taking longer than usual. Let me refresh this page. It looks like App Store Connect is being a little slow right now, or maybe it's my internet. So I'm gonna try this again. Oh, never mind. Actually, you see it says waiting for review and that I have been invited. The App Store Connect is being a little buggy, but we've submitted this. And if you refresh this, it'll show up. And if you go here to iOS builds, it says waiting for review and waiting for review. That means it should be reviewed. And for the TestFlight, the review process is not as complex and crazy as it is for the App Store. And once this is approved, whoever you have here as a tester should receive an email saying they've been invited, and they should automatically be able to download it. This is basically our last step, because from here, Apple approval, assuming they approve it, then you don't have to worry about anything else. But if they deny it for some reason, then you have to address those issues. I'm gonna wait until this approves to wrap up the video, just to go through the whole process. So after a few hours, you can come back to App Store Connect, and you go back to TestFlight, and you'll see something like this where it says testing. And whoever you had on your list of beta testers, they should have received an invite like this, saying they've been invited to the fitness app. And this is sent automatically once it's approved, so you don't even have to worry about it. And all they have to do, they should open this on their device, like on their phone. And if they don't have TestFlight, it'll make them download it. And once they have TestFlight, then it'll send them over to open up the TestFlight app. And then they should be able to download your application from there. All right. And looks like we're good to go. That's pretty much it. And once you're here, you can enable a public link, which you can hit enable. And you can copy this link and send it to anybody who you want to be able to test the app. And you can even set a limit. If this gets sent like on Twitter or something, if it's made public, you might not want thousands of people on there, depending who you are. So you can limit it to like 10 or whatever you want to limit it to. We'll do 10. And now we're just the first 10 people can join. And that wraps up the video. Let me know down below if you ran into any issues, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back. So I wanted to go through and make some changes in our app, just make some improvements. The first thing I want to know, so let's run this app. So if we run the app, we get this issue. So let's go to our package, or right here, we can update to latest package versions. And this will do that for RevenueCat. And let's see if that fixes that issue. And when you update package versions, you want to be careful because it could break your app. And this is why it's important to have testing. We're not covering that in this course, but that's an important element to have in your application, especially as it grows and as changes are made. That way you are confident that things aren't breaking, or you can have some sort of confidence. Let's clean the build folder. And let's also, clean the build folder as well. And now we hit Command B. All right, so our build is succeeding. All right, so we just had to update our package. So I want to run the app now that we fixed that issue. So we ran the app and we see there's a few issues. The first one is in iOS 17/Xcode 15, you can't just put OK for your alert and expect it to work. Because in the past, like in iOS 16, or basically before iOS 17, you could just put a text field of OK here and it would automatically dismiss it. But now Apple is requiring us to actually make a button and handle that. So we'll do that. But before we do that, I want to note that you see here, we use this for the tab to change the color, but we don't even need this. And we can remove this and we could just add a tint to the tab of .green. Cool. And now we can try to handle our alert stuff. So we go to alert, and this one is there was an issue fetching Apple. Let's look up that one specifically. Here we go. It's this one in our home view. So what we need to do here is we need to take this text and make it into a button. So we'll do a button with the row of .cancel and the label is .ok. And this will be view model. We'll call our view model. And I'm going to copy this part because we're going to have to paste this in everywhere where we have an alert. Present error equals false. And I'll just copy this part too, since we'll just have to change the constant. All right, let's go to .alert. Oh, .alert. So we need to fix this one. This is show alert. All right. Copy this. We'll say show alert. Oh, it looks like we use a different name. So let's refactor the name here in ChartsView. To show alert. Rename. Just so we have consistency throughout our app. And all right, so show alert. Command B. All right. We'll change this one to show alert. So go to the view model here. Refactor this to show alert. Hit rename. Cool. Anything else? Let's see. I'm gonna copy this now. All right, so this is the last one. Let me get rid of the space here. I think we just covered all of them. We could review right now. We could just say, all right, there's a button, button, Command R. There we go. Now you see we can click on this and it goes away. Boom, and now you see this tint is actually showing up correctly. Because I think with the alert, it was just showing up as gray. Since it wasn't fully fixed. And last thing we need to do is we need to commit these changes. And I'm gonna open up source tree right here on the right. And let's review the changes we made. So this was because I uploaded the app to the apps or to TestFlight. This was the changes to the tab view to change the tint color. This was the package update. Changing the name. Fixing the bug caused by the new update. Oh, it looks like right here I changed the alignment to dot leading in the profile. So we will discard that since we didn't cover that in the video. All right. And now we're going to push these changes. We'll put that at the end. And we'll say iOS 17 alert bug fix. All right. And we will hit commit. And I checked push. Oh, I get this issue. And not sure what it pertains to, so I'm gonna open up my GitHub. Maybe I have to reset my access or something. I'm gonna go to the repo, right? And when I get something like this, the first thing I'm gonna try is I'm gonna try to push it from the terminal. Just to see if it's something with source tree or if it's something with GitHub. So I just wrote CD and then I dragged this folder here so it changes to it. All right, and now we say git push. And I copied the SSH here from the repo. All right, it looks like it's pushing it. That means that we got to fix something with source tree. All right, and we'll be covering that later down in this section. We are focusing on iOS 17 improvements, so I don't want to go into source tree right now. So I hope you guys are able to get through that, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. All right, the next thing I want to work on is our folder structure. So I actually want to change it slightly. I want to have a core where all the core windows or tabs are going to be of our project. And then we'll have our utils. I believe we could put this in here. That shouldn't cause any issues. And we need to create a folder for our paywall. Sure, so I am going to keep it in core, and then I'll have the tab view. And in the paywall, we need a view and view model folder. No model. And for this, actually, I'm going to remove it out here. I'm going to keep it outside with the app file. And the last thing we need to move is the home. So that goes into our core. This can go into our utils. Hit Command B, see if you broke anything. Oh, looks like we need to move the plist out here. Hit Command B. There we go. All right, so that's it for this video. I just wanted to go through and change the folder structure before we get into some more iOS 17 improvements. See you on the next one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be going through and updating our app to use a new observation framework. And before we get started, you need to make sure that your target is greater than iOS 17. Otherwise, it won't work on the device. Well, it won't work on any device doesn't have iOS 17 or above. And that's the drawback of using observation is it only supports iOS 17. And if you want to support 16, then you'll have to stick with the current way we're doing it in the app, which is using the observable object. All right, so let's go to the tab view and we're gonna hit the home view first. So we're gonna go to this view model and let's open it up here on the side. So when you're using observation, the first thing you need to do is mark your model as observable. And in our case, we can remove the observable object. And we can remove published because changes to all variables are technically published now. So we don't have to worry about marking it published. Xcode will handle that for us. And now you see we have this, which Xcode is like, what is going on? This is not an observable object. We just change it to state and that's it. That's it. We can see if it's working if we just run the app. And we'll make a change to the show all activities or show paywall. And we get this issue because we don't have an Apple Watch. Let's see. And if I want to do this, all right, boom, and it shows the paywall. It took a second to fetch the prices. Cool. That means our view model is working, right? Because this is being toggled on and off. All right, so you see here it's being toggled right here. Cool, so that is working. And we basically have to just repeat this process for all the other view models. So who's next? Go. Charts. The charts view model. And dang, it opened up SwiftUI. Let's put this here. Let's go to charts view model, open it up right here, and let's go to charts. Put that right here. Let's mark this at observable. Get rid of this. Publish. Boom, boom. You know, sometimes it's a little easy with the updates. You don't have to do too much. And let's move this all the way to the top. Actually, let's put it at the bottom. Since the reason we have this is because in case in the future you wanted to inject a different health manager, if you wanted to mock your health data, then you would initialize your view model with a mock health manager. All right, and then we just change this to state. Command B. And I'm going to go through and do this for all of them. And something to note is this, it shows up like this unless you import observation. But even if you don't import observation, it's already imported. Like if you try to, right here, like if you try to import observation, it says it's already imported. But this is probably an Xcode bug. It's like it shows up as white and then it changes to purple when you import the module. If you go back to the HomeView model, oh, now it's purple. So maybe that fixed it. We'll see because we have to continue on. Now we got to go to the Paywall view model. Mark this as observable. Get rid of published. What error is this? This is a state now. It's a dope thing. We don't need a state object anymore. So we did the paywall. What's next? The leaderboards. We go to our leaderboard view model. And did I miss any view models? Let's see. I don't think so. I think there's just one in... Oh. We missed one view model. So before we hit the leaderboard, let's go here, the observable, remove the observable object. Boom, boom. Command B, and let's create a health manager dot shared and put that right here. And now the build failed because this is not a state object anymore. This should be just state. And now we're just going to repeat the process a few more times. I think just maybe twice. Remove observable object, add observable, remove this line, remove this line. Dun, dun. And here we could do the same with the database that we did with the health manager and the other one. So we'll say database manager equal database manager.shared. And you just paste that there. And paste it here. Cool. And we also have the health manager in here. All right. And as we're wrapping the series, a challenge for you could be to actually try to implement some testing in here. It's fun and it's something that'll be useful going down the line. Like if you're trying to get a job, like it'll be very useful to talk about. And just like a good experience. Now we got to go to ProfileView model. At observable. We're going to remove this. Cool. Now we get this, change this to state. And one thing I want to do is we can remove this and just add that here. And this is something we'll do later down. I might go through and just clean up the view models a little bit more. Make our code a bit cleaner, you know. You want to make sure your code is always clean. Sometimes you might miss a thing or two, especially if you're just tunnel vision into just doing it. Because sometimes you can tunnel vision and you can just not see that there is some slight issues in your code, which is why code review is always good with like colleagues and people above you and even below you, because they can see different things in your code that you might not be able to. And all right, so we've conformed to observable. Is there any what is it? Observable, or actually let's look up state object. No state objects, no observable object, I believe. Cool. The last thing we need to do is commit our changes. And I think these are all pertaining to the folder changes actually, yeah. That's why there's so many. Because in the last video I did the folder structure changes. All right, but now let's review this. So this is from state object. This is our class. Yep. Yeah, we added this from state object to state, from state object to state. Yep. Looks good. This is new observation framework support. Actually, is migration because we didn't add support technically. We just migrated to it, and we push these locally. And of course, there's an issue with source tree I haven't addressed yet. But if you push in the terminal, then it still works. All right, y'all. See you on the next one. Peace.
What's up, guys? Thank you for watching. Shout out to you for making it this far, and I hope you guys enjoyed the course. If you found it helpful or enjoyed it, make sure you guys like, comment, share, subscribe. Share it with a friend who's also learning, or feel free to share it on socials. I'll retweet it and repost it. Where to go from here, you guys can take this project and make it your own. You can feel free to make your additions or remix it and throw it up on the App Store. It's all game. I'm not gonna come for you or anything. You guys can do whatever you want with it. You can even charge people. It's all good. If you guys are looking for the source code, that is in the Patreon. If you guys want the full source code, in case you just don't want to watch a video and want to just get straight to the code, the link is in the description. And also, if you're trying to debug it and you're struggling, you can reference the source code. Lastly, if you guys have any feedback or questions, just drop it down below in the comments. I'll get to you when I get a chance. And yeah, man, thank you for enjoying this video, man. 8 hours of Swift. Crazy. But I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.